The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Happy Sunday, everybody! Welcome dito sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Ako po si Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. Sa kahabaan ng 8 linggo nating pagsasama para kilalanin ang ating unsung heroes, i-define ang Philippine meta, at tunghayan kung paano nga ba kakagat ang ating mga koponan sa hamong itaas ang lakas. Alam kong sasang-ayon kayong lahat kung sasabihin ko na totoo pa din ang katagang pinaslang malakas. Pero syempre, hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Now before we start our title defense for the MSC 2023 or start crowning our champion for this season, isimento muna natin ang ating playoff seeding. Now, after this team was denied for the top seed by the actual top seed, now the code breakers return to secure all the advantages they can get to finish the regular season in the top 3. Now, all they have to do is ube their way past the Neon Tigers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Blacklist International versus Nexplay EVOS. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok.
It's the last day of the regular season, and now Blacklist International has the chance to secure their 3rd seed in the playoffs. The question of the day is, will we hear the final roar of the Tigers to disrupt the code? Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, world. Welcome back to the English Desk. My name is OSX, and welcome to the last day of the regular season. I'm with Leo and Renmar for the match of Blacklist International and Nexplay EVOS today.
Gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege and a blessing to be able to share this desk with y'all on the very last day of Season 11.
Yeah, man, we opened up the season together, we're closing it up together, and we're going to be closing it up with bangers. Again, it is a day where we're going to be witnessing, well, it's a battle for 3rd between 2 teams fighting out today, but of course, more on that later.
It's all about number 3 today, but we are calling all Smart and CNT users who are watching us right now to continue to enjoy the power of Smart. Be registering your SIM at smart.com.ph/SIMREG now and get free 3 gigabytes of data. It's all about number 3. Now, with Blacklist International, it's the last day. In some of the weeks we did in the past season, it's more of like a bit of a non-bearing game. But today, there's a lot of things at stake on the table.
Yep, when you're talking about the land of champions, the professional league at that, nothing is non-bearing. You're talking about battle for 3rd is because the second match today also is a battle for 3rd.
Yeah, right now, Blacklist International stands at 23 points, RSG at 21. It is important that Blacklist International build enough points between themselves and RSG. Can they do that? It was the question posited by Mara later on. They're going to need to ube their way past the Neon Tigers.
Well, speaking of Ube, now we've seen you heading into week number 8. You've performed so well.
Oh, yeah.
And for the other hand, we still respect Nexplay EVOS not getting into the playoffs contention for this season. But now, let's get into the headline. Yua is no Haji, but he's something else. Again, he entered Week 8. heading into top 2 KDA in the standings. Now, with Haji gone for the season, US also has something that has to offer for the team.
Let's talk about how important that comparison is, right? Make that a day ago. Haji was actually with us here in the studio, and he is known as a KDA machine. He is a multi-time World Championship contender. He is a multi-time MPL champion, and to compare a rookie to one such athlete, that's got to mean something else.
Yeah, and it's a good sign that the mid laner right now for Blacklist International is second in KDA behind right now, who is someone who is a KDA monster this season in Super Marco. Yue definitely, as someone who's been analyzing games all throughout the season, he is the biggest unsung hero in Blacklist International for me. In a team where you have so many stars, you have VYs, you have Edward there, of course. Yue really has made a name for himself this season that you can make an argument that he's him. He's Yue. He's that guy that is often overlooked.
Not to mention how the code has been rewritten and rewritten again throughout Season 11, and the fact that Yue has just anchored himself in mid.
Well, now, speaking of being in the mid lane, look at the rankings of Yue. In second place. Blacklist International has one big Mr. Fundamental of being Mr. Consistent of becoming the mid laner for this season. He has something to offer, also has Haji has something unique to offer, but both of these players has a lot in common in terms of getting for the team.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that. Mr. Fundamental, Mr. Consistent, I mean, those are nicknames we've attributed to other players, also in Blacklist International, but definitely Yue can give himself that identity. He's been fundamental. He's been consistent. He's kept his death slow. He rotates incredibly well with Oh My Venus and Wise. And when Oh My Venus and Wise are rotating together, he's setting up plays in the opposite lane to help Blacklist International get a little bit more spacing in the map. I cannot put into more words without repeating myself just how good Yue is for Blacklist International and how integral he is to the rotations of Blacklist.
Again, he was top 2 in KDA for the league, and he is also now top 1 KDA among the mid laners for this season.
If you are out KDAing one such veteran like Exhort, a world champion in Few, and Sanji, then you are something else entirely. Look at this. Mr. Tadeo Yue of Blacklist International here. You'll see his highlights. Man, you could have sworn he was born to play in the MPL.
Yep.
The way he moves around the map with heroes such as Valentina, Eve, Farsa, heroes that we're used to seeing Haji play, but then in the hands of Yue, it feels a little bit different. Early on in the journey of Haji with Blacklist International, he still got a little bit of his assassin mentality kicking in, being aggressive with the kills. And then as he matured as a player, he became, that changed a little bit more backline. Yue in his first season feels like Haji in his first season with Blacklist. Dependable mid laner with a killer mentality.
Yeah, it's all about how Blacklist International sees the potential of these players, and throughout the season, he grew. And to look back on how a reliable mid laner Yue is one thing that answers to all the codes that they have problems throughout the season.
Yep, not to mention how he has gone mental with the heroes he's played, right? You mentioned his Farsa, his Valentina, he would whip out an Eve every now and then. But just the same, talking about mental, he has a solid foundation. A lot of our rookies here in Season 11 have gone through phases of getting the nerves. Yue, I never saw that from the young man.
Yeah, I mean,
he's smiling.
Yue is one of the very few rookies who can say, hey, I'm an MPL rookie and a gold medalist in the SEA Games to boot.
Well, speaking of being a rookie, well, we can say that Yue right now is an established rookie, right? Yeah. So for the match of Nexplay EVOS, I know they're out of playoffs contention, but the question is, will Yeli Hayes play? Because if we have an established rookie, we could also have an established veteran for this match.
What a way to test Yue's wiles, though.
Yeah. It's going to be a big test for him even though that this is a matchup wherein you have one team obviously in a position where right now it's just let's end the season on a high note in Nexplay EVOS. This has to be one of those games where it just really has to be just another day in the office. The best things that you've shown all throughout the season, just bring that out again. You don't need to change anything so big. You don't need to show any ace in the holes that you may be saving in the playoffs. It's another day in the office. You've had a tremendous season so far. just continue that.
And what makes this another day in the office for Nexplay EVOS in the best way possible is your office is the MPL arena. You now play in the Premier League of the biggest esports in the country. So that's got to mean something for this once king of the amateur team.
Yeah, imagine having, again, there's stories all about the mentality coming from the underground scene, going into the pro scene is one big thing. Now, on their last day of having this match, they got nothing to lose today. And if all else fails, well, maybe they could either combine the veterans in experience of Yellow Haze once again. Because right now, even on the last day of week number 8 in season 11, everything is still at stake. The third seed for the playoffs. Because again, Blacklist International is not secured yet going into this last day, but now they have a chance to do it. Now we have something for you today before we head on for the matches. Let's throw it over to our very own Odin for our backstage pass.
Thank you, casters. This is your very own Odin na nagbabalik na ngayon para sa isa na namang backstage pass. Kilala na natin ngayon ang 6 na teams na nakasecure ng playoff spot. Pero ano nga ba ang kahalagahan ng match ngayon between Blacklist International versus Nexplay EVOS? For Blacklist International, the significance of this match is for them to secure the 3rd seed. Meanwhile, for Nexplay EVOS naman ay para makabawi sila sa Blacklist International and for them to trigger a possible tiebreaker. Paano nga ba magkakaroon ng tiebreaker? Yan ang aalamin natin mamaya. Ngayon ay discuss muna natin ang current points na meron ang Blacklist International. For Blacklist International, currently meron silang 23 points. Ngayon, kailangan lamang nilang manalo sa seryeng ito versus Nexplay EVOS. It's either 2-0 or 2-1 ay masesecure na nila ang 3rd seed. Meanwhile, kapag naman natalo or na-sweep ng Nexplay EVOS ang Blacklist International and makasweep ang RSG against ECHO, it will leave Blacklist International sa 4th seed. Ngayon, i-discuss naman natin ang possible na mangyari mamaya din sa serya ng RSG versus ECHO. RSG is currently at 21 points. Ngayon, kapag natalo ng NXPE ang Blacklist International, leaving them with a score of 1-2, and ang RSG ay makasweep sa ECHO, both teams will be left with 24 points. Ngayon, may criteria ang ating liga, ang MPL, na merong team head-to-head, match win rate at game win rate. Ngayon, ang Blacklist International at RSG, pag nagtie sila sa 24 points, ay magtatay rin sila sa mga criteria na ito, which will trigger an extra best-of-1 match para sa dalawang teams. Ngayon ay aabangan natin ang laban ng Blacklist International versus Nexplay EVOS. Yan ay malalaman natin with our casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. Now to break down what she just said and what could be the possible scenarios of the day. Again, we said we have 2 headers for this day. We have 2 matches, but if things could go a different route for this day, if Nexplay EVOS gets a win or a 2-1 or a 2-0 up against Blacklist International, if RSG gets a 2-0 against ECHO, we might have an extra tiebreaker tonight, and that will be against Blacklist versus RSG Slate Philippines.
Both agents and raiders pretty sure would not want to see that. Both fan bases, I'm sure, would rather just see their team go ahead and finish strong in 3rd, so they get that one advantage of seeding into the playoffs.
Man, I can't even remember the last time we ended an MPL Philippines season, a regular season, with tiebreakers. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was that MPL Philippines season 3 even? Since we last did that, it's been so long. And if we get treated to that, well, I mean, it'll be an honor that it's us on the desk. But yeah, the fan base that's going to be like another roller coaster ride of emotions for them to this day.
And if anything, the Orcas and Nexplay EVOS fans would be like, ha! There you go. We caused that.
Yeah, like that was we did that. Our teams did that.
Yeah, this is the multiverse that we're seeing. Just by this scenario, if Nexplay EVOS won, we were talking about how if Yellow Haze plays today, because again, in all the match of Nexplay EVOS, he got he's one of the reasons why he got a point for his team, and also the contribution. It's a different feel if you have a big brother on your side.
And just to put it into context, the young but also veteran Janiel Bataanon went to social media, and he's actually struggling right now as to how to, I'd say, console his teammates about not making it in the playoffs. So you have that aspect going into the matchup.
Yeah, it's sort of hard. It is heartbreaking to see a veteran such as Yeli Hayes admit that guys. He said that on the social media, guys, I don't know how to comfort them right now. Because imagine they found out that they were already out of the playoffs on the way back to the boot camp. It was again, it was decided in the second or last match of yesterday.
They had no say.
They had no say at that point. Nexplay EVOS, they were already thinking about today, but now in the back of their heads, they're thinking, wow, we really just got eliminated in the playoffs from playoffs contentions like that. So definitely that's a factor that's going to be weighing in on them. But again, Banoobs, one of the big figures behind the scenes,
Mr. Mariano.
for Nexplay EVOS, they did admit, like, 3 months we didn't compete because we wanted to solidify our mental. That training, that time they didn't compete has to come in big, and it has to show up here today to at least close out the season on a high note. Even though you're not making it the playoffs, and when we know those players really want to make it the playoffs, at least end it on a high note.
I think that's one way to go. There's no other way, man. I mean, what do you have to lose? So I agree on what could happen for today. It's all about how they break the chances. Because, again, third seed, we have 2 teams battling for third seed as well. And also RSG Philippines, who had a struggle also getting into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean,
In week 8.
If you're going to play your very last series, play it with heart and be that injection of chaos. Be remembered for that, right?
Yeah, it's all about making a dent, how you want to end your performance in this season. Now, I know it's a heat of action. Let's call in Blacklist International and our team for the battle today.
Rewritten, revitalized, reinforced. Looking to finish the season strong with Edward leading them into the playoffs. The reigning MPL Season 10 champions, Blacklist International. They have proven that they belong. Expect no less than their best in their last bout this season. One last time, let's all roar for Nexplay EVOS! And their coaches, Coach Josh and Coach Master of the Basics. The gloves are off for both these teams in their final best of 3.
That is Nexplay EVOS and Blacklist International. And again, in their own form and in their own code. Owl, now with Wise, Edwin, Yu, and all my V's. What's with that entrance? Something for foreshadowing for the playoffs.
And now, Blacklist International, you see there, of course, All Wise, Edward Yue, my Venus, the gold medalist in Owl. We've talked a lot about Yue, the entrance with Edward there, of course. We all know the campaign Blacklist is pushing to make sure that he gets into the Hall of Legends. Well deserved if ever that happens. Today, job's not finished. They still have to go through Nexplay EVOS. We know how Blacklist plays. We know their tendencies. We know their favorite heroes. Again, don't need to change up that much against Nexplay EVOS. They were able to surprise, contain, and dare I say, dominate Nexplay EVOS in their first meeting this season. They can do just that. Rotate around Oh My Venus and Wise and Yue. Let Edward shine on his own in the XP lane. Wait for him to rotate if needed. Help Edward so that he can be the impact player he is. And of course, give space for Owl to make sure that he gets a farm, gets his items.
Oh, speaking of surprises, now no Yelly Haze for this match. Still the form of the Nexplay EVOS from yesterday.
Yep, it's Doming, Boyet, Ding, Goyong, and Brusco. Their debut lineup as early as week 1 and week 2. I dared say they were legit. And now, closing up Season 11, weeks 8 in, I'll say they're legit even today.
Yeah, they are a team that, again, potential undeniable. Flashes of brilliance evident all throughout. I could mention a play from each of these players.
Hell yeah.
Just thinking about it all throughout the season, what they've done. Ding and his signature Yuzhong. Boyet dependable and with securing those retributions in key objectives. Brusco setups. Doming Nation.
Yup.
Goyong surprising his opponents with late entry skills to just burst them down. That's Nexplay EVOS.
Now on our team head-to-head, Blacklist International ranking 3rd and Nexplay EVOS on the 7th. A lot of similarities, but on the time that Owl got into the team, this changes everything. I mean, for the stats, we've seen some similarities, but they have the upper hand for this.
Yes, for two teams who are relatively on both polar opposites of the standings, their stats are relatively close. And that's what's interesting is you can for sure say that Coach Josh and Coach Ison have the metagame down pat. They understand the fundamentals.
Yeah, they understand the fundamentals and they have their own ideas of it in terms of their comforts. Actually, I'd like to see them as two sides of a different coin. Where Blacklist International, we've known them to, if they're not going to be the one setting the tempo in the game, things are going to be hella close, and then suddenly it'll take an objective fight or two or a skirmish from out of nowhere that will suddenly just balloon a massive lead for Blacklist. They're amazing counter-punchers. Nexplay EVOS, they are a team that I know can be tempo centers and initiators, but for this season, they've relied more on the counter-punch, which has been detrimental to them somewhat. It's a double-edged sword.
Yep.
But when they regain their old identity from the amateur days of being aggressive, surprising, guerrilla-style initiations, that's the Nexplay EVOS that shines.
They could have taken the straight, but they're always looking for that left hook counterpunch.
Exactly.
And usually never comes.
Yeah, there are always pros and cons, but now let's throw it over to our analyst back there to discuss our keys to victory for this match. Go ahead, Sona. Take it away.
Maraming salamat, casters. Ang laban sa pagitan ng dalawang kupunan na ilan sa mga kailangan natin pagtuunan ay ang keys to victory brought to you by Infinix. Ang pinakauna ay i-contest ang mga utility mages, neither ni Yelly's DR or ang maglalaro ngayon na si Goyong DR. It is really gonna be of the utmost essence, lalo na halos magkapareha sila ng hero pool nitong si Yue from the side of Blacklist International. So it really is gonna be of the essence for them to pick up heroes na mapupunta kay Yue kaagad bago pa kunin ito ng kupunan ng Nexplay EVOS. Meanwhile, para naman sa mga Tigre ay beware of the evolving Ube. Nakikita natin na nagkakaroon din sila ng ultimate bonding experience in which they actually get to pull that off a dozen or a couple of times in the recent season. So meron mga times na pipili din sila ng Faramis mixed up with the Estes as well. So there is a chance na yun yung i-pull off nila dito to try and contest it laban sa side ng Blacklist International. And finally, for the rest of the members of both of the teams, let your rookie gold laners shine. Gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina, there are a lot of cases, especially for both of these teams, to contest kung ano nga ba yung magiging rookie of, or kung sino yung magiging rookie of the season natin para sa araw na ito. Will it be Owl for the side of Blacklist International or mapupunta kaya ito kay Domeng DR? Domeng DR, ilan sa mga nakilala sa Beatrix Place, but Owl also shining for Blacklist. Back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Sono. Now let's talk about a team who has nothing to lose for that keys to victory. Nexplay EVOS, beware of the evolving Uwe. Man, I can tell you, it has evolved throughout 8 weeks.
There's so many forms of Ube throughout the past couple of years, won him championship after championship, and I would not be surprised if this week was just another notch in that long timeline.
Well, speaking of timeline, he's covering now his camera to not be seen by the audience, and you have to hear the crowd cheer. And looking at the player head-to-head in terms of stats, yeah, we have Mr. Number 1 for the mid laner stats and for the season, and number 2 for KD as well.
You know what makes this all the more heartwarming? Multiple times in their long careers in the amateur scene, these two have faced off.
Oh, yeah.
Under different banners, and now here they are. Last game of season 11.
Yeah, I think after this they're just gonna, or maybe even beforehand, they went on a trip down memory lane. Hey, remember before the MPL, now here we are, now we're closing out the season. Yeah. And it's funny because they even have shared hero pools.
Oh, yes.
The only hero that we've seen Goyong play that we haven't seen yet in the hands of viewers, like Kagura. And that's a favorite Kagura pickup for Goyong.
Yeah, and Kagura's on the rise.
Yeah, and Kagura's been on the rise lately, so we're going to be watching out for that. Looking back at the previous matches for NXPE and Black, this was actually the matchup on the red side, on the right side. That is lineups for Blacklist International. That was actually one of the debut matches for Edward's Unbending Will Arlott, which was a menace for Nexplay EVOS to go up against that entire series. For 2 games, an Arlott just decimated through Nexplay EVOS. But of course, it was back-to-back SS games, which poses the question. Will NXPE give up the Estes to Blacklist International? Because we've seen this season, the Estes is still definitely to fear, that Ube of Blacklist. But there have also been glaring games. We have to mention the series of Bren versus Black, where if a team goes up against Black and is prepared to go up against the Ube strat, they can dominate the Ube strat.
You mentioned it about 48 hours ago. Bren Sports swept Blacklist despite giving them a good number of their signature heroes. Next, EVOS, Coach Josh, Coach Ishon could do well to have watched that and say, yo, that's how we can break the code.
Yeah, it's all about taking the page out of that possible win, right? So as we thought about this and how we can dwell onto the draft, I think this boils down on who's going to be in the blue and the red, because at some time draft right now for our first game, let's see who is going to be who's going to have the priority on blue side. Oh, it's Blacklist International. Seems like they want to take something out of Nexplay EVOS.
Yeah. Heroes of contention, definitely. Valentina, Figgy, Arlott, Eve, Farsa. A lot of the heroes being contested between the roamers and the mid laners. We also have to watch out for the potential jungle pick swings for both teams, although more on the side of Nexplay EVOS. Blacklist International, you can list down off the top of your head the heroes that we've seen Wise play. But let's see if we might end up getting something new here. But again, at this point, stick to the basics. You already got those locked down.
Yeah,
Master the basics.
He's there, MTB, on our screens with the analyst, Coach Dexter. So now we can see either the priority of Nexplay EVOS or Blacklist International, as you've mentioned, something new or something, well, written in the code a few seasons ago. So with the ban of Joy, this opens up also the Faramis and the Valentina, as you guys mentioned.
Yep, solid first picks. Something else to note, the Lapu Lapu, which Blacklist uncharacteristically first picked in that Bren series. Maybe they could repair that. Maybe they can amend those decision trees. But then again, Nexplay EVOS are aware of that. So they'll know that, hey, at least Ding can get his hands on a good hero this time around. Because again, the Arlott is still out there.
Ooh, but they forgot that one.
We mentioned the Diggy, and I wouldn't expect that they'd first pick it off the bat.
Another left hook.
A left hook surprise first pick priority there for Blacklist. Although we all know where that's going to be going. So Nexplay EVOS, Valentina is open for them. They can go Valentina Arlott, honestly.
Even Coach Josh and Coach Eason, like, did they just do that?
Yeah, it's like, you can see it in their face, like, really?
Yes, Josh, they did.
They just went for it. So they're pushing him now to pick the power picks that they can use. The Fredrin can also have Beta Valentina. So open, even Minster yesterday, right? So
Yeah.
a lot of things are open for Nexplay EVOS. Depends on how they want to have this edge against Blacklist. So it's a Farsa, we have a mid laner, and also Arlott.
Okay, so they don't want to. They remembered what happened in their first meeting earlier this season.
Not again.
Not again. Valentina going to be opened up here for Blacklist unless they want to go the Eve Diggy Fredrin route. Show those cards right away. As for the gold laners, they can secure that as well. If they want to play safety, they can get the Beatrix for Owl already right off the bat. So those are the main options I'm looking at right now for them. So it's the Fredrin, will it be the Eve, will it be the Bea, or will it be something else? Maybe even, I wanted to say Yuzhong, but we don't see Edward on get the Yuzhong. It's the Valentina instead. So
Okay.
yeah.
They're playing around the Diggy now. So with the Valentina and also the Fredrin on the hands of Blacklist International. This is purely comfort for the code.
Yeah. Still sticking to the comfort picks. You get a strong ultimate, but of course, the quick Farsa pickup for Nexplay EVOS. TNC, I feel like, is the best example of that, wherein you pick the Farsa up against the Diggy to really mess the Diggy up early on. That even before objective takes, Goyong's already going to be using the Feathered Airstrike just to send Oh My Venus back to instantly -1. The Melissa pickup there, so Nexplay EVOS will now be looking to draft a stronger front line. A tanky jungler plus a tanky roam, I feel like, would be their best approach. Alongside the Arlott, Nexplay EVOS would not have to worry about anyone getting close to the Melissa and the Farsa, which, another question right now is, are they going to take away an Edward hero here? Either a Lapu-Lapu or maybe even a Benedetta.
Yeah, a good XP laner could be the possible option because now they've banned out the Natalia. Something tells me that they might rotate quicker than usual with this Diggy, as they always do. So most of the times that this presses up the question for Nexplay EVOS, how will you counter that rotation with Blacklist International has as they ban out the Beatrix slowly for Owl?
You know what? I'm sensing here, Coach Josh and Coach Eason. They are trying to corner Blacklist International into one of the M3 World Champions tendencies, to draft a lineup that does very little damage. That's what's happening here. They're funneling Owl into a hero that they can control, that they can out firepower and pressure early to mid.
Okay.
Right now, it's looking like that a Moskov might end up on the hands of Owl, although the carry is still open. However, because of the placement of the Farsa, and again, if Nexplay EVOS go tanky here, for their jungler and their roamer that has great initiation and dive, even the carry will have a difficult time there.
Oh! Okay.
This was in the back of my head, but I didn't want to mention it because I was thinking they're not going to pull out a Rafael or Rome.
Boris.
The last one of the season. Boris.
They just did.
They just did.
My man Boris, a.k.a. Brusco DR, debuting the Rafaela DR. That's right. Let that sit.
I'm absorbing it right now, but that is one fact.
I wanted to let that simmer for everyone who heard that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So, with the Rafaela on board of Nexplay EVOS, so this tells like they're trying to tell that we're sticking together on how they could possibly see the Blacklist International would rotate as fast as they can, with also carry.
Yeah. See, so they go for the carry, but because they have a glue, so this is a little bit easier for the carry, but this puts a lot more pressure onto Edward and Wise. And now for Nexplay EVOS, will they have enough, how do I say this, time to build up so that they'll have an answer for the glue? Because right now they don't have a direct answer for it. They go Fanny though.
Whoa.
Interesting drafting. It's quite everywhere right now for Nexplay EVOS. But because Blacklist drafted a lineup that's very compact, they picked up a hero that can open up the map like crazy.
That and there's very little reliable catch.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that's what Nexplay EVOS are hedging on.
Yeah, I was just boiling onto the part that, hey, they might rotate faster. Well, how about we control the game? This how we control the map with a Fanny on their end. Again, they have nothing to lose. Why waste hesitating this time around?
And they have everything to gain. They can play spoiler here and make that race for third all the more difficult for Blacklist International. Now looking at the predictions, man, Santi knows something. Santi's on to something, man.
Yeah, he has been voting on Nexplay EVOS since yesterday, and he sees something, a potential for this team. Now, as we go in with our predictions, watch out for the Smart Power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up, and you only have until the timer runs out. So to comment down your prediction, use the hashtag #PowerOfSmart. One lucky person who guesses it correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye on the poll, folks.
All right, something about this Rafaela going into the Diggy on a roam per roll showdown makes me feel a little better. Like the Holy Healing partially fixes the whole walking into auto alarm bomb situation.
Yeah, you get a little bit more space to walk away from that. And theoretically, I was thinking like, wow, that's going to be good for Ding. Ding will be happy. One Holy Healing while he's just dashing around with a vengeance. He just keeps going. Like it feels good, and it's also like controllabilities being dished out. The slows that can help Rock a little bit more for the Arlot. Instead of drafting that overall looks good 1 to 5 together, Nexplay EVOS with their last 2 picks drafted something that, okay, you have 3 together that look good, but then if you separate a few heroes around, they can have their own standalone thing that's separate from the team idea going into this game. So a little bit more room for diversity actually and surprise plays for Nexplay.
Yeah, we just seen how Boyet they are rotating really quick up against the camp of Blacklist International. We see how they wanted to go faster. With a high and dry, you would want to have that advantage of out-of-position players in Blacklist.
You mean Master Assassin?
Yeah, Master Assassin now.
Sweet. So now we might see how he might blend with this. Now it's all about how Blacklist International will react and core them into some point that they have no chance to even hold for Boyet DR.
Yeah, and you're seeing here, well, we did mention it'll be a lot of pressure onto Edward to zone out for Blacklist as Oh My Venus is rocking the Diggy, and that's what they did exactly. Good rotation there by Wise and Edward just to show up, delay Boyet a little bit. Boyet has time to show up here, potentially steal this away. Can he flying close enough? Really?
Oh! Big team fight breaks out. Yue pops the Feather Airstrike, opening up the first blood for Ding. There was quite a fumble prior to this engagement. Boyet used the Retribution trying to steal a small camp, and it led to all of that for Blacklist.
A bit of a way of they wanted to do an approach, but look at this.
Brusco uses the flicker, gets out of that 3-man sandwich that Blacklist was presenting. And here's one weakness maybe that Nexplay EVOS has, given how they're early on in the draft, right? Going for already guerrilla tactics.
Yeah.
When Blacklist decides to ube on you, it's so difficult.
Yeah, and right now it's like half a plate of ube. It's not the full ube just yet.
That's right.
It's just Edward, Wise, and Oh My Venus pressuring the jungle of Boyet, and it's working out really well right now for Blacklist and up against his Fanny. And you don't want to experience this as a team, having a Fanny on your side, because it delays the power spike of that key hero for the early to mid game.
And also has a delay on how to have progress, because inside of Nexplay EVOS they don't have someone to have or to be the front line here for a good setup for counter plays, right? So they might actually be on the rope like, hey, who is going to be the first one to be a sacrifice for this early on? Because we're seeing a slight delay on how NXPE wants this game to be on their end.
At best, it's Ding, right? When you're looking at the lineup, at best, it's Ding. But that aside, they are a very alpha strike lineup. They have to get the initiative, they have to get one kill quick, and then they can snowball into the engagement. They can't, just play footsies, and then Blacklist is going to catch you off guard. That's what's been happening for the past, 4 minutes?
Yeah, and Goyong just wanted to get a little bit more vision in the mid lane. He's actually eating up a lot of alarm bombs from the Diggy of Oh My Venus right now. So let's see, maybe in the mid, 4-man rotation.
Oh, first time on Boyet, no one home. And yeah, we talked about how the Holy Healing might help, but now it's acting more as a, safety net here, not exactly an initiation tool.
Yeah, imagine you have Impure Rage right now for Oh My Venus. It just purely pokes to hurt you once you go in. Look at that.
Oh, Yue has the final slash. Turtle here at a quarter of its health. Wise looking at it. Check out Ding, finds an angle. Clean take for Blacklist.
And that's a clean take because, again, of just the early game decisions of Blacklist around that first turtle to delay Boyet. And Nexplay EVOS cannot find an opening right now to get a bit of control here in the mid. Owl needs to run away. He's safe there. So I set on for Nexplay EVOS actually in the bottom lane now. It's already a lane switch. I wonder if they can make something out of this. That is a glue that they're up against. Very tanky.
Okay, they have the piercing power now since they have the Alpha Strike advantage for Nexplay EVOS. Let's see how they do this, because at most of the time, we've seen the Boyet, they are mostly on the passive side on how to be aggressive of being a Fanny.
Yeah, this is one pitfall that a Fanny has when you don't find the angles. Threatens a kill on Yue, but there wasn't much follow-up. I think Boyet has a different pacing or a different tempo in his head compared to everyone else, and that's opening up the map for Blacklist. A quick turret take up top for Owl. Hoot hoot, he's making money.
It worked. That switched around the timings of the dropping of the energy shields. Worked well for Blacklist. And now we're going to start seeing Ube. That's the main signal here for Blacklist. Conditioned to do that. Mid lane tower is about to fall. Once that falls, this opens up the map even more and an even bigger opportunity to roam as 4 as 5. And considering that they're up against a Fanny that struggled, a Farsa that's catching up, yeah, this is bad already for Nexplay EVOS.
Oh no.
You already even got a gap away there from Boyet.
Oh, Feather Air Strike from Goyong. And Wise does not steal it away, so a little bit of Requiem for Nexplay EVOS.
This is the problem that we were talking on how Blacklist could possibly rotate faster than NXPE. With the Fanny present on their end, this suppresses the chance, like, what's the high and dry now if everybody rotates in 3? So this is the catch, like, who will be the catch down for Blacklist if you want to have a proper way of getting progress, heading like 10 minutes for this game?
Yeah, I don't even see Nexplay EVOS testing this turtle heavily. If they do, they have to know that it's going to open up a big swing for Blacklist. If they fail, they're going to need to get something else. But in the mid, it's an Arlot duo, but no, it's a Valentina up against that Arlot and winning against Dings. Mid tower falls. Nexplay EVOS decides to open up the map instead and go up top. That's the best thing they can go for. Actually, did they even get to break it? Yes, they do. Dominic needs to get out of here, though. Oh, no. This is dire for Nexplay.
Seems very expensive to move. The reverse time onto Doming DR. He's very low. He goes down. Owl gets the kill. Brusco gets away. Dean can't even respond. Now he's in trouble. There's a taunt. Vengeance in through using the orange buff. Reverse time on this Arlot. Ding, ding, ding. That's a knockout. Blacklist gets another.
Overextension onto Nexplay EVOS. Melissa, if you want to have the investment onto your marksman, that's one way to delay it if you're Blacklist.
Blacklist just got everything they wanted to get. They literally won all the lanes. They won the jungle after the first rotation. They were already invading after the first turtle, rather. It's a massive lead. Comparing the two marksmen, it's relatively close, but now it's 1,000 gold lead for Owl here compared to Doming.
Oh, no.
And that doesn't sound a lot, but because of everything else that happened in this game so far, it's massive.
Yeah, it's not just about the money, right?
Yeah.
It's also the fact that Doming, his map is shrinking. Now down bottom, Boyet trying to do some damage control, pushing away Edward. I think he's just trying to stop the inevitable. This turd's gonna go down.
Yeah, again, once that glue was picked up, they didn't have an answer for it. They didn't ban it in the second phase. Nexplay EVOS, oh man. At this point, they go for counterpunch. Again, what Nexplay EVOS wanted to do for throughout the season, but didn't get to be very effective with it. They cannot set the tempo anymore. They just have to play from a defensive position and hope that Blacklist slips.
Yeah, we're talking about counterpunch here. If you're talking about counterpunch for Nexplay EVOS, is the defense items enough? I've only seen like 2, like Corrosion Scythe and also a Demon Hunter Sword. I didn't see a Dominance Ice yet, but Boyet!
Boyet! Caught between a rock and a hard place. 4 members of Blacklist cornering him.
Yeah, and this is going to be the trade. Nexplay EVOS know they just gave up Lord. They're going to want to push as much as they can in the bottom lane for Doming, but they can only get a turret. Blacklist caught Boyet sleeping up top.
And this is the problem now of Nexplay EVOS. How do the Neon Tigers respond if they don't have the proper defense, mostly on the offense? In terms of damage, Oh My Venus is leading in the stats in the ranks, followed by Yue for this game.
Talked about how the Holy Healing might actually help, but that might be one thing that Nexplay EVOS walked into a losing position going into game 1, right? They were relying on the Holy Healing to undo the damage, but at this point, Oh My Venus has just hit critical mass. You saw she was the lead in damage dealt in this 10-minute game, And slowly but surely, yeah, they're buying parts of the map back, but a map wherein a Fanny can't swing around freely is not a map that Fanny wants to be in.
Yeah.
And no Wind of Nature yet, though, for Owl. So you see Boyet actually trying to make a play wherein maybe he might be able to catch Owl off guard, but Owl, knowing that there is a threat of Fanny, just giving him space. Nexplay EVOS has to defend here. Just hold. It's going to be up to... You're just going to see Boyet flying around the opposite lane of where Blacklist is and just try to open up the map that way. But for how long Nexplay EVOS can continue to do that is the big question here, because it's 8,000 at this point. No kills yet for Nexplay EVOS.
Okay, will their best defense would be the great offense for this situation, because with the lead, we are seeing almost 8.5k, but top tower.
It's a high ground defense. Blacklist made the most of that Lord, putting that inhibitor at about a fifth of its health. In comes Yue, and there's a Feather Dare strike. All hell has broken loose. Down goes Ding. Owl gets the kill, and just like that, Blacklist threatening a 10k gold lead. All the while, Boyet working hard down bottom.
I won't be able to get a tower with that. He opened it up just a little bit, but it's very clear. One thing leading to another. One decision in the draft, another decision after the first turtle, and now it's 9,000. The damage, the pokes, too much.
Okay.
Okay, Boyet getting something there. That's something. Can they convert it, though?
And that was his first kill for this game. And also, there's a part where is the damage or the defense items enough? We have Athena's shield and also steel leg plates to counter Blacklist now's lead. Two traps.
Here comes Ding with a final slash and a vengeance coming. Pops Yue. Now Edward's in trouble. Here comes a split. Feather Dare strike, keeping him in place and down underground. Nexplay clapping back. Suddenly, shrinking that goal lead down to 7k.
That's what you do. You don't hesitate. I like the bravery to do that, but no Blacklist.
In goes Ding. We're not done. There's the stun, but he still goes down. Now, Boyet gets punished. 2k for Owl. And just as quickly, Nexplay EVOS gets punished.
And Blacklist has the Lord to take.
I really thought Nexplay EVOS knew where the members of Blacklist would be generally. Because based on the last information they saw, the trades that they had in the bottom lane, the win that they got there, it's very clear to think that Nexplay EVOS were thinking, okay, they're probably in the purple side of their jungle. But still, Nexplay EVOS were the ones caught off guard. It's like after getting those kills, they got a little bit too excited. It's like, oh man, maybe we can position in the Lord. But no, Blacklist immediately just taking away what could have been the light of hope for Nexplay EVOS and getting the Lord freely.
Well, speaking of getting it free, looking at the items now of Nexplay EVOS, how will they freely get a kill onto Owl? The damage shield with a 5-0 for this one, and also rocking everything with all of the items he has right now.
Yeah, he already has a Wind of Nature, so Boyet needs to really time his entry. Somehow Nexplay EVOS needs to see and force the Wind of Nature use out, and then Boyet goes in. But do they even have that? Because here comes the Lord and here comes Blacklist.
Luminous Lord waiting to clear these waves. There goes for the airstrike, stolen away by Yue. Nexplay EVOS just barreling away, lighting up this Lord. Not going to be able to touch their base, but there's another fat wave coming in through mid, and they have to budget their ults. Here comes Boyet. They're able to clear it out. Still breathing. Nexplay EVOS keeps their mid inhibitor.
Bait just how the Luminous Lord tried to take in for the damage of the base. Almost half HP for everybody. Nexplay is defending, and just by the pokes of Oh My Venus, explains that he's on top of the total damage right now.
Oh, this Diggy. Now even with a Divine Glaive.
Got that DG.
They got the DG. So he's been hurting even before the DG. He just picked it up. Right now, it's pretty. I think most of the damage of that thing was just coming from the stacks alone of the Diggy that you get when you land those alarm bombs on the heroes.
And also, she has the also Next of Durance as well. So how a better way to repeat the defense now of Nexplay EVOS.
Oh no, Boyet! He's gonna get sandwiched again in between the members of Blacklist and the turret. Got 1 HP and Dream. He's gonna get home safely.
Oh. He saw that glue huffing and puffing, but not going to be able to get there in time. Boyet, how did he survive that is my biggest question. I really thought that basic attack would have done the job, but no, Boyet lives to fight another day. If that was a pick off there by Blacklist, it would have been devastating, but still, Nexplay EVOS, it's dire straits. How are they going to pierce through even the damage initially that they'll receive from a Diggy, just trying to get to the contention point of objectives? They won't be able to. It's a difficult position. They'll just have to wait and defend again around the next Lord.
Yeah, position and angles is how Nexplay EVOS could translate their also the hiccups from early games. If they are in a position like how will they hold one on ground, probably isolate someone from Blacklist International, but at some points, they have taken over the map mostly 3/4 of the way. That the heat map is going crazy on where they headed. But Boyet TR has something here.
All right.
Okay.
So, those close calls have been paying off. He's been feeding that wave up top, and he pushed that tier 2. Blacklist International working hard on this 15-minute Lord. Still not quite evolved just yet, so Nexplay EVOS still has chances of defending this. But yeah, that's all she wrote. There's not much Nexplay EVOS else can do here.
Yeah, at least Nexplay EVOS has some
Oh!
And the Melissa Boyet!
No,
Can he does
no!
the shield?
He does!
Gets away!
Boyet pops Oh My Venus and gets away with it.
Boyet, if somehow Nexplay EVOS can turn this game around even more, the 2 times Blacklist couldn't take down Boyet, and Boyet surviving is the turning point.
I knew it. You have the rose gold meteor on your hands, Boyet. And that shield as well.
There's got to be
Rose
some
gold.
mental and emotional damage on that engagement. Right? Like, I got away with it. I got away with it.
But, and inside of all my business, how was I not? But is the damage not enough with all these 3 core items in for a Diggy? A lot of questions running in the mind of Blacklist right now.
It's the RMG, bro. It's the RMG. No, RGM.
RGM, yeah.
Acronyms are hard.
Yeah, they are. The circular fortitude on Boyet's pants to pull off that play. Let's see, though, if NXPE has enough fortitude to hold on here and defend.
20K on this Lord. The toughest Lord that Nexplay EVOS have had to defend in this 17-minute game. Boyet cutting that wave in mid, making this defense all the more plausible, nay, successful for Nexplay EVOS. Pop in the fettered airstrike. Doming, throwing out these needles like there's no tomorrow. In comes Boyet. He still survives the first time. The punish from Yue. Down goes Nexplay EVOS' jungler. But still, Nexplay EVOS breathing. No inhibitors fall.
Just in time with a reverse time there. Boyet trying to be cheeky. I think he was trying to go after Al or Oh My Venus. Whoever was closer. He got caught in that RT. And now Nexplay EVOS really very dependent on Goyong and Domeng to just clear the minion waves as fast as they can and manage it. And maybe hence why Boyet's excursions outside of the base to just push out lanes. It's one of the reasons why Blacklist can't end it just yet.
Excursions.
Boyet's mighty adventures.
Yeah, Boyet's mighty adventures of just clearing minion waves.
Saturday morning cartoons.
Indiana Boyet Jones.
Yeah, Diana Boyet Jones. And it's going well for Nexplay EVOS. That little decision to do that, as risky as it is, it's helping Nexplay EVOS stay in this game.
How will they defend though? Blacklist International is taking time bomb on damage, but oh, look at that. Damage on the Yui, almost half HP.
All right. Goyong here, early pop on the better air strike. Well timed though, as the wave came crashing in. So Nexplay EVOS able to keep their inhibitors once more.
Okay, with this in mind, we were talking about on the draft that Blacklist could rely on 2 possible people here
You were saying?
I was just I just got caught off there. I thought something about happened, but to go back on my thought, Blacklist on the draft, they had the chance, or they have this composition to rely on 2 players to have damage. Is this the window of Nexplay EVOS to go and defy that situation right now?
They can. It's still a 9,000 gold lead for Blacklist. They are out-damaged, outgunned, out-defended. Boyet trying, though.
All right, so that's one part of the mission complete. Take Oh My Venus out of the equation. Lord here just a little bit above half health. An engagement waiting to happen. It's brewing here. But it's going to be, what, 30 seconds till Oh My Venus able to join the fight.
He's just there.
Gonna get there. At least at this point, he can provide the vision, so Blacklist still knows. Seems like there's a Boyet Goyong connection going on here.
A tag team.
Whoever Boyet finds, Goyong just tries to feather their strike, and he has it up again. Ultimates all up across the board for both teams. Al not yet, though. He just got it. Athena's shield pick up there for Edward. Key items getting shown. Abilities as well. Who is going to pull the trigger first? Blacklist smartly decides to reset the Lord.
But where's Al?
NXPE obliges. They understand that this dance is not going to be beneficial for them either way. But that's just the situation NXP is in right now. They've
Yeah.
been losing for a majority of the early, mid, and late. But now going into the ultra late game, might have a chance.
Well, it's all about seeing like better late than never for Nexplay EVOS. When all of the positioning is at hand and how Wise is ringing the bell, they need to be cautious on where to step on those auto alarm bombs. It triggers Brusco to just regen and regen everybody until he's depleted.
All right, how about we go again? Better airstrike, reverse time already spent in, and there goes Ding dancing on through. Boyet attempting one more, and oh my Venus, an RT. It's Wise and B trying to quell. Stop Boyet's adventures. Wise takes him down. There's only one king of the jungle in this metagame, and it's Wise. Blacklist now makes a beeline for the Lord. Luminous Lord.
The king protects his queen from Boyet. A little bit too eager to secure that kill onto Oh My Venus. Boyet, he tried, but there was Wise. And the rest of Nexplay EVOS, again, because of the lead Blacklist has here, them not even being completely fully built yet across the board, they couldn't continue and help Boyet push out. The rest of Blacklist.
And there's a jump in. And the punish. Blacklist coming in, breaking that inhibitor, taking down Doming, taking down Goyong. Brusco falls as well. It's all crashing down for the House of the Neon Tigers. Blacklist International wipes them out. Boyet comes in just in time. They're just waiting for the wave. They're just waiting for the Evolved Lord.
One-man defense on Boyet DR. Can
It's
he hold his
not
goal?
impossible!
No
He
way!
still jumps into 5, and here comes Blacklist taking game 1.
A surprise first pick Diggy coming in big time. They stuck to their guns. They stuck to their comforts. Don't need to change anything too drastically. Maybe just change the order a little bit. Show up our fundamentals in game. Dominate. Blacklist, game 1.
It was a ticking time bomb for Nexplay EVOS to even have a diffusing moment on how to even decide where Blacklist is going. On the part that they wanted to divide someone out of that lore dance, it became a distraction, or a destruction rather, on how they want to fix on the isolation part on Blacklist.
It seemed like Nexplay EVOS had plans, right? Going into the draft, and very early on, in the first 5 or 6 minutes, if the Alpha Strike didn't work, then they had a plan B. I think it's that reliance on the plan B that eventually led them to suffering the mid and late game. Now, going into the ultra late, Blacklist had them read. They understood that, you know what, as long as we keep this in, and at some point they even used Oh My Venus, like, Boyet wants to get through, how about we, isolate them and then have them come in too deep, and that's what allowed for the punish and eventually the win.
And it still perplexes me as to why Nexplay EVOS hard-focused Owl on the second phase of the draft. Even though the carry theoretically would have had a difficult time, that's because at that time we didn't know what Edward was going to pick up. But then Edward got the glue, and then suddenly that opens up the field even more for the carry.
We were thinking about how this game could turn with Nexplay EVOS. Now let's break things down a bit on how the code prevailed up against Nexplay EVOS in game number 1.
Feels like I haven't been in this seat in ages. Throughout the week, I've been on the other side here, so let's see if I can still do this. Let's start things first off with the Diggy first pick. Up against a team like Nexplay EVOS, you know what Brusco loves to pick up. He loves those setter tanks. He loves control. So you pick up the Diggy right away. A comfort for my Venus, and then at the same time something that can control the tempo of Nexplay EVOS in the jungle and their rotations, as constantly there's info for Blacklist International and the members of Nexplay EVOS are taking poke damage. Hence why eventually he ended up picking the Rafaela. However, if they wanted to get a hero that had strong utility and can just help heal through what was the damage coming in from the initial pokes of the Diggy, I could posit that if they had it in the bank, a Florian could have been good for Nexplay EVOS because at least they had anti-regen reduction capabilities at that, and then a little bit of slows. Once the ultimate of the Florian comes in, they still get that heal as well, because eventually them in the second phase of the draft, hard focusing on Owl meant the glue opened up. And again, the carry, when you think about it, it will have a hard time in the team fight identity against Farsa, an Arlot, and then a Melissa. But the moment that glue was picked up by Blacklist, that's all the room in the world for a carry to work. Hence why the carry pick worked out here in this scenario, because they had a glue. Early game, it started with Blacklist International literally winning the jungle after the first Lord. Post Turtle 1, they invaded the orange buff, they took it away, and then suddenly that's an orange buff-less Boyet, and for majority of the early game, Boyet was a level behind Wise, nearing on 2, but Boyet would get some cheeky takes in the jungle of Wise as well, a Scaled Lizard here and there, a Golem or a Cramor or 2, and hence why he was able to just keep it to 1 level. There was a 4-minute switch in the lane, Al going to Edward's lane, Edward going to gold. So, despite, because of all of that, paired with Yue early on, just winning that mid lane really well up against Goyong, controlling that Farsa alongside Oh My Venus's Diggy. Of course, he had that key little duel in the mid lane that eventually won the mid lane for Blacklist International, where it was Valentina versus the Arlot of Ding, but then it became Arlot versus Arlot because he stole Final Slash. He didn't get to take Ding down, but he forced Ding back, meaning no one was there to defend the mid lane of Nexplay EVOS. Yue, again, he was the highlight player for this series, and it showed why he's so dependable for Blacklist International. 5-1 and 6 in KDA, knowing when to enter, knowing when to be aggressive, and knowing when to make sure you get those key terrifies. One of the reasons why Oh My Venus and Wise are having a tremendous season, other than the fact, of course, we know it's Oh My Venus and Wise, it's V-Wise, is that Yue complements them so well. And we mentioned it, wherever Oh My Venus and Wise are rotating, Yue would be rotating elsewhere, or he'll be rotating with them just to solidify a win via a rotation together with VY. So it's a well-deserved MVP here for Yue, even though it looked like it was a great team effort here for Blacklist International, because Nexplay EVOS really didn't have an answer for Edward's glue. Edward had a hell of a time. Yue had some insanely clutch terrifies here, and along with his ultimate selection, what ultimates to steal and when to use it. Now, after Blacklist built their lead, we just saw it's Nexplay trying to get wins from counter punishes. It became a combo of Boyet and Goyong together trying to take down Oh My Venus. But then, because they got so used to doing that, they didn't expect that in the crucial Lord, in that crucial moment, Wise would be there to protect Oh My Venus and make sure Boyet doesn't get the kill, and gentlemen, that Nexplay EVOS doesn't get that crucial Lord. Dominating by Blacklist. Yeah, dominating win at that.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm back. Hello.
Yeah.
Going back to case to victory for this match, beware of the evolving Ube, or should I say, the revolving or evolving Ube. Which was our MVP.
4 out of 5.
For that match. Now, for our experience and also the excitement how this match is going, watch the MPL season with us right now or in the next month with the playoffs at SMX Manila this May 4 to 7, which the ticket is out now at tickettome.net. So there's a lot of things happening for the playoffs, so get yours now and secure your seat. Now, for the All-Star, what's happening right now on our MLBB app? Let's celebrate the power of music with MLBB All-Star Music Carnival. More than 25,000 merch, 1 million diamonds, and valued in-game rewards are waiting to be given away. The best part, the admission is free. Just go to Market in Taguig City on April 22, and let's get the party started. I may need to go.
I'll see y'all in T-Town.
Yeah, it's 25,000 merch. Something tells me that I need to be there.
$1 million dias?
And $1 million diamond just being present in Market. Yeah, count me in.
Y'all are from there anyway, right? You're from the general area, so might as well.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. T-Town represent.
T-Town, yeah. For all you T-Towns out there with the zip
no
code.
One ever. Said
yeah.
No one ever.
T-Town! It's like Drake trying to make the 6 a thing for Toronto.
Taguig Town or Toronto right now. Let's throw it over to Mara for a quick interview with the crowd.
Sobrang happy ng ating audience dito at kasama ko ang isang super fan, Queenie. Kamusta?
Okay naman po, super happy.
Okay, super fan ng...
Blacklist International!
Oh, wow! Sino sa Blacklist ang talagang sinusubaybayan mo and todo support out of all of them?
Siyempre po, V-Wise and UA!
Wow! Nag-meet na ba kayo in person si
Yes
Yue?
po, yes po.
Oh, kamusta siya?
Okay po siya. Kaya nga po, nagustuhan din namin siya kasi alam niyo po yung sobrang ano lang siya, parang kumbaga sa babae mahinhin. Alam naman po natin lahat na mahiyain siya. Pero pag kasama po kasi namin siya sa GC, alam niyo na, doon po lumalabas yung kulit niya.
So meron kayong GC?
Yes po, yes
paano
po.
sumali sa GC sa mga gustong sumali?
Ano po, i-follow niyo lang po si Yue sa ano niya, official fan page niya, Team UA official fan page. Tapos may parang link po doon para makasama po kayo sa GC.
Bilang isang super fan ni Yue, ano yung mga ginagawa mo para sa kanya?
Siyempre, alam naman po nila yan na kahit may work ako, pumapasok po ako para lang di ako makamiss manood.
So kahit nasa work ka, nanonood ka pa rin?
Kumbaga, dinadala ko po yung work ko dito.
Ay!
Yes po.
Okay.
Oh.
Buti hindi ka na ng boss mo,
Sana lang po hindi ako mapanood kasi...
Dapat pala nasa work ito. Okay, anong meron kay Yue para ma-invite mo naman yung iba na suportahan siya? What is it about him?
Ano po kasi, makikita niyo po kasi kay Yue yung willingness. Parang sobrang eager siya na manalo, sobrang willing siya na ipapatunayan yung sarili niya.
Part ka ba ng moderators niya or something?
Isa po ako sa admin ni Yue.
Uy, admin!
Yes po.
Isa sa mga admin. Nasaan yung mga tropa mo dito?
Mga tropa dyan! Baka naman!
Okay! Nasaan yung mga tropa niya? Tayo! Tayo yung mga tropa. Nasaan yung mga tropa? Ayun! Representative!
Ayan po, sila Kylie, sila Ninang.
Paano kayo nagkakilala lahat?
Actually, wala po talaga akong pagpunta ko po dito, wala akong kakilala. Nakilala ko lang po sila lahat gawa nito.
Okay, ngayon, gusto ko maramdaman yung admin leadership
Sige
mo.
po.
How about ipa-cheer natin sila para maramdaman ni Yue yung support mo? Okay.
Okay po.
Okay, you can stand up if you want.
Sige po.
Take the lead, Queenie. Take the lead.
Guys, ready na ba kayo? Blacklist! Blacklist!
Okay, one more time.
Blacklist!
Ano nga ba ang sekreto para manalo ang Blacklist ngayon? Ano dapat nilang gawin?
Siyempre, kagaya po ng normal na ginagawa nila, teamwork lang po, at saka pagkatiwalaan lang din po nila yung decision making ng management, tsaka yung team captain nila, tsaka yung coaches nila, siyempre.
Si Yue, nakikinig ngayon. Meron ka bang message sa kanya? This is your chance. Okay, ika-close up natin.
Wala, grabe.
Ayan, tinitignan ka niya.
Yue,
Okay.
sana alam mong nandito ako. Hindi, alam naman po ni Yue yun. Kasi boses ko pa lang, di ba? Yue!
Pag may kagalit kang nanay.
So, alam niya na yun.
Okay. Oh, wow! Now, maglalaro na sila. Alam mo naman yung ginagawa ko, casters pasok. Ikaw naman yung gumawa nun. Tignan natin yung camera right over there.
Okay na po.
Yes?
Casters, pasok.
What an amazing crowd what we have here just right for that interview. The word "you" is something that tells me if you have like 2 or less syllables, you get easier to remember.
Yue.
Yue, that's 2.
Renmar, I'm easy to remember.
Leo, oh shucks. O-S.
Oh,
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
You guys are so easy to remember. They have 3 letters to say.
Thank you, OS.
Doesn't hit the same way.
Yeah, it doesn't hit the same way.
Man, Yue, our MVP for game number 1. Truly, it has evolved in all the things. Again, from Arlet, he had the chance of, again, getting those ultimates against Nexplay EVOS. So how do they now counter? Because at some points, the Vanny, on the other hand, was more of like playing passively. From that point, they had a way to disrupt their early game against Blacklist.
Well, the main thing for me here is in the draft is don't forget about Edward. Don't forget about his pick. They focused way too hard on canceling out Owl that they ended up opening up the field for Owl because they gave Edward a great space creator. So just watch out for that. Let's start with that. Still watch out for Edward's pick here if your Nexplay EVOS. It's something I really want to point out that I realized as the draft goes on. Man, Blacklist International and their whole moon motif the theme around them, just they can't seem to escape it. Of course, we all know the name of Oma Venus, his last name, Villaluna. The
House of the Moon.
House of the Moon, the main of the Moon Goddess for the Estes. U.S. name, in Chinese if I'm not mistaken, I believe Mandarin, means moon also.
Moon, and you have an owl
And you have an owl
during nighttime who sees
who's
everything.
at nighttime. See, the moon motifs for Blacklist, man. It's like you can't escape it right now. Can Nexplay EVOS escape 2-0 sweep, though, is the question. So they're contesting, as we mentioned earlier, this will be a contention of picks around the roam and the mid. You have the Franco of Brusco and the Kaja potential as well. So we're not going to be seeing those suppressed type heroes. Good bans here for Nexplay EVOS to take away the Estes and the Diggy. I want to see them potentially take out an Edward hero as early as now, though. Like, I would be fine with that. Go ahead and pick up the glue as your first pick if it's open. Maybe even take out the Valentina so that Yua doesn't get it for the red picks.
That first side, first pick, Diggy, was quite money, right?
Yeah.
And the absence of the Faramis earlier on was something that was questionable because there's this whole glue-Faramis relationship, right?
Yeah.
The fact that Faramis was nowhere to be seen was what made Edward's game all the more easier. So now, with that being out of the question, the Joy's open. The 1-1 wasn't. The Joy is.
Well, the blue side is also the favorable side of Nexplay EVOS. Now they secure the priority pick, which is the Joy. And is this a forced way of Blacklist's way of handling this composition?
I feel like it's I was going to say, it's going to be a Lolita and a Valentina already. They can go ahead and pick that up if they want to. And yeah, there it is. Lolita Valentina right away. So will Nexplay EVOS take the Fredrin this time around because they can still put that Joy anywhere.
They can
go
flex.
Goyo, it could go Goyo, it could go Ding.
Still a flex pick.
Still
Go
a flex
for
pick.
Boyet.
It go even go for Boyet
The
in the
JJ
jungle.
has been relatively successful in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, but quite risky up against a jungle Fredrin though. That puts a lot of pressure on Joy. But then I mean they do have. It's gonna be a bit difficult if they go jungle Joy up against a Fredrin since it is gonna be open for Blacklist if they don't pick it up. But Beatrix taking away picks of Owl already. They go for the Arlot, answering the Edward problem. Which is this a glue or a Fredrin now for Blacklist in their third pick?
Could be the same recipe for Edward because on some points we've seen how the Arlot made the move and how Valentina's copied everything. So maybe if nothing has to be changed, just take the glue right away for Agent Zero.
If they do that, then the Fredrin can still be banned.
Yeah.
So it's the glue or the Fred here.
Yeah, that's why it's like it's a crunch time decision for Blacklist. Which one would we rather have?
Or they can not care about the glue and just pick up the Fred here because even the Lapu is open.
Oh yeah.
With how it's looking with this Joy going to the jungle, I'd rather prioritize the glue because we saw how well Edward was able to help disrupt the jungle of Nexplay EVOS, but it's not that. Oh, it's someone who's just as good with disrupting. Fast clear, quick invade right away into the orange buff. That's a Benedetta.
And a signature pick of Edward himself.
Yeah.
Now, okay, Fredrin out of table. Will this be considered by Nexplay EVOS or will Blacklist ban this out?
Now we start choking out these roles. With these bans, I expect Blacklist to try and force Nexplay EVOS to reveal early. Like at least close the gap and say, you know what? I know where that Joy is going.
Okay.
Now, just again to amplify how important this Benedetta pick was, the young Edward J. Dapadap actually got an MVP twice in his career because of the Benedetta in Season 7 and Season 10.
That's why we have the signature pose of the Benedetta with Edward on his meet today. So now they ban out the Akai. For Nexplay EVOS, some tell me they don't want to be trapped in some corner that could be a pull-off card for Wise since they still don't have their jungler yet.
Yeah, which is, I thought they would ban the Fredrin and then maybe even the Moskov because Moskov looking good right now for Owl. If not that, maybe the Brody. So maybe it might just end up becoming a Hack-a-Wise this time in the second phase for Nexplay EVOS. Just make sure they don't get the Fredrin, but then Of course, we all know Wise will still have Barretts available for him in the jungle.
Yeah, even that seems questionable because there's still the Barretts, the Baksha.
Yeah, if the Baksha actually, yeah.
Even oddly enough, the Fred is still open.
Yeah, the Fred's still open.
Among the
I
planes
mentioned the Barretts, but yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the Baksha. I feel like the Baksha would be a great pickup for Blacklist if it's going to be the jungle pick that they'd have to pick instead of a Fredrin.
Yeah, it's all about the sustain. If you're up against a Joy, you don't need to bother thinking where the steps are going to be with the beat of the music. So if you have the sustain, well, that's the only way to play your game early on.
Now, picture gets a little clearer, right? We see Blacklist here with one pick. They can protect Owl by keeping him as the last pick and then now give Wise his hero, or the other way around. I don't see either being as weird of a choice. Blacklist can go 50-50.
Oh yeah, still for this second phase. So let's see how they do it, because now will they reveal their jungler?
The arts.
No, it's still a marksman, and it's for Owl, for Brody.
As I mentioned, it is going to be the Brody. It's just, whoa, for the second time this season only, the Selena shows up, and it's a classic Selena Cho focus. And okay, it wasn't the Fred, it's the Barretts that was picked up here by Wise. And yeah, they picked that up because, you know, he's up against a Selena Cho.
So does this skew our Fredrin stats? Does it put it down to like 97, 98% Fredrin attendance?
He's climbing.
Yeah.
Or no, he's declining.
He's declining. Because earlier,
It was 99.
It was around 95.
Oh, for reals?
It teeters around 95, 96. So I think it's just stuck there now.
Maybe even hitting 94 now.
Yeah.
He's nowhere to be found.
Up or down,
Yeah,
depends.
not bad, not picked at all.
It's odd.
He's busy treasure hunting.
All right, it's the fact that the Cho was picked by Nexplay EVOS is what made this Barats all
Yeah.
the more money.
Okay,
Yeah.
you have the secure pickoffs, and also they have the Selena. Something tells you from game number 1, they want to do it again. The map coverage will still be beneficial with a Selena present, but we still don't get a win rate from this hero.
What I'm thinking about right now is it's like Nexplay EVOS drafted those Selena and Chos. One of the reasons is to like, yeah, go ahead. You're not going to be able to pick that Fredrin. But then one of the heroes that handles the Selena Cho really well in the Barretts was open. So
Yes.
it ended up becoming a great pick.
Step on those traps. By
Yeah.
all means, please kick me.
Yeah.
One better way to handle those hurdles on the game. So now let's see how it goes. So we have the classic Blacklist on the Barretts with Y. So let's see how will they take this time with a Selena present. Thought about mind games for NXPE.
Oh, man. Nexplay EVOS starting this game already thinking of guerrilla tactics. They're already saying, yeah, we're going to fight dirty and we're going to try to catch you guys off guard. I wonder if it's going to pay off game 2.
Could be.
Yeah, it's a lineup that will be highly dependent on making sure that they do get those pickoffs, but not just getting them, they convert them. It cannot just be kills. Those kills have to lead to something else. Either a little bit more gold from the shield, some turrets, first abyssal arrow, not gonna land just yet.
Brusco taking quite a few hits there from VNU. Just another note to add onto Nexplay EVOS' lineup. They have very bad wave clear. Like, I don't like it. They have to punch every minion the old-fashioned way if it gets down to it.
Yeah, in terms of damage, just one thing that they lack. Oh,
From behind.
okay.
Hello.
A little bit
Toss
of
out
breather
there.
here. We're going for a pause.
It's like the abyssal arrow landed behind the scenes there. So, all the wave clear that Nestle has is just on the Beatrix. They're gonna have to commit all those bombs just to clear waves.
Yeah, Bennett's Rage, that's it.
Bennett's Rage and Nibiru's Passion just to clear waves. That's
if it gets down to it.
if it gets down to it. So most of the time, the Beatrix will only have like one big group ultimate available just for minion wave management, which is not good.
We're just talking about how the damage would really lean towards the side of Nexplay EVOS, because the Beatrix is the only hero that could lead Nexplay EVOS to team fights and good setups, because from this point in time, they're mostly on the slowest, the CCs, the setups, but how would you deal damage if you're up against the composition of Blacklist, which can rotate faster against you? So it's leaning towards the investment of the gold lane if the progress is on their favor.
Yeah. And what I'm thinking is, we saw a Jungle Joy yesterday, and there were moments where, with good enough items, a Jungle Joy, aggressive backline dive actually is a big nuisance to deal with. It deals a lot of damage. It forces rotation adjustments just to deal with it. But because of how compact Blacklist is known to play, and with the good amount of controllability, stuns, terrifies on the side of Blacklist, it sounds like a tough time for a Joy to even try and dive Blacklist at any given moment. It's like it will have to be a late entry by Boyet just to be effective with his dive-in with electrifying beats.
You know, Blacklist has the strong barricade of defense with all of this heroes present in the code. Let's see how Nexplay EVOS gets their hands on the items first with their way up to land on the arrow.
And Goyong putting a few hits on Oh My Venus. It's a Lolita, and it's built pretty well early on. Nexplay EVOS decides to not engage. US still not hitting level 4. Here comes a turtle.
Pickoffs. Watch out for the Selena. Watch out for the Cho. Them getting that is the condition right now for Nexplay EVOS for the first 8 minutes of the game. If they can land good ones, keep this game close, control the tempo. If they can't set it, at least keep it close, then they should be in good hands.
Yeah,
Easier said than done, though.
Control the tempo and boils down to execution for the Neon Tigers to strike. Because in the table right now, it's the third seed for Blacklist International to even seal. It's all about sealing the deal for this game. And if they make their wonders correct with these heroes, as you guys mentioned, for the pickups and isolations, that would really work well. Because in terms of damage, they would rely on Owl and Edward as well. Even you on a mystery shop. So it's one way of combining those team fighting capabilities as they went on for mid-game. So let's see how they goes in the first turtle of this one.
All right, good news, bad news. Blacklist International actually ahead by XP across their lineup. The good news is Goyong doesn't need it. He's a Selena, so he's already ready as soon as he hit level 3, has all of his kit. Now Edward gets caught in, and they're dancing. There's the Numenon Blast, though, at home. Boyet secures it, and the kick by Brusco. Blacklist International forced back. Edward, like the final blow, as a defense mechanism to escape. Nexplay EVOS winning that by just a hair.
Okay, good micro decisions there by the individual players of Nexplay EVOS. Again, Boyd was showing up, but he used the electrifying beats as a post-turtle counter punish with the shield from the turtle. He was a little bit more confident to dive onto Blacklist, able to send them back a little bit, and now good rotation up top here.
We've seen the setup from Oh My Venus earlier landing the Numenon Blast ahead by a second, and that gave way for Boyetiar to use it. As well as they want to do a retry battle, it's somewhat distracting on who you want to go first, because how do you catch someone if you use all your CZs up against Boyetiar from those retribution takes?
So there's one aspect of this lineup that Blacklist has to deal with. They're overloaded with decisions, given the velocity at which Nexplay was going at. Now Goyong catches with the arrow, and Doming DR gets the kill shot in.
So the condition that we set for Nexplay EVOS and that they set for themselves, they're doing it. Can Boyd steal away the purple? He does not. But there, pick-offs. They have great single target ones, and that was a beauty that Goyong and Domeng worked together in committing. 3 up top for Nexplay EVOS, will Oh My Venus get punished.
Oh, Brusco catches him from behind, kicks the queen right into the face of Doming DR. Another kill shot, point blank, taken out Oh My Venus. Doming DR winning his lane.
It's all about investment onto this Beatrix, working onto their early game. Let's see how they unfold the wonders of Doming DR in terms of dealing damage against Blacklist. So that's one thing. They could capitalize on out-of-position players in getting that vision. Since the lead is that tanky, they could go ahead and make use of Goyong's power spikes right now.
Yeah. Nexplay EVOS, I won't be surprised if they'll actually be able to strongly contest the second turtle here. See who's going to be able to get it.
Owl put out about half health. Here comes Boyet and a Numenon Blast. Quickly making work of that turtle. Yue very low. In. Yue taken out. And there's a kick. Down goes Wise. Doming gets another kill. It's 2 kills so far for Doming Nation. A flicker by Goyong. And the torn apart memory fails to take him down. Nexplay walks away unscathed.
They're still stuck here though. Owl forced to use the flicker already. And there, Nexplay EVOS, they know their assignments, who to go for. The Numenon Blast could have been big for Blacklist, but Ding actually canceled it. And so it wasn't utilized. And Boyet still on point with the retributions. First turret down up top. Domeng, great in lane. Boyet trying to disrupt. Everything's going to plan for Nexplay EVOS.
Okay, surprisingly, you're questioning how this composition will work. Well, making use of the power spikes. No more hesitations. No messy plays for NXPE this time. We were trying to have the story.
Oh!
What? Off-cam kill.
Boyet! The damage on this Joy already.
I can't even explain what happened, but yeah, the fruit of his labor is paying off. Edward didn't expect that.
Oh,
I did too. He just showed up and just killed someone.
Yeah,
Proof is
man.
in the pudding, man. It's a dead Benedetta we're looking at.
Oh, no.
Boyet winning those retribution battles for the first 2 turtles of the game really helps set up NXPE here. But it's the mid laners shining. Goyong, Brusco, and Boyet together. A menace for Blacklist International. But also the entries of Ding, managing the XP lane really well, now applying pressure up top.
Oh.
Again, Nexplay EVOS, it feels like going into this right before the as the draft was ending, Coach Eason said, yo, these are what you're supposed to do. These are your assignments, and they're passing everything with flying colors.
Speaking of flying, Yui hasn't gotten any ultimate yet. Someone gotten close from Nexplay EVOS because at some point they might be thinking to join somewhere out of the bushes. And another objective is at stake now. Oh,
Up top,
Again?
Boyet versus Edward,
Oh!
and Boyet gets him a second time around. Down bottom, Owl and Oh My Venus go down. Even Yui, Wise here doing his best to secure
he
this
got
turtle. He's gonna get it, but at what cost? The iron price. Detna's welcome, cancelled out, and there's a knockup. There's the damage. Blacklist has been wiped out. Nexplay EVOS taking them all down.
Wipeout all across the battlefield. Mid lane tower falls. The Neon Tigers are still roaring. And Blacklist International will now have to play from the defensive.
Oh, this is Grand Theft Orange, Grand Theft Purple attempted. They're struggling, and Nexplay EVOS, they should keep up the tempo.
5K gold lead onto the Neon Tigers, putting up the story that this could be their last roar. Talking about last strike with their fangs and claws, and it's biting Blacklist International hard. How's the items now for the defense of the code?
Oh man, they were forced built to build Radiant Armors already. That's going to be the next item for Edward because he feels the pain of that Joy. Just a Genius Wand and a Holy Crystal, along with the Arcane Boots there for the magic penetration. More than enough to just be, well, dare I say, too painful for Blacklist to handle. Even as more items that Boyet builds up here, it's going to be a while.
And there's a kick on the Agent Zero as his HP is zeroed out by Nexplay EVOS. Looking for a way to capitalize on it. This opens up a rotation for top.
Seems to me that the Neon Tigers are completely awake from what happened in game number 1. Talking about isolation and map control. Oh,
Here comes Boyet. Brusco looking for a kick. Cancelled out. Oh My Venus catches a trap. Here comes Ding. Vengeance into 1. Looking for more. Oh, final slash already used up. Not the perfect engage just yet.
Oh, the last.
Blacklist looking to reset. Doming is pushing down bottom all this time.
The cross map split by Nexplay. Coming from a difficult loss, very confident. Oh,
They're
but
still
Ding.
going. Turn up our memory already spent up. Owl not gonna survive, but wait. Oh My Venus saves him. Oh, but finally there's the kick. There's the kill. Down goes Guago. And there's an arrow. Blacklist, clear sign for them to retreat. And here we go. Boyet and Doming secures the Lord. Agent Zero tries to save the day. Not gonna happen. Not on my watch, says Boyet. Pushing him back. Another one. Ooh, might have been another knockout into the long line of Boyet versus Edward matchups in this best of 3.
talking about marksman down in the Lord, out for Blacklist International. The lead is with Nexplay EVOS, waking up from something they can make use of this last day. Look at the damage now, leading with Doming and Boyet.
High risk, high reward was the lineup that Nexplay EVOS drafted. In this day and age, in this metagame, it's difficult to pull this off, which makes this game so far for Nexplay EVOS and their efforts all the more impressive. They're doing this against Blacklist International. It's 12-0, a 7K gold lead for NXPE, and a kick by Brusco!
Oh, they catch the king. Wise falls. And now Doming rain in heavenly fire. Not under that wave. They're waiting for theirs. Lord down bottom. Gonna be pushing in. Oh, Blacklist is down 1 man. It's gonna be hard. but possible. Nexplay EVOS, they're going to deal some damage.
11 minutes, no kills for Blacklist International. All deaths onto the members of this team. How will they manage to secure one or a setup?
Francis, Renmar, they've synchronized all the waves. Bottom, top, mid. They put a death on all of them. Pop the holy shields on all the inhibitors. This is going to be a difficult defense from Blacklist, and this is exactly where Nexplay wants to be.
Synchronized is the theme of Nexplay's game here in game number 2. They synchronize the minion waves late, and all throughout they've synchronized their pick-off abilities, their control abilities, their damage. It's like we're seeing a group talent show dance, and Nexplay are dancing it incredibly well. The snipe from Domeng stops the conceal play there by Blacklist, landing onto you, and this is, I'm gonna have to really give NXPE their flowers here. What they're doing, despite coming off of a difficult Game 1 loss, is impressive. It's world class.
Yeah, let's give them carnations on a bouquet. Now on Nexplay EVOS, having this lead is just the mirror on what happened in game number 1. They're caging Blacklist International in their own base. Now Why is being trapped again.
Detna's welcome. Gets ding right inside of him. And it's him who's going to fall down. Another death for Wise. Check V. Guess the angle. The Queen stunned in 3. Owl, torn apart memory. Not enough damage. Dua gets stunned. And here comes the cavalry. Boyet very low. Pushing him back. Electro final blow set by Edward to go through that wall.
Ooh,
there's a stun and arrow onto Owl. Goyong still alive. Ding, final slash on Edward. Run, Agent Zero, run. He's all right. No more deaths. Not now. Nexplay EVOS and Blacklist back off.
Oh my Venus was trying to wrap around the backline of Nexplay EVOS, but everyone was too far away to respond.
I wouldn't say they were too far away. They were hesitant to commit to that. They were close enough to land their abilities, but you saw them after the Numenon Blast landed. You saw Blacklist thinking, wait, do we have full information or we're gonna get wrapped around here?
Stand correctly, man. Hesitations here on Blacklist.
Yeah, they
had
had
a
to think,
team fight.
Yeah, they had to think about it. They had to hesitate in that scenario.
And against a lineup that like Nexplay, when you're thinking, when you're hesitating, when you're second guessing where to move, that's exactly where the Chon and Selena want you.
Exactly. So what Nexplay EVOS did there, playing around, even though they got caught with Oh My Venus's Numenon Blast, they knew what they needed to do there. But they also respected the fact that if Boyet cannot reach the targets, he can't force anything. You saw how low Boyet got there because Owl and Yue were waiting for Boyet to get a little bit too eager to enter.
Yeah.
It's all about Owl and Edward. 3 deaths onto this. On the 2 members. Oh my Venus.
Hello! Boyet spots out last season's MVP. And now V gets to that bush, sets up a Numenon Blast, but might it be too late? It's just V and Edward. Sets down the Electro final blow. Boyet takes out V. Oh, Nexplay EVOS trying something sneaky here, trying to go for a backdoor play. Edward, the only one left. Goyong can take him down. Edward playing around with the bushes, throws out an arrow. Abu Jing Jing lives, but only for so long. Look at Domeng. Not here. Not in my house. This is Domeng Nation. Only 3 left for Blacklist to defend, and all 5 members of Nexplay EVOS are on board.
No kills yet for Blacklist. 5 versus 3. Here comes Nexplay.
An arrow thrown out. Wise catches it with much gusto. And there's a kick by Boris. And that's very low. Quago del Muerte. He goes down. Just 3 members left. Once more, still no kills for Blacklist.
Can they defend? Can they defend? Minions coming in top, bottom, and mid. Wise and All My Venus on the other hand, who will deal damage here?
And there's Bennett's Rage, raining down the bombs. That base is in jeopardy. Here comes Boyet dancing on through. He feels it. Numenon Blast catches one. Detna's welcome right in. V very low. And now Ding is going to fall. Immortality pop. Ladies and gentlemen, Nexplay EVOS takes us to game 3.
It's all about a strike back, and that's how you divide and conquer in bouncing in game number 2.
Divide and conquer. Beautifully said, OSX. That was the main theme for Nexplay EVOS. Synchronicity, divide and conquer.
The joy, man. Since yesterday, no matter how a Lolita is present on a team, It's just worked well with Nexplay. Was it Selena who we down at the very start?
Early in the season, we would laugh because of the results at a Jungle Joy.
Yeah.
But here, Boyet did so well. Boyet what? Got 2 or 3 solo kills on Edward?
Yeah.
That rarely happens.
And the crucial thing for Boyet to shine in this game was his timings, when he would enter and when he would fight, and he played that so well. Once he got the Genius Wand, that's when he knew, I don't have to wait a little bit too long to enter. I can enter mid-team fight instead of near the end of the team fight already. Because in the first turtle we saw, that's when Boyet entered. He was showing up, he just wanted the retribution. When the members of Blacklist were low, when the fight was about to end, that's when he went in. But once he had the Genius Wand, everything changed. He played so confidently. At that, when he got the Holy Crystal, he didn't stop.
Talking about magic defense reduction early game, and you have a Selena in a perfect power spike scenario. Now in game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, Nexplay EVOS has forced this match into a tiebreaker game. Break things down, Renmar.
Okay, we talked about Boyet, but we have to give all the credit and the love to Goyong and Brusco making this lineup work. We second-guessed it, we doubted it because of how high risk it is. You know how hard it is now to pull off a pick-off heavy lineup such as a Selena plus a Cho in this current metagame, in this day and age in MPL Philippines? Nexplay EVOS made it look easy in that game. It wasn't the perfect game that they were looking for. Eventually, right there at the end, Bruto got picked off. But even though they gave up 1 kill, that was the perfect game by Nexplay EVOS. How they played that. Brusco and Goyong setting the tempo. Trap placements by Goyong to help get information. Crucial slows at the right moments. Landing those abyssal arrows. Knowing that they should that they can and should pressure out in the gold lane as the Brody to force reactions there, because once Boyd got the Genius Wand plus Holy Crystal, he was the one on Edward duty. Speaking of, before Boyd got his items and got that power spike he was looking for, we have to give credits to Ding as well for controlling Edward in lane and for opening up the map when Nexplay EVOS were feeling confident rotating as 4. Pick off focused lineup up against a Lolita, a Barats, and a Valentina. Nexplay EVOS here. What they did here, if for content creators out there looking to analyze games, they have to dissect this and give Nexplay EVOS their flowers, because what Blacklist International drafted, if Nexplay EVOS were not landing their pickoffs, were not playing synchronized, it would easily stomp through the lineup of NXPE. But because Nexplay EVOS knew that they have to play divide and conquer, that's what Joy is tremendous at, and synchronize it to the beats of each other's abilities, well, they're going to shine. And Boy did definitely shine here. Those first 2 turtle takes were crucial for Nexplay EVOS, for them to get those early goals, to get those early shields, and to help set the tempo. Because once Boyd got those turtles and Nexplay EVOS knew they were in the zone, just have to link up all the control abilities together, and Goyong and Brusco had an amazing game here as a Selena and a Cho. And really, that's where we can put a lot of focus on here in this game, and because even though we talk about the macro decision making as a team, it's very linked to the micro decisions and the micro executions that Nexplay EVOS did here with their roaming 3. You saw that because of how fast the Joy was able to scale up, Blacklist were forced to build up the Radiant Armors early on, but having 2 major sources of magic damage on your opponent's side, even though it would reduce the damage of the Joy and the Selena somewhat. Well, I mean, the burst damage coming out of the Selena, the follow-ups coming in from the Joy and the rest of Nexplay EVOS, it feels like it wouldn't be, the magic reduction wouldn't be felt up until Blacklist would be building their second and maybe even potentially third magic items, if it's most likely to be an Athena shield, but which at that point, they didn't have enough physical defense, physical damage reduction for Ding and for Doming. Because you have a lineup that has a potential to ramp up quickly, ramp up and scale up quickly on the side of Nexplay EVOS, and they got to check that condition, that means they were chasing the items, Blacklist International, their defense items. At the same time, they were thinking, when are we also going to be building our damage items? Because we also need damage. Even though they didn't need it that much, the line of Nexplay EVOS isn't built for tankiness and sustain in thought. It's built for damage. Damage is what they had this in spades. This was a team that you saw completely check out all of their conditions perfectly here, gentlemen. Nexplay EVOS just had that perfect game.
I missed this. Cho, Selena being back on the Land of Dawn. Where was this? Where they hiding it for so long?
It's a perfect combination between Goyong and Brusco.
Yeah.
The G and B connection. I think you were looking for a comparison, right? About how the whole lineup of Nexplay EVOS performed in this game too. It's like they were two drift-compatible pilots from the film Pacific Rim from 2013. And there's like those big mechs, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just-
Yeah, I watched that.
Up against the Kaijus, yeah.
I love robots.
Yeah. I see half of the people watching us like, what do you mean? Like, what are you saying?
If you guys haven't watched it yet, go ahead, binge it. It's the weekend.
It's a good film.
Yeah, it's if you're talking about two pilots, well, it's a double roam setup for Nexplay EVOS
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
actually worked.
Goyong eventually bought the conceal boots, and then that led to more lethal engages. Like, even if the Selena wasn't standing in a bush, he could be right in front of you, throw out an arrow that stuns for what, 0.5 seconds, and still be a lethal engage.
Yeah, it's just early game. Power spike worked wonders. It's basic as we see, but with Nexplay EVOS, I say this is one form that we were waiting to pop. And on
Yeah.
the last day of the regular season, it happens for the Neon Tigers. Talking about the roar or the last roar for the season, well, go with a bang, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's so impressive because literally their conditions were make sure you get at least 2 out of the 3 turtles and get maybe 3 to 5 kills, with the 4th and 5th kill coming in closer to the 5th minute, because the goal that and the result you get out of that means that it's going to be a kill plus a conversion, either with turret shields or a turret or a jungle invade, and they did it. It's rare. This is a rarity to have a Cho Selena game plus a Jungle Joy tick all of the conditions they needed to do.
The GNB connection alone, plus the roaming Joy, I mean, not a roam Joy, but, you know, Boyet going around the map,
Yeah.
was enough trouble to, again, check off those boxes, and not just, but also to allow space for doming. I think that was the icing on the cake,
Yes.
and that's what made the boat all the more unsalvageable for Blacklist. Because again, yeah, if these three are causing trouble across the map, as long as Owl is doing okay, maybe. But not even, because Doming was calling the shots.
Yeah, we were thinking, like, how will be the investment damage for Nexplay EVOS now? Because they were thinking, like, okay, will this work? And most of the time, Al, if we're talking about the margin of Blacklist International, at some points he was letting the torn apart memory early on. They were out of position on how to give them good setups. So this was the challenge on how will they pull off something against a Joy. And for this, maybe could be respected again for game number 3.
That's right. You mentioned earlier how the early Radiant armor pickups for Blacks International was skewing their economy.
Yes.
El Cuago de la Muerte wasn't making much dinero. It was so
Amazing name.
hard for that carry to actually come through. Rather, that Brody to come through in game 2. And again, that's why the torn apart memory just wasn't dealing enough damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What Nexplay EVOS did here is gonna live in my head rent-free for a while. It's a testament. Again, this is what we talked about. Well, Nexplay EVOS. Again, they didn't make it to the playoffs. It was a difficult season, but we got to see flashes of brilliance from this young squad who's dreamt of making it to the MPL for a very long time. We're very familiar with their story now, and again, if they don't win this series, they could look back at this series and that specific game number 2 and be damn proud of what they did.
Hey,
They should.
I foresee myself and many young children playing MLBB going like, yo, this is what Goyong and Brusco did. Let's play Selena and Cho. And that already is priceless.
It's a tag team, like how you manage to see WrestleMania and all of these people coming together and having those duos working with Nexplay EVOS. Maybe that's one way of, like, we're not seeing some of the silver linings of the Nexplay EVOS that could be considered for game number 3? Because as well we know this one, is there something on how Blacklist really executed? Because they did score even by just 1 point in this game.
No, they couldn't execute. Their executions were getting shut down incredibly hard. And another thing I wanted to point out is that it's funny because at one point they shifted their duties. It ended up becoming Boyet assigned to Edward split pushing, and then it became Ding assigned to Oh My Venus to stop the Numenon blasts. And I don't know if that was a call made before the game started, if it was a mid-game thing where they said, hey, Ding, can you just control and interrupt the Numenon blast when you can? Get us the vision, try to disrupt them. It was such a good call for Nexplay EVOS to do that. And to do that on the fly, if it was on the fly, is all the more impressive.
Well, let's see how will they adjust, because if Blacklist International concerned with their own comfort picks, I say they want to shake something a bit. Because in game number 2, Nexplay EVOS was on the favor of being in the blue side. So let's see who has the advantage of getting first pick in game number 3. The Joy probably could be respected this time around. Okay, Blacklist back in the blue side from game number 1.
We have to discuss the story of the points. Going into this, Blacklist International 23, RSG 21. Currently, Blacklist International is sitting at 24.
Hello,
If they hit 25, the max RSG can get is 24. Blacklist secures the 3rd seed. However, if Nexplay EVOS wins this game number 3, and if later on RSG sweeps Echo 2-0, we're going to be getting tiebreakers, folks.
Oh, no. Still a possibility.
Still a possibility.
We are still in that timeline.
Yeah. But as we look at the draft right now, still similar bans despite it being in separate sides here. Nexplay EVOS earlier on banned the 1-1 Estes and Joy. This time they respect the Diggy.
Yeah, it was a hell of a problem in game number 1. How do you manage impure-age pokes and have coverage at the same time of the map? Now let's see if Black International steals the Joy for themselves. Could be still in the XP lane or the jungler. How was Wise' performance on the Joy? Did we see him use the Joy yet?
No, we haven't seen the Jungle Joy from Wise. The Joy for Blacklist usually goes to Edward, and he's had a good performance there as well. And look at that.
The respect.
Pure and utter respect by Blacklist to not give the Selena. Now, earlier on, Blacklist International actually banned out the Claude. So now that might actually be an open pick for Nexplay EVOS as the 3rd pick if it gets to that scenario.
That's how impactful the Boy General was in game 2.
Amazing. The coverage, the stuns, and how you burst down and
yeah.
have the -1 on a team who's strong, who has a stronghold on defense and even setups. That's how you deal with this. So now the ban is on the Joy. They were thinking Agent Zero could get it.
Well,
Being the blue side.
1-1 is open. Is Blacklist going to pick up the 1-1?
Oh, no. Is Owl going to fly?
If
That's a good one.
If 1-1, yes it does. If 1-1
Yes, he
gets
will.
picked up by Blacklist, no wonder why they took out the suppress. This could be a Farsa pickup and later on a Brody pickup for Nexplay EVOS.
It's all about AoE coverage and burst. That's how you deal with this first strong pick of Blacklist. Available also for Valentina for this one, but Forge is a good one. A good call, rather, for Nexplay.
Safer to just pick up the Farsa again.
Yeah.
One of the most straightforward solutions to a 1-1 running
Farsa.
roughshod is just blasters.
Yeah.
Pew pew. Yeah,
Pew, pew.
that's yeah. Some of her skins go pew pew.
Yeah. I guess
hope
it
it goes
depends
back.
on the skin. Yeah.
Yeah, but it depends on what skin could they use. But going
Farsa
back to their
glue?
glue could be open,
Okay.
but okay, Lolita.
And Arlot?
Good counter for the 1-1 and an Arlet. So EXP Rome priority on Nexplay EVOS for this one.
Yeah.
They like how Ding used the Arlot earlier.
Yeah.
Because again, that's a lot of tools that Ding has at his disposal. So I get it. And again, you're not racing for the Farsa because you can go pick up the Valentina even on the swing back.
Yeah.
So
and
this is
There are still options there.
reasonable.
A lot of room here for Nexplay EVOS, so which would be a question for Blacklist. I'd love to see them pick up a Valentina. Them having a Numenon Blast and or a Final Slash on their side.
And or a Feathered Airstrike.
And or a Feathered Airstrike later on would be great for Blacklist at this point. So
It's like Christmas for you.
yeah,
Go ahead,
Valentina,
open.
Valentina Glue sounds good. There's the glue.
we have a checklist on Edward and also
They
Faramis.
pick it up because it was still open and they just wanted to make sure the glue wasn't countered.
okay. a safer choice, I guess?
Yeah.
Claude.
Okay. Go ahead. We have a
Claude,
Shredder
Do
needed
it.
for NXPE EVOS.
Do it. That's 2 answers to the Cult Altar, and then Bob's your uncle. Or the Valentina. They can also pick up the Valentina here.
Might
Or
be
the Farsa. Oh, no!
It depends on the option.
There you go.
Valentina,
Right.
yeah. I think that's why Blacklist drafted this way, other than the fact it's a counter. It's like telling Nexplay EVOS, please pick up the Valentina. We don't want to go up against a Farsa. So,
Yep.
there we go. Gold laner here might be the 4th pickup for Nexplay EVOS. They can go ahead and pick it up because they know the matchups. Claude makes the most sense. In the big picture, in the small picture, carry into a 1-1 is usually good for the 1-1. But if Nexplay EVOS consider picking up the carry for that glue, they're gonna have to help Doming in lane.
Okay. Because at some point from those two games, we've seen how Doming being independent in terms of getting his items in. So this gives a way for Blacklist to have an advantage of a 2-man in the gold lane.
Yeah, double gold lane here for Nexplay EVOS. Not to even force a double gold lane for Blacklist International, but I'm trying to think what Blacklist might consider pairing here because that Faramis skin still go to the hands of Oh My Venus. Blacklist don't give them Melissa. So it's either going to be up to the Brody Carrier Claude as the pick here for Nexplay EVOS. If they really want to be super conservative about it, they can just pick it last, and then they'll pick their jungler already here.
There's only so much ban slots, and Blacklist already has their gold laner.
Yeah.
So it's easy pickings for Doming.
Man, Fredrin and Akai still open for both junglers of both teams right now. Could be either of those.
This rarely happens.
Yeah.
That both teams don't have a jungler yet going into the second phase.
But what a better way to have or cover your cards against Blacklist. This is one way of dealing on where the Mind Jinx is going. So, down out the Farsa.
It feels like a setup for either a Brody or a carry at this point.
Yeah, a safe passage for the marksman.
And again, they're really just respecting the possibility that this is going to be a roam Faramis for Oh My Venus. And
Faramis.
Faramis.
So, what are they forcing Yue into?
A
What's
savior.
left? Savior?
Yeah, in terms of like what he's picked throughout the
And
season.
they're going to compromise the Savior. They're going to pressure him hard.
Yeah. And so it might become a savior and then a baksha for Wise later on.
Okay, opening up the books, because as we know how Yue went into the season, it's just only in the mid lane role. So possibly opening up the books that could be in favor of Nexplay EVOS lineup. So will they reveal their jungler now or their marksman?
I am partial to the jungler here first.
Yeah.
Protect Doming.
Yeah. Don't make Doming your main condition here. For their jungle, Fredrin and Akai, the names that were used to are still available. They want someone who can because of those are open, it has to be one of those. Maybe even the Martis, but he's fallen out a little bit.
Okay, so we have the Martis open for Nexplay. The jungle is now the best option for this red side advantage. So let's see how will they go. It is the marksman instead.
All right.
For Nexplay EVOS, a Leslie. How's this?
It's a little bit more steady in terms of the damage, but what they're chasing really is the true damage plus the crit from the enhanced basic attacks, and that's what they're thinking is going to be enough to melt the glue, and at the same time just annoy the 1-1.
But they're compromising tempo.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like I honestly, when Blacklist knocks on your door, I'm not sure if Nexplay was going to be ready to answer.
And it happens again on the second phase. Fredrin on the last pick for Blacklist. And if you guys talking about how being safe the Leslie was for Nexplay EVOS, are they thinking about being having damage in range?
Oh, what if they just draft the Florin on
What's
here?
Goyong gonna play? What's Yue gonna
Oh,
play?
there it is. It is a savior.
All right, there you go.
Okay, right on the books. We have now a savior for Yue. One of the comfort picks as well for this mid laner up against this Nexplay EVOS. Let's see what's available for the Neon Tigers to take for a jungler pick.
Akai, honestly. It's not the Akai.
And it was banned in game number 2.
Yeah. But then there's so many things they have to consider.
The world is Boyet's oyster right now.
Yeah. Tanks a lot if they feel like they're lacking a bit on the damage, but they should be fine. They go Hayabusa.
Okay. a lot of things are open.
So the plan is to just really mess up Owl, huh?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. Owl and Yue.
Yeah, that's the play here because you don't really see Hayabusas get picked up against Fredrins often for a good reason.
Yeah. Unless your plan is to not get into him at all.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like,
nope. Hey, yo, I heard Fredrin was in the jungle. I'm not going to the
I'm
jungle,
not going
man.
there. I'm in the gold lane. I'm in the mid lane. I'm getting kills.
Especially in the early game with the Hayabusa, this really entails a question for us three right now on the desk on how will this work.
It's like a... It's not exactly like a Selena and Cho.
Nope.
But the Leslie and Hayabusa you do think of as just like kills.
That's right.
It's
Yes.
just kills.
Right, straight up. But again, there's the whole dynamic of see value in me. Yamete.
Yeah, but yeah.
Right? It's like, no, I don't want that. Like,
I've never heard that voice line.
between between Fredrin and Hayabusa don't want none.
Yeah, no one. You're not gonna go anywhere near the
Not
jungle.
at all.
No.
One little taunt, one little knockup will mess up the Hayabusa.
You are down.
Can't escape with a shadow kill. So that's one way to put it in a voiceover. Thank you so much, Liam, for doing that.
Yeah, no, because again, Hayabusa has been changed to speak Japanese now, right? Most skins will speak Japanese. And look at this, Nexplay EVOS starting up strong. This is how game one looked like. Game one looked like mid-aggression for Nexplay EVOS.
Yeah. Split and kill. Mid-aggression, split and kill. That's Nexplay EVOS again. It's like they've taken the core, one of the core ideas of the draft of game number 2 and just adjusted it a little bit for game number 3.
Okay, so we see how they could evolve from game number 1. So let's see how will they make it through this. With early game pokes, Boyet.
Look, man, he's struggling. He's struggling right now. His jungle's getting invaded. And
Wise.
This is exactly the voice lines. This is what's happening. He's like, Wise knows he is the alpha in the situation.
see value in me? Yeah, but
Right?
I gotta change the language settings in my game.
Yeah, I will too. Like after this match, I would. So now for this time, so we see how Nexplay EVOS rotates in 3 and aiding a Boyet because we thought about, oh, look at this.
Oh, Goyong in trouble. Forced to use the flicker. There's the pull. Yue gets the kill. This early on. Plans not going as planned for Nexplay EVOS.
Yeah, that was a miscalculation by Nexplay EVOS. They had the info that the members of Blacklist were coming to the mid lane, that they were still got out of position, a little bit too out of under turret. How and why did that happen is
This
question
is-
that'll be stuck in my head for a while now.
This might not be a good time to over or underestimate the possibilities of hesitating on who's going to strike first. Because if you're in the early game danger, Nexplay EVOS, they might want to respect it.
Oh, up top. This seems to be part of the plan, right? We talked about how much pressure Nexplay EVOS would be putting on Owl, but just the same, they traded the opportunity to do that for a turtle, putting Blacklist ahead by about 400, 500 gold, 2 minutes, 30 seconds in.
Yeah, that Leslie has a really quick power spike. Don't underestimate
Oh,
it!
in comes Ding, stunning Yue. He gets away though, spending his flicker.
I'm waiting to see the big team fights. If Nexplay EVOS will actually be able to handle the 1-1. 1-1 glowing this season. Of course, top banned hero in MPL Philippines Season 11. And the times we've seen her, she doesn't have a perfect record, but it's almost there.
Depends on who has it, or
Yeah.
whose player has it. And because you're talking about how Leslie could have a good power spike early game, maybe that's one thing. Because we were talking about, we might see Nexplay EVOS aiding the gold lane now. It seems like the con here is being with Boyet most of the time that Blacklist could take advantage of.
Yeah, we aren't seeing a lot of ganks just yet, though.
There's a Mystic Field set in. Brusco and Goyong pushing away Wise. I wonder if they saw V. This is a great angle for the pull. Here comes Wise
Obviously,
with the
V.
knock-up and the taunt. V threatening a pull. Brusco stands his ground.
Okay, so the Mystic Field has been coming up big right now for Blacklist International, especially Yue. The sequence earlier where they landed that first kill, Nexplay EVOS were caught out by a Mystic Field. There's a good rotation by Blacklist up top, 3 versus 2, but with the turtle close to spawning, and Owl having to go back, they go downwards now.
Oh no, Boyet gets caught out. The Queen and the King forces out a shadow from Boyet. He's not making the most of this Master Assassin emblem. It's so hard to be Boyet right now.
Yeah, high and dry right now. You would be rocking if somebody's alone in the camp of Blacklist. But as rotating in 3 and 2, that makes you a bit of a problem to deal with your damage. So now pressure's on top lane. Owl has been receiving good pokes from the Leslie.
Oh, here comes Boyet. Pull in the shadow kill on the Owl. Oh, quad shadow out. Mission unsuccessful for this Hayabusa.
Yeah, that's the game plan here. And knowing that they do have a Fredrin jungle, Blacklist send Wise alone, and that he'll have advantage there. Let's see if Boyd will be able to get there in time, because Wise and Edward might be able to secure their second turtle of the game for Blacklist.
Oh, in comes a Brusco, serving up the kill. Wise does get the turtle, but Owl goes down. I wonder if Nexplay EVOS can capitalize. V very low, does not have a cult altar. Here comes Edward from the side. An angle found. Split, grab. Brusco gets a pass. Yue blasting him. Puts up a wall. No Mystic Field just yet. Oh, there's a Dawning Light thrown down bottom, trying to clear that wave away from Ding. Nexplay EVOS owning the lower half of the map.
Talking about gold lane pressure and advantage, that's just Nexplay EVOS. Leslie, you're right, Redmar. It's this power spike that we're dealing about with Doming.
Yeah, once he gets that Berserker's Fury, it is on for a Leslie. And right now, Edward gets caught out.
Here we go. He still wants more. Here comes Wise and the taunt, forcing out a shadow kill from Boyet. Deals a lot of damage, but not quite enough to force back Blacklist International. Oh, because of this, Nexplay EVOS able to get, what, a 700 gold lead? Ding still alive? Wise and Edward get their man. Down goes Ding.
What a pull.
Meanwhile, here up top is a 3 versus 2.
Oh, Doming just wailing away at this top lane, tier 1. No one home. The pull from Oh My Venus, not gonna happen. Just like that, Nexplay EVOS making moves. They've pushed 2 tier 1s.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're going for, the advantage, is the push. Yeah. Because in terms of team fights right now, they're giving way for Boy to cross the bridge.
Yeah, the perfect condition for Nexplay EVOS was if they also got turtles, but we did mention earlier that we might not see contests from Nexplay EVOS, considering it's a Hayabusa versus Fredrin. So this is the next best condition for Nexplay EVOS. Win the side lanes, and they did just that. They built a good lead for their marksman. Domeng is too painful right now for Al to handle.
Pop in the shadow kill. So far, it's working out for Boyet despite picking a Hayabusa into a Fredrin. Down bottom, Ding gets grabbed right into the clutches of Yue and Wise. Not very long for the world. This Arlott still vengeancing on throughout, surviving for 2 seconds more. That Appraiser's Wrath taken down, Ding. And now up top, it's Owl taking hits from Doming. V blocks that last shot. And they're taking their time. Look at that bush. There's a lot in there. It's Brusco and Boyet. They know V is recalling back. They give over that last turtle. Boyet and Doming just keeping up the farm.
I really thought Nexplay EVOS would force the issue there up top, knowing that Edward and Wise were securing the turtle together. I'd like to see Nexplay EVOS, if they really want to win this game, they need to be more assertive. And if they have the information, if it's only Owl and Oh My Venus in lane, maybe you and nearby, but you already have you at check, you know Edward and Wise are far, they have enough room to try and blow out all their ultimates, try to get a pick off, maybe convert into a turret. If not, then they back off.
Okay. Maybe right now they're trying to hesitate on some points if they can actually have an advantage on damage. And just Blacklist capitalizing on these mistakes is working well on trapping them in tight corners, just like this, in contesting objectives, because Nexplay EVOS didn't have any turtle off this game, and probably investing on damage for Doming and Ding as well.
Yeah, and then I guess in the grander scheme of things, that means Boyet will play cleanup. Boyet will essentially finish off those that Doming put down very low. And so far, I'm on board. I think that works.
Yeah.
It checks out.
They just shouldn't hesitate with pulling the trigger on that. They can. The game isn't so far that Blacklist will be able to sustain through a lot of things. If they decide to pull that play, they can. It's a sure 1 or 2 kills for Nexplay EVOS. They just really shouldn't hesitate to do that.
Oh,
it sort of feels like they're also overthinking that they're up against a Faramis. That's why they're so cautious.
That too.
Well, instead of being cautious heading into mid game, if you're a Faramis, that is the best way of enjoying your ultimates and region for your team. Is that of a way of becoming a bomb again?
Oh
my look at that!
Doming in the middle of 3. Oh My Venus threatening the pull. The Queen will not take down the head of state of domination. Turtle spawns. Rather Lord now. That's how slow-paced the early game has been for this game 3. They're jockeying for position. Abunjing sent down bottom.
I wish I was Doming sometimes. Head of state, founder, and namesake of a whole nation.
Doming Nation.
Doming Nation. Look at that already. Twilight Armors, because they're up against a Leslie for Edward and Wise.
Great way to balance the defense here from then on. Next News would really want to have this First Lord on their hands. A reset just happened.
Oh!
They're trying on Edward.
Edward put out about 2/3 of his health. He's going to be okay. Sustain a lot of that. Why? He's going to go for the pull. Oh my Venus, just the same. Brusco, very low. Forced to use the flicker. And the grab. Numenon Blast. Cancelled out. An early called Alter. Goyong still alive. Oh, Owl takes to the skies. Yue deals a lot of damage. Taken down Ding. And now Wise got his eyes on Goyong up top. Doming. It's Edward on him. Can Goyong survive? Wise with the taunt! And there's the grab, there's the knockup! Yet he still survives! Edward left to come in! And the pass! But Doming going to finish the job. Trades left and right, bodies at the floor, and all this while Blacklist happy to take this major objective to go for the Lord.
Nexplay EVOS caught with their pants down. The Lord on to Blacklist. Those are not the engagements you want, but we are now at that point where most likely those are the engagements that Nexplay EVOS are gonna get. The window that they've built themselves for early to mid domination, fast scaling has now closed. This time in the game now leans towards Blacklist's lineup.
This is their time now to strike if we were Nexplay, because at some point the setups on how Oh My Venus is dealing with the Shadow Stampede is also a game changer for Blacklist to have or take an advantage of. They haven't got, or Nexplay EVOS haven't got one important member down from those team fights. And that is keeping Wise alive and getting those objectives.
And Francis, that's what makes this such a paradox. It's such a weird situation to see your team down on kills, ahead of major objectives, yet you're rocking a Leslie, a Hayabusa, and a Valentina. You're supposed to be winning these engages. You're supposed to be turning kills into objectives. You're supposed to be converting, but they seem to be taking objectives first.
Yeah. Again, it's one of the traits of Nexplay EVOS that has not gone well for them is that sometimes they're overly cautious.
Oh.
That's what we're getting. But this is a good call by Boya to open up the map this way. And with how it's going, it's not that big a lead for Blacklist, but it's going to be a slightly similar story to game number 1, where you'll just see Nexplay EVOS try to open the map and play guerrilla warfare elsewhere. They need to make the most out of their Leslie, though. There's a lot of damage. If they can get a pick off, start a skirmish that's either 3v3, 4v3 if they can, then back off. Those are their best plays. Full 5v5s, a little bit too difficult.
Oh, Ding comes in, false engage there. 3 members of Nexplay EVOS catch the face full of dawning light. Something else to note, throughout this 12-minute game, Yue has been left untouched. This is something dangerous that Nexplay EVOS should note. Now Edward catches one, there's the knockup. Brusco setting up a Numenon Blast, no one home. The grab, the pass! Ding! Saved by the Cult Alter. Owl Airlines is taken off. And here's a Cult Alter of their own, Blacklist International, another dawning light coming in from Yue.
That was a complete setup from Nexplay EVOS, and Yue, or Brusco rather, had the flicker to advance that Numenon Blast.
Yeah, he didn't commit it. He didn't know if the other members of Blacklist would be within range. There's the Hayabusa going. Just sent them back. Look at that dawning light.
Half HP. Ow.
Oh my goodness.
And that last shadow was where Boyet went, and that's where Yue threw it too.
Yeah.
Talking about anticipation.
He knew.
Lined him up.
Lined it up perfectly. Who's going to get this purple buff? Boyet will need it for his Haya.
Grand Theft Purple, the attempt, and
oh, it goes to Wise.
Successful!
Successful
right in their
GTP.
face.
Oh no, this is not looking good, man. For this side of Nexplay EVOS on having the advantage in this point, they're hesitating again.
Wise is guilty, 1 count of GTP.
Oh no.
We're also seeing though one of the hopes for Nexplay EVOS is the timing of Brusco's bulwarks have actually nullified a good amount of damage that Owl could have potentially brought out. So there's that assignment kicked in. But again, this is, we mentioned it earlier, this is the window of Blacklist they will shine in, and that it will be difficult for Nexplay EVOS to fight around. It will take an incredibly smart initiation or counterpunch.
Boyet forced use!
Flicker.
The shadow kill, but then they get caught out. There's a stun, saving him for just a while longer. But down goes Goyong. He gets taken down, ran through, trampled by Blacklist International. Check bottom though. Doming. Is he gonna get caught out by Agent Zero? The answer is no. He gets away with it. But all this while, Nexplay EVOS have been delaying the inevitable. Blacklist have had their eyes on this Luminous Lord. About 2 minutes since.
Was that worth it? I mean, that was a good setup that Doming or Bruce was aiming for, and they have a different plan.
We'll find out if Blacklist gets this Lord. We'll find out mere moments away. Brusco gets boxed out of this major objective. Again, the dawning lights alone are enough to throw off Nexplay EVOS. Blacklist scores a Luminous.
In their time, in their window, Blacklist comfortable. We were talking about how that Savior could be just eating up a lot of damage from Nexplay EVOS early on, but because Nexplay couldn't find Yue and deliver early kills onto him, Yue is happy right now with how things are going for Blacklist, freely tossing out Dawning Lights and Mystic Fields.
Man, Mr. Consistent, no deaths. 2-0-4 Yue on the Savior, rocking with a new skin. Now ultimate snipe, trying to get vision, not enough for the damage.
2,400 gold difference between Edward and Ding. Ding has had a difficult time this game, and Blacklist even very familiar with where Boyd will want to position himself.
Dude,
had to sidestep that.
Yue on the total damage, ranking 1.
I get now the comparison between Yue and Haji. Haji plays the Savior very similarly.
Yeah.
He knows exactly where to throw the ult. Now bottom. This is dangerous. Nexplay EVOS. Still have the Lord. Oh, it's gonna just barely miss the crash into that lower half, the bottom lane inhibitor. Here comes a shadow kill coming in from Boya, trying to save this tier 2 in mid. No dice. And just like that, Blacklist still marching on through. The Mystic Field stops Boyet from coming in through. Brusco gets caught out. Blacklist slowly but surely, methodically pushing in.
Bruce can find an angle more and more so as Blacklist covers a lot of entrances from their base. Oh! Did he steal?
Oh,
no!
stolen again.
Right in the face of Boyet.
Good news, bad news. He didn't die, but also he did get a buff.
Oh, Boyet. Difficult time. I mean, this is what we expected of this matchup. Already a fleeting time has been built for Oh My Venus, so even faster access to the Cult Altar for Blacklist International. All across the board. The shining hope for Nexplay EVOS is that Doming is farmed up, but Boyd might get caught here.
It's that interaction once more. Wise coming in, forces it through. Shadow saving Boyet. That Dawning Light
blinds you and damages you and pushes you back to the base. Brusco, on the other hand, he needs a good access and angle, but he doesn't have the immortality yet. Could be shrink down on half HP, but if he makes it work with no hesitations, just like what he can do right now, that could work. And Black is only almost 5.6k.
Conceal. Conceal play. They're trying to find an angle. Ding with the final slash. Catch a face full of crossbows from Owl. And there's a flicker spent in by Goyong. A Dawning Light taking them down to about half health. There's a Numenon Blast stunning Wise, forcing out a Cult Altar from the Queen as they back out. That was a valiant effort, a good show of force.
Okay, trying to find new avenues to take it, but that was Wise only caught by the Numenon Blast. But the damage needs to count for. In those kinds of team-based opportunities, you need to go all in.
Nexplay EVOS. Prime position here for Boyet, who finally gets his purple buff to steal the Lord. Can they go Blacklist with a massive lead?
They conceal from the back. They find an angle, and now it's pandemonium. Yue left to go ahead and get free hits, but all this while it was Owl. Target acquired. Brusco still alive. Then now Edward gets the grab right in their face. Yue, it's his turn to go down. Gonna catch a few beats. One more, and they're short. This time Boyet was working on the Lord. What? Ding gets a kill. Doming gets a kill. Oh my V gonna fall, get his immortality pop. Edward get 3 in the middle and get his immortality pop. It's his turn. Bruce is gonna take down the Queen. She falls as well. Oh my wamo. Shinderu. Boyet.
Wipeout. Secured. Passive for the Faramis. Fast respawn. Nexplay gets the Lord. The Hail Mary conceal play despite Blacklist in good position and with a 5k gold lead. Nexplay have found a way. They have found the way. Bad Boy Boyet is now
Triple.
ranked first in total Lord kills with 41. And then NXPE, can they actually do it? Can they actually win this?
Triple B, Bad Boy Boyet. Oh, four-man defense still.
This Evolved Lord gonna crash on through, taking down bottom lane inhibitor. Nexplay EVOS, 4 members are here. 4 as well from Blacklist. Respect the damage that Nexplay EVOS can output. There's a Dawning Light
back
clearing
off.
the wave. This is a clear side. Nexplay EVOS, get out of there. Doming takes down Wise, forcing out a Cult Altar. Oh, the wave is clear. The Lord is taken down. Blacklist still breathing. Nexplay EVOS respecting that fact. They get out of their base.
And just as that, the tables have turned to the Neon Tigers to strike back. 2K gold lead, and they pushed Blacklist in their own base and got nowhere to go, and minions pushing in all top 3 lanes.
They're still in control here. Can they? Will they?
Oh, they're down a man. The King not here, not present to defend. Oh, and that's just a lot of damage staying in. The Numenor Blast catches the ball down, goes Owl, and the base is up next. Nexplay EVOS close out their season with a victory.
Evolution is a mystery. Line in the sand drawn. They end a heartbreaking season with an unforgettable victory. A reverse sweep against Blacklist International. NXPE wins 2-1 from out of nowhere. Neon Tiger striking like a viper.
And even on their last roar, smiling up, head up high, remembering where they came from, and remembering that mentality, the confidence and the courage to not back down. And they just disrupted the code today.
Just to put this into context, ladies and gentlemen, this is a rookie lineup coming in to close off their season by defeating the defending champions.
That's a moment for them. Our defending champions, though, will take the bow. A valiant effort by them. They were in control. They dominated Game 1. They bounced back well from a dominating NXP performance in Game 2 to take control of Game number 3. But out of nowhere, just like that, they were caught off guard with brilliant play, a concealed engagement in the Lord from Nexplay.
And they had all the reasons to be doubted. I as well have to admit,
Count me in.
I put quite a bit on Boyet for picking the Hayabusa into the Fredrin.
Yeah.
The 1-1 being given to Owl here, I could have sworn right then and there, that should be a sign. But they played right through it. The fact that UA were throwing out these dawning lights, again, on, as you mentioned, Francis, the Jujutsu Kaisen skin was something else, right?
Amazing.
If not only visually, but even mentally, there has to be some effect there. But just like that,
Wow.
Shooting Gallery is loving it. They are here for Nexplay EVOS.
We have to point out here, again, we mentioned earlier how in the early to mid game, that window for Nexplay EVOS, let's say they made 70% of it. But for the 30% that could have been an even bigger lead for Nexplay EVOS, they didn't. They hesitated, they overthought if they should engage or not, which opened up Blacklist timers in the mid-game when they can roam as 5, and that it's so difficult for Nexplay EVOS to contest the major objectives. But then in the end, the very end, where we feel like, where Blacklist was in the lead, that's when Nexplay EVOS finally decided, hey, I think we should do this. And it worked out for them somehow.
We've seen hesitations heading into the mid-game, and most of the time, it's Brusco missing the points that, they're all here.
Yeah.
And to the last point, maybe somebody in the comm scream like, hey, stop doing this and start not messing things up and go for everything that you can. And that worked.
Yeah, let's just do this. Just do it. And they did.
Not overthinking anything. Just go straight and just do you and work well for Nexplay EVOS.
They made, as the great Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote, they took their shot. And that's all you need sometimes. They were hesitant, again, as we mentioned, all throughout. For a majority, I have to admit, for a majority of this, 20-minute game? 20-something like that? They were messy. But again, I think it's that fact that made this win all the more possible. Because, again, as Blacklist, again, you were calling the shots. You were dictating the pace all throughout. Who are you to say, yo, are they going to do this? It looks like they are, and too late. At some point, it was just too late.
Yeah, there was something about how that concealed play went that it felt like Blacklist didn't see that until the very last moment. Because they popped the conceal in the shrub closer to the purple buff of Nexplay EVOS, but then you saw, even though Brusco was right beside the other members of Blacklist still in conceal, Blacklist were still there just like poking the Lord, like, oh, where are they? Oh, he's right here! It feels like that. That's what happened.
Mayday!
They're right here!
And how do you manage to pull that off if you're looking for vision? But right now, hats off for Nexplay EVOS. Now let's call in Mara Aquino with their winning moment on stage.
Nexplay EVOS ended the regular season on a great note. Your last game. Congratulations for this win. Na-reverse sweep nyo ang ating defending champs. Not only that, na 17-1 nyo pa. How is this experience for you? At anong napatunayan nyo with this last series? What do you think?
Ano po, sobrang saya po namin kasi, ayun nga po, na 17-1 namin sila kasi nalalaro na namin yung laro namin, na-pick namin yung hero nila na di talaga namin napipick. Kasi syempre, pressure din po talaga sa player. Kaya yun, parang itong laro po na to, yun, nababalik namin yung laro namin kung ano yung laro talaga namin. Kasi wala na rin po pressure syempre. Tsaka yung tiwala na lang din po namin sa sarili namin kahit hindi naman namin na-practice. Yun, nilaro na lang po namin kung ano yung nilalaro talaga namin. Kaya siguro gumana ng ganun.
Okay, Bad Boy Boyan, ano ba dapat na-expect namin sa'yo for next season?
Abangan nyo mas matindi kami next season. Eh ngayon wala pasensya na lang muna.
Mas matindi next season. Ikaw, sayang 17-0 sana. Ba't ka kasi nagpakamatay eh?
Nasisip ko na lang po tower lock na kasi para manalo baka matalo pa makambak. Kaya tinutori ko na kahit wala akong damage.
Kaya to make sure, pero oh my gosh, konting seconds na lang. Perfect na sana, but job well done. And hey, you were able to use your Selena. People don't know top 1 siya, top 1 sa Philippines. How is it like nagamit mo yung comfort hero mo finally for the last game?
Masaya kasi nung sa amateur scene namin parang yun yung madalas kong gamitin. Tapos sa MPL, since nawala siya sa meta, parang naisip ko na hindi na muna siya i-spam. Tapos ngayon, nabalik ko to sa MPL para nanalo pa kami.
And very effective.
Yun, very
Something talaga to watch out for next season. And Banoobs, all eyes were on this team coming into MPL. It was a roller coaster ride. Pero you guys ended it with a bang. What can you say about your Season 11 experience? And what do you have to say to all the supporters talaga nagtitiwala sa inyo?
Actually, una, gusto ko pong pasalamatan sa lahat ng tumanggap sa team namin. Thank you po. Sa mga nagtiwala, sa Amphers, thank you so much. Sa Skygo, sobrang dami naming na-experience dito na di mo may expect na makakaabot kami ng kahit ganito. Kahit na nalaglag kami, at least Blacklist is our inspiration. Sinabi ko naman yan noong una. Tapos, kami na nakapalag, nanalo eventually. Sobrang laking bagay na statement para sa amin po yun. Thank you po.
And this is just the start para sa journey nyo to greatness. Congratulations once again.
Season 12, all out kami talaga.
All out for Season 12. Congratulations once again. Nexplay EVOS. You may now take your bow and take your last walk of victory. Yan ang pangako ng Nexplay EVOS na Season 12. Talagang mas itataas pa nila ang kanilang lakas, and they're really happy how they ended their final match on such a great note, reverse sweeping the defending champs. Hihimayin natin ang laban na yan, kaya babalikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
That's one way of waking up from a nightmare throughout the regular season. Nexplay EVOS, where was this? Throughout the weeks that we were waiting for them to rise up and wake up, and from this moment on, no more hesitations, taking the chance, and that's how you make a dent and end with a bang.
With this last game by Nexplay EVOS, I am definitely looking forward to their comeback in Season 12. But for now, GG well played, and thank you.
Man, I am still lost for words on how that match went. But Renmar, I know you have more to say about this. How did things go for Nexplay EVOS? Go ahead and break things down for us.
All right. A big gambit that Nexplay EVOS did here. Of course, we know 1-1 how feared she is all throughout MPL Philippines Season 11. So they decided to draft heroes and a lineup that isn't a direct answer to the 1-1, but something theoretically could disrupt the 1-1 in the early game. Of course, the Leslie 1-1 matchup. Kudos here to Domeng for playing that incredibly well and maximizing the poke damage that he could dish out onto the 1-1 before Al could even like set him up for the marks and to maybe even get be on the receiving end of a crossbow of Tang. They also drafted the Lolita so that they have someone on their lineup who could potentially block the damage from Al, which again, it came up a lot. But even though this was a lineup designed to reduce the effectiveness of the 1-1, the question was if Nexplay EVOS would be able to execute it in the early game, which the answer is for now, no, they were not able to completely. Again, early game, they did pressure Al. But in the third turtle of the game, Nexplay EVOS didn't commit the top gank onto Owl and Oh My Venus. At that point of the game, they were already pushing towards the second tower up top in the lane of Owl, who was still trying to catch up on the farm. But because they were overthinking, it looks like they were very cautious around the Faramis, around the savior, rather, of Yue, plus knowing that Edward and Wise could potentially catch up. But even though at that moment they knew Edward and Wise were at the third turtle, that was the last bit of information they got. So even though they had all the information they needed to gank top lane to solidify their early game victory, even though they weren't getting turtles because their condition is to stop Owl and delay him and open up the map, at least the gold lane with 2 turrets down, it became Blacklist window. And Blacklist windows, Blacklist timers for the Lord fights. Now, this increased the pressure onto Domeng on this Leslie, who ended the game 6-0-1. Because as we saw, the moment he got his hands there on the Berserker's Fury, and because of how Leslie works with her true damage being able dished out, as long as she gets her enhanced basic attack up, her damage after the first item is already great, and it's a cooldown reduction focused Leslie as well, really maximizing, utilizing the first skill, basic attack. Once it's off, cooldown again, first skill, basic attack, because it really hurts, even giving Edward and Wise a bit of problems there when they couldn't take Domeng down. And because of how Blacklist International capitalized on Nexplay's early to mid-game hesitations, well, we saw them in control for most of the game. The hesitations by Nexplay onto the gold lane of Al meant that they weren't also able to take down Yue, hence why the Dawning Lights were the problem for NXPE. No business for Boyet to do what he did in the capacity that he did. As Leo told me behind the scenes here, on that Hayabusa going up against a Fredder. Now in this crucial Lord fight, this was the beautiful concealed play. They were able to get Al down just in time. Wise was brought down low. They had to readjust their positioning, although he was still close enough to go for the retribution. But with what Brusco and Ding were doing to send Wise back, Blacklist were sent back by Nexplay. Nexplay continued the streak of kills, and then they secured the Lord, and then eventually they'd win out of this sequence. Nexplay EVOS didn't make the most out of their early to mid-game condition, but they made up for it with a Hail Mary conceal play wherein, just like in Game 2, where it felt like everything was just clicking for Nexplay, in the last moment, the last play of the game-winning moment, everything clicked for Nexplay EVOS, gentlemen.
That's pressure being accepted by the Neon Tigers' last roar, giving them a chance to see like, hey, we're coming at you Season 12 hot and ready.
Now, in hindsight, watching the highlights and looking at the time frame, it seemed like that comeback from Nexplay EVOS happened slowly, but suddenly, all at the same time, just as well.
Yeah.
Now, that's a quote from the John Green book, The Fault in Our Stars from 2012.
Ooh, yeah,
Okay.
I remember that, even the OST. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a break on the match. This is one serious thing to remember. The last day of registration is on April 26th for your sim. That's just what you can see in our screens. do not even disregard the fact that on April 26th, you forgot to register your SIM. Everything you work for, everything you save, your ODPs, all your social media profiles, or even your passwords, even payments, and even your MLB account could be gone. That's how your SIM matters with Smart. So be sure to register on or before April 26th, which will be the last day of registration. Again, everything will be gone if you forgot. You have a reminder right now to keep on doing your thing and do not forget. Everything will be gone. And register your SIM card now at smart.com.ph/SIMREC. You know what to do. On or before April 26th, register your SIM.
I've done it.
Same as well.
Yeah.
I did it too.
I think a lot of
We're
us
safe here.
have done it here. But please don't forget to do it.
Yeah. We have an ad for that. It's an amazing ad that you guys need to see on the commercial. But going back on our match,
It's a good warning.
it's a warning. It's all on black, white, and red. Now going for our next match of the day, we have RSG Philippines and ECHO, talking about two champions heading on for the possible last match of the season.
MSC champion, M4 champion?
Oh, it's gonna be hot. Gonna be hot.
Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I'm OSXley and Renmar. Stay tuned.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number?
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Welcome back, everybody! You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. Now, after NXPE reverse swept Blacklist International, we are down to the final series of the regular season. Now, 4 weeks back in their first meeting, Nats revealed how much he looks up to Sanford. And that respect manifested not only through his words, but his actions as well inside the land of Dawn. And today, as the reigning kings of Southeast Asia go up against the reigning world champs, can Sanford repay the same amount of respect that Nats got for him? This is going to be the last series of this regular season, and it's going to be an interesting fight. This is ECHO versus RSG Slate Philippines. Here we go, casters. Pasok.
Two defending champions are about to battle it out for playoffs advantage. ECHO has second seed secured, but on the other hand, RSG Slate Philippines has the dreams to keep their third seed alive. Will the Raiders bring down Ragnarok this time around against the Orcas for the possible last match of the regular season? Good evening, Philippines. Good evening, world. Welcome back to the English Desk. My name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Renmar for the match of RSG Slate Philippines and ECHO this time.
Gentlemen, it's an honor to be serving with y'all for potentially the last best of three in Season 11.
Yeah, it requires a 2-0 victory from RSG against ECHO here. If that happens, we're going to be seeing the tiebreaker later on between RSG and Blacklist International.
As we enjoy the experience, you also can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.com or smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. Now, in terms of switching, who you think is going to be in the Hall of Legends for MPL Season 11, because the nominations will close on April 16. Now, as we go to our story for this matchup, again, a lot of legends showing up today. Nexplay EVOS, man, that's how you wake up. But on this time around for this match, this is all about players' advantage. So can Sanford repay Nath's respect? Because in these two teams, it's the XP laner thing that keeps on going.
Yep. Also now dubbed as the Apex Predator, Sanford came about this close to getting the MVP nod at the World Championships earlier this year, while Nats himself is a Grand Finals MVP from Season 9's playoffs. Now, with that being said, I suggest you do well to watch both of them very closely in this best of three.
Yeah, let's go back to what happened earlier this season. Nats and Sanford really they look up to each other. Sanford admits here that he looked up to Nats before Sanford really made a name for himself with ECHO. He was looking at Nats with how he played, what they did in MPL Philippines Season 9 as RSG in MSC. Sanford looks up to Nats. While at the same time, Nats gave that back. In an interview earlier this season, he mentioned that Sanford is one of the players that he looks up to himself. A lot of mutual respect between these two. And if you look at the comparison of their performance from Week 4, Day 3, however, it was Nats who got the victory against Sanford. Nats actually was crucial to the victory of RSG Slate, playing a Lapu-Lapu, and of course a Paquito showing up. Very rarely we see Paquito this season, but the Paquito that Nats played in their previous matchup against Echo got highlight reel plays, and if I'm not mistaken, even an MVP performance.
Talking about how explainers work in these two teams, dictating and pacing all with the fights. Sanford, on the other hand, this is the highlights back in the day where the regular season is moving up. Week 4, Day 3, Nats on the highlight reel.
Something about the way that the stats came through and the way that these clips will play out, right? Something says Nats might be the foil to the apex predator. Because if you're talking about the XP laner with the most kills, yes, that's Sanford. But in this game, Nats showed him who the boss was, who was on top of the food chain.
Yeah, it wasn't just Nats, it was the entirety of RSG. They gave their respect towards Sanford. The crucial adjustment that RSG did in the drafts of that series was that they made sure that Sanford didn't get his hands on a Yu Zhong, and that the rest of their lineup, whatever Sanford would pick, either it would be minimized in effectivity or would just be straight up shut down. RSG and Nats look at Sanford as someone that Echo heavily relies on with their rotations, and if they get to shut him down, then RSG looks like they might be able to replicate the results of their first meeting in the earlier half of the season.
Talking about RSG today, we have Irad now for their lineup. This might shake up things regardless on how the X-Plane matchup is going, because this changes one thing. The play style of the Raiders up against Echo.
Yeah.
They had a hard time facing the world champs, but now they're going, as they go through the reason that Coach Panda wanted, maybe this could be their way of like having a win. This is the 3rd seed, keeping it alive for RSG.
And they gotta start strong. That's the only way they can do it. Not a single game RSG can drop. So all the pressure is on the Raiders, and even more on the shoulders of the young Irad.
Yeah, RSG really need to leverage the young Irad's deep hero pool, especially with the assassin pickups in the jungle. The Fanny on the hands of Irad is respect ban worthy. That's something Echo has to watch out for. Other assassins we rarely see, but sometimes are the difference makers, such as Sling. Earlier we saw a Hayabusa picked into an unfavorable matchup, but still somehow got to have a good game. These are all heroes Irad can play and that RSG has available for them.
Let's see what's available now for our backstage pass, together with our very own Odin before our match. Go ahead, what do you have for us, girl, for tonight?
Maraming salamat, casters. Isang magandang gabi para sa inyong lahat. This is your very own Odin na nagbabalik para sa isa na namang backstage pass. At nandito tayo ngayon sa teritoryo ng mga Orcas. Ngayon tatawagin ko muna si Sanford, yung XP-laner, yung M4 World Champion. Hi, Sanford.
Hello po.
Nabasa mo naman yung message ni Nats, and I mean, alam mo na rin na sabi ni Nats, mataas ang respeto niya sa'yo as an XP laner. At your very young age, meron ka ng World Championship. Anong pakiramdam na yun yung sinabi ni Nats? Si Idol!
Masaya po kasi malakas po yun eh. Parang dati isa po siya sa mga kalaban ko na sobrang nahirapan po talaga ako.
Mataas din ang respect ni Sanford para kay Nats. And papalapit na tayo ng papalapit ngayon sa playoffs, di ba, Sanford? And sa current lineup nyo ng Echo, may nakarating ng isa sa inyo sa MSC, which is si Benny Cutie. Para sa'yo, dagdag pressure ba yon o mas motivated kayo knowing na may kasama kayong naging champion na noon ng MSC?
Mas motivated po kasi gusto po namin ipanalo lahat ng mga tournaments.
Wow! So sa paparating na playoffs, mahalaga sa inyo lahat ng laban na yon.
Opo.
Nice. So parang wala nang papalagpasing laban ngayon ang Echo. Pero kung babalikan natin, Sanford, di ba, nung unang paghaharap nyo ng RSG, sa kanila napunta yung victory, na talaga namang nag-celebrate sila, umakyat pa nga sa table si Madam Lexi nun. At ngayon, regardless sa magiging resulta ng match na ito, nandun pa rin ba yung gigil nyo sa RSG?
Siyempre po kasi isa din po sila sa mga malakas na team ngayon and gustong-gusto po talaga namin bumawi.
Wow. Babawi pa rin ang Echo kahit anong maging resulta, upper bracket, playoffs, babawi pa rin sila this game. Ngayon, Sanford, gusto ko lang mahinga ng message para kay Nats.
Good luck, Nats. Huwag mo akong durugin.
Wow! Napaka-friendly naman pala ni Sanford. Thank you, Sanford. Ngayon, tatawagin ko muna yung isa sa mga sikat na sikat ngayon sa social media, Yawi. Yes. Hi, Yawi. Hello. Nababasa namin yung mga updates mo na parang talagang medyo mainit eh, no? Meron ka bang gustong sabihin ngayon?
Gaabang hindi. Abangan nyo lang po sa playoffs.
Uy! Parang may aabangan tayo sa playoffs. Thank you, Yawi. Maraming salamat. And thank you, of course, kay Sanford. Maraming salamat, Echo. And para sa mga nanonood, this is Echo versus RSG. Medyo mainit pa rin ang labanan at naroon pa rin ang gigil. Makikita natin yan with our casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. Going back for that interview, how Sanford played, on how he answered the question. The whole of the team is really hungry to win all of the tournaments. Yes, they have get the title of the world champions, but they haven't won an MPL title yet.
I'd like to speak on behalf of the Orcas and the Kabarangays and the whole MPL community en masse. I'm pretty sure there was more Yawi wanted to say. I'm pretty disappointed. Like, I'm pretty sure he's holding something back.
You saw him holding back just a little bit. Maybe later, if ever I go get the victory. But what I also liked there was that Sanford mirrored what Nats said. When Nats was interviewed before their match earlier this season, Nats said, "Good luck to you, Sanford. Don't crush me." And then now Sanford just giving it back. It's interesting that he really still remembers that from the first half of the season. Now Sanford said earlier, "Good luck to you, Nats. Please don't crush me."
Well, it's the XP lane respect on both of each other. Like how they wanted to have their way through the journey of MPL. Now they have their chance to get that the championship title of MPL. I said this is one huge respect on how the world champ, the world class explainer Sanford is doing up against RSG. Now for the other hand, how is RSG doing with Nats this time around? With Irad, I see a tag team brewing on here.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage between those two. So if you're able to catch people off guard, especially in turtle fights, because again, XP lane is where the turtle fights happen first, then you're off to a great start.
Yeah, these two are bruisers, man.
So right now, as we feel the heat in our studio, let's call the two teams, RSG Slate Philippines and Echo, entering the stage.
Their explosiveness and deadly play style influenced the way the world plays MLBB. Orcas all over. Welcome the reigning world champions, Echo! Despite their recent struggles, the Kings of Sea managed to keep their heads above water, standing tall. Raiders and all, this is the reigning MSC champions, RSG Slate Philippines! and their coaches, Coach Theo and Coach Tic Tac. World-class teams clash in this season's closer, a best of 3.
I am feeling the heat of the entrance. The Echo, the world champs, still on their prime form, ironing those mistakes early on and heading to week number 8.
The world, specifically the drafting world, turned upside down after RSG Slate Philippines swept Echo earlier this season. Now, they will get a chance to get revenge and clap back towards RSG Slate. We know these men. We know their hero picks. We know what they're capable of. Can they change the story this time around? Carl Teasy's jungle picks. Sanford, will he get choked out again in terms of the picks? RSG Slate will be ready for that young man.
Will RSG Slate Philippines bring Ragnarok this time around with Irad for this lineup?
He's going to be joining the main 5 for a majority of Season 11. There is a record 2 games with this lineup for RSG Slate Philippines. And there is something else to note. Besides these familiar faces on your screens, the fact that it's Coach Theo who walked in via their entrance must mean something as well.
Yeah. Coach Panda entered second.
Yeah, and it seems like, well, we don't exactly know just yet what might that mean.
But Coach Panda's here.
But Coach Panda's here. He is on stage, so I believe it's also a way for Coach Theo to, get his laurels as well, so that people recognize, that Coach Theo is part of an important part of RSG as well. Now, looking at the team head-to-head, one of the crucial things that RSG Slate Philippines did earlier in their match this season was that they prioritized picks such as the Tanks a lot and even a Brody pickup from out of nowhere in the 3rd pick. To just shake up the draft towards Echo. What RSG did against Echo in the draft was legendary. Again, you have to go back and watch that series to fully understand the magnitude of what they did, because after that series, drafts all throughout the league changed in terms of priority. People realized, oh, RSG doing this means we can do that too, which means we don't need to worry about so much. And when you go back now to their overall play style, these are 2 teams who love the objectives. These are 2 teams who, although more on the side of Echo, want to get those pick-offs even before objectives start. However, RSG does take a little bit longer to ramp up, especially if they don't get the setup pick-offs they want.
Yeah, speaking of setups, the kill participation or the team fight is leaning towards the Raiders. On the other hand, it's the objectives for the Orcas. That's how they make things work in terms of their composition throughout the draft. So this time around, maybe a new way of seeing that. I see 2 players could rock on the Tanks a lot tonight.
Yep, very specifically Carl Teasy and Irad. And it's that fact that Irad is such a breath of fresh air that makes this matchup feel like it's not at all a rematch.
Yeah, it feels different enough. Like, we don't know what to expect, even though we remembered what happened last time and what that did. Now it's like, oh, what's going to happen? Are we going to see a stomp? Are we going to see tiebreakers later on? What's it going to be?
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. But at this point, again, we, as Ranmar put it on how we entered this series, 2-0 is needed for RSG to put it in a tiebreaker match against Blacklist International. Now, let's throw it over to our analyst, Sona, for our keys to victory for this match.
Maraming salamat, casters. These are the keys to victory that is going to be brought about by Infinix. Para sa Echo, kailangan nilang i-overwhelm ang RSG ng slow play style na ginagawa ng mga Raiders. So far, RSG has really been in pace to only get the objectives. Hindi sila masyadong nagpapadalos-dalos doon sa mga galaw na gusto nilang makuha, which is why they're getting not only the turrets but also the turtles and the lords in the process. Para naman sa kupunan ng RSG, beware of the Yawi bushes. Yawi, whether he uses the Cho, whether he uses other roamers, are really good types of compositions na pwede niyang gawin para makapag-pick off ng kanyang kalaban. So, minsan, pag nagkakaroon ng isang pick-off capability ang kupunan ng Echo, it will automatically go into the side of the Orcas given na lamang na sila in terms of the team fight and team play style na gusto nilang i-execute. And last but not least is to let your decorated EXP laner shine. Sabi nga ng ating head-to-head matchup, this is gonna be Sanford versus Nuts. Two of the best XP laners na meron tayo dito ngayon sa liga, and they've showed that time and time again, not only in the MPL but also in the international stage. Kaya naman yan ang ating mga keys to victory. Echo versus RSG Slate Philippines. Back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Sona. Now to go back on the keys to victory. Number one, for Echo, overwhelm RSG slow play style. Is that the last match, or how about now? Or how about yesterday?
Despite the injection of Irad into their lineup, I still think, yes, they are in a state wherein a majority of the lineup, again, 4 out of 5, were there when they were playing very slow when the season started. So, yes, I do agree. Our M4 World Champions should go ahead straight into Echo Express mode and just barrel through.
Yeah, if they don't do that, then that gives and opens up opportunities for RSG to start playing around Light, and for Light to get into position, Light getting those pickoffs, those initiations. That's when RSG is at their most comfortable, and hence why this is a mirror match in a way, where the Echo Express is highly dependent on the Viawis in the groove. RSG's fundamentals is highly dependent if Light's in the groove as well. So, despite this being an XP laner focused story for now, we're also going to be seeing a lot of importance in terms of how well Yawi and Light will be able to position and rotate around the map.
Yeah, keys to victory number 2. Beware of Yawi's bushes, because at some point, Light on the Lolita throughout and time from Season 9 to now, he still makes so much amazing performances. And with Cho being present on Yawi, a lot of tanks could be even, well, prioritized on the first phase.
And it's that same mirror, right? The fact that there are Yawi bushes, there's also Light angles.
Yeah.
It's so weird. You don't have your eyes on Light for, what, 10 seconds? And next thing you know, he's just under there, above there, over here, right? Like, it's literally, he's able to just move around the map. So, yes, as important as Yawi bushes are, these Light angles are also something to watch out for.
Looking back again at the match history, Paquito, major pickup, attacks a lot, Brody priority. I believe that was the exact same draft order of that game number 2 that just really shook things up. This was a series as well that in game number 1, it's slightly difficult for Carl TZ. You could tell just how well RSG dominated that series. The KDA alone, all towards the side of RSG Slate Philippines.
A 10th. They were getting a 10th to the KDA, Francis.
For that match, 2-0. And MVP is Light. Well, combined with the Lancelot, I say this one combo that you need to look up against, right?
Yeah, it was Light and H2 in game number 1 when Nats played the Paquito. Also had some highlight plays and made a strong statement for himself to be the MVP, but it was a great Numenon blast alongside the timing of the real-world manipulation of Exort that made it difficult for Carl TZ to even contest those turtles early on, and eventually the Lords. See, this is how much I've rewatched and studied that series. I still remember specific key moments from it, and I'm excited to see what they have to deliver for us here tonight for the potential last match of the season. It's Echo versus RSG Slate Philippines.
Let's see on who is the blue and who is on the red. Who gets the prioritized comfort heroes onto this match? On this draft, it's, yes, Echo right on point, Renmar. Who will be the first one on their list up against the Raiders?
What's your command?
A lot of here's they can consider. Look at that. We mentioned it earlier, the fact that Irad has a Fanny on him. They prio banned the Fanny right away, but RSG are going to be ready for this. That means the draft will open up. See there, Coach Trevor and Coach Tic Tac very in heated discussions with the other members of Echo to really talk about their strategy. RSG, will they take away the Valentina potentially? Will they take away the Fredrin away from the hands of Carl TZ? These are routes that they could go for in this draft.
You know what? The fact that they respected the Fanny, and I would not be surprised if the Lancelot becomes a hot commodity, makes this a more interesting match for me to watch on behalf of the young John Tuazon, on behalf of Irad. I want to see him flex. I want to see his chops when it comes to the MPL. I want to see what he's willing to do and how he's willing to play hard against Carl TZ. Best in the world.
I like what you're going through. Open up the book, squeeze out something new from Irad. And the moment that we are trying to hold off or trying to block the heroes or tame down Heroes of Irad, why not change or do something? Because if Carl Teasy is here present, a lot of ways that they can actually dive in the hero pool of RSG. So again, two defending champions has one way of executing this one.
Yeah, and right now, one of the key differences that we see in this draft is that we're going to be seeing Echo in the blue side. In their previous matchup, RSG controlled blue side for both games. Now Echo, we're seeing what could have been if they went blue side in the first series. This time, they're focusing their efforts onto taking out heroes of X sort. So they're trying to minimize what he could bring to the table here. That would still open up picks such as even Farsa available for them. With the glue taken out here by RSG, the question for Echo is, will this be a joy for Sanford / Carl Teasy or a Valentina?
Fair, two strong points.
It is my mission.
It is.
Oh,
Lancelot!
What a
pick?
move!
Okay. Okay, Carl Teasy, bring it on.
Okay, Lancelot open. It seems like it's a day of unique first picks. Franco still available for RSG. However, Valentina is going to be available for them as well. They still have a Kaja. Maybe Valentina Kaja might be the play. But Echo, when they were up against RSG in the last one, they wanted to prioritize heroes such as the Kaja as well. And that gave Echo difficulty. So maybe that might be the trap. Echo setting up.
Just the same, the way that this is odd today, here and now, this early game, rather the early pick Lancelot, this is normal by what, week 5 and 6.
Yeah.
So this doesn't seem so weird, especially if you're talking about Echo versus RSG.
Okay.
So the way that they answer back, right? Arlet Joy, this is very today. These two picks, this is a very week 8, a very early, rather, I can't believe I'm saying it, very late April 2023 draft.
It's not about evolving on the last minute. That's how RSG will adjust in this lineup. The Joy on the series we watched today, on the jungle, or even on EXP, still an amazing way in team fights, and Arlt as well. Probably this one is for Nats, for the EXP. No. Now, with this point, will it be, though?
No. I'm foreseeing this to be a JJ.
Okay.
Arlet's already out, bro.
Okay. There it is, Valentina Kaja. Secured there by Echo. Best possible picks in that scenario.
Oh, no.
Jungle Joy is what I'm also thinking about here. So they're going to be going for a tanky roamer, which can unlock. However, you don't want to give the Numeron Blast. You don't want to give the Fatal Links. You might even be thinking about picking up the Kufra or the Cho here.
Franco
as well, but that's going to be two suppresses. If they're willing to give that to Echo, as Sanji looks like he might be prioritizing taking away the Bloody Hunt, and it is the Kufra.
Oh, no. Okay. We're trying to describe here what could be the possible counters for this Lancelot. The Kufra is one of the key heroes to do that. And since they have attack now, probably have eyes on trimming down the marksman of Benecutie, or marksman heroes of Benecutie.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be one ban on Benecutie and maybe one ban on Sanford, so it might be either Lapu Yuzhong, but this is a very dive-heavy comp, maybe because they're setting up for a backline heavy, so Yuzhong makes sense, and or Lapu Lapu. However, I would prioritize the Yuzhong ban more here.
Okay. Those two strong picks on how Nats and Sanford is working well with their comfort picks. Let's see how it goes. Will it be the XP or will it also be the marksman? Oh, Mincetar. Yes, of course. Take that one out.
I don't want to mention it just yet, but RSG already felt like that might happen. So they take away. And Echo read into the potential of this being a artillery backline focused lineup for RSG. So they take away the Farsa. Will they take the Eve, though? Because they need to take away one hero for Eman, in my point of view.
Yeah, fair enough. So it will be the Melissa, will it be with the carry? Also the Claude. It's still open.
It's free pickings for the gold laners.
Yeah.
Something tells me Echo have to be willing to give up one solid artillery mage.
Yeah.
Because at this point, getting Final Slash might not be as fruitful. Because again, there's a chance, and there is a tendency for Nats to hide right at the last minute, up until the last minute, for him to vengeance your face off. Right?
That's true.
That's what he usually does. So it's not going to be as reliable for Sanji.
Part of me is also thinking, what if this isn't even a Jungle Joy? What if this is a mid lane Joy for Exort? And then they'll swing with the next mid lane pick, because if they're banning out the carry, there's a possibility that this is going to be that it might be a tankier jungler for RSG, or maybe even an assassin type. And hero like Carry could just lock on with the really strong basic attacks. Oh, it could be either of those two. We see here Echo Proud, actually.
That's right.
Press it.
M4 World Champions, Curteasy and JP in the house.
Yeah. Daddy's in for the team.
Yeah.
So now we go back. Carrie's being banned out. Oh, guys, you're on point on
we
how
mentioned.
this going.
And the Eve too.
And the
so,
Eve, so they don't give it up.
I guess they really are just compromising Exort. It's like, reveal now if that is a JJ or pick a less than ideal mid laner.
Yeah, okay, safe pick there for Emma. They get the Beatrix. More wave clear. Fast picks here for Echo. And there's the Yuzhong. As we mentioned, for Sanford, what's it going to be for Benny Cutie? Is it going to be a Claude? The power spike, though, for RSG is fast. They need to mash it. It could be a Leslie pick here. But there's so many picks. And the first 3 picks alone on the side of RSG might give a lot of difficulty for the Leslie. And there's not enough peel on the side of Echo. It's either a Leslie or Brody.
They need some burst. I'm thinking. I'm partial to the Brody.
Yeah.
Burst range, yeah. Also, yeah. Claude is a bit of
Maybe
needs a little bit push.
Yeah, maybe Melissa, but no,
Yeah.
it's a
Brody.
Brody. It's a
There
Brody
it
for
is.
sure.
Great avenue here for Benny Cutie. And as we put it, now what's left now for RSG for Force?
Could either be the jungle or mid.
They're saving the prestige for the very last moment, fellas.
Yeah.
We're not so sure where this joy is still going.
Such a flex here.
Bling
for
or
RSG.
Hayabusa, honestly. I'm okay with Assassins at this point. Just put that Exort in the mid. Exort in the mid. The joy in the mid, but no, it's a Kagura. It's a Kagura for Exort.
Okay, back on comfort here for Exort for the Kagura, as well as a good reach for the backline here of Echo. So burst and peel. Oh, how will Echo do this if early game is on the side of the Raiders?
They're mostly burst.
Yeah.
They want to come in fast, hard, shock and awe.
And they're not for prolonged team fights here. Oh, there's the town predictions up on the screen.
Also a mix of two, Sona and Manjin for RSG, the rest for the world champs. A bit of a 3-4 voting there, but now let's dig on how will this draft work for Echo, because all of them is actually burst. So probably on the stats that we've seen on the head-to-head, maybe onto the objectives, they might lean towards that early game.
Yeah, definitely the objectives need to be contested. If not, they're going to have to trade it with either tower pushes elsewhere, an early split, or a switch in terms of where the gold leader will be, just so that they can push out a turret. The power spike of RSE, a little bit deadlier compared to Echo, easier to access. As long as they keep their Beatrix, they keep Eman alive, give him room to farm, they should be good. On the side of Echo, the power spikes will really be coming from the Valentina.
Speaking of, RSG have effectively nullified or at least funneled through only one viable ult for Sanji to steal.
Yeah.
It's just the final slash. I mean, sure you can get electrifying beats for damage, but that aside, if you want to affect team fights big time, you really got to look for Nats.
Yeah, damage or escape if he gets the joy. Whoa, okay. And as we look forward to the early game advantage here of RSG, so Irad on the joy. Is this the first hero that he used as he got into MPL, right? On the joy rather than on the EXP, because we were trying to wonder where would this flex pick be.
Yeah, we
for
actually,
RSG.
the last Joy jungle that we saw was actually also Irad.
Oh, Light here catches the jump on the Sanji. Sanji obliging, still picking the fight. Here comes Irad, still short of one more minion, one more creep to reach level 4. Now he pops it. Carl Easy skirmishing on through. They all back off.
Okay. A bit of an early rotation for Echo, as well as what they want to do for the objective. Oh, Nats and Carl Tizzi on the other hand.
That's a Phantom Slash committed. An execution, rather, with a retry, and Nats just walks away. Oh, what was that about?
A quick little duel.
Whoa!
Sanford sees him. Oh, already forced out the flicker.
Yeah, a bit of a deep way of overextending that position if he didn't flicker out, because on the side of Sanford, he wants to also have the way of controlling his lanes early on. So Exort and Irad is you as well.
Yep, he was limit testing Nats. And I think the fact that Nats here is less than full health might be changing. Oh! But Sanford gets bursted down. You never count on a Kagura. That's a man down for Echo. They're not going to be well for this first turtle.
Yeah, it's going to be a conservative contest for the Lord. Look at Light, though. He knows where Sanji, Yawi, and potentially Carl TZ are. As a roamer, you're looking at that shrub. He gets the info. 3 members of Echo on the sides of light.
They walk out. That's a dash on through. A flicker and a pull. Down goes Erad. The turtle goes over to Carl TZ. Sanford making a beeline for the back line. And just like that, call it conservative, but Echo, you never tell them the odds.
You never know what's going to happen for Echo. They might miss the chance on that hiccup, but on objective things, that's how Echo works.
Yeah, question mark for me as to why Light went a little bit too long there. They were going for the counter punch, but up against a Kaja Valentina combo, you're going to want to set something up before Kaja can go flicker and Divine Judgment in, and that's exactly what Yawi got. The perfect target in Irad. Free turtle there for Echo, relatively free.
Oh, Light here stretching on through. Yawi spots him, forcing out a bouncing ball. That's 4-on-2 down bottom.
Well, as expected, the early game rotation is on the side of Echo here. So might as well make use of the burst advantage that RSG is not using.
Well, they use it for one, so it's still relatively there. They're just being very calculated with when they decide to do it. I mean, they got Sanford up top before the first turtle of the game. That gave them a slight advantage, but then Echo didn't pull their punches.
Oh.
Here's again a gank onto Sanford.
Starting out with a final slash. Irad does not have the ult to lock down Sanford. He walks away, and still a wash, about 30 seconds away from the second turtle.
Okay, a bit of a slow pace here for both of these teams. So let's see how they go here on the bottom lane as well. Gold lane matchup, Evan and Benny Cutie. Light and Yawi charging up with the brushes. Carl TZ, he spotted here.
Cancels out the stretch, does not jump on through, bouncing ball away from that bush. A lot of pressure being put down onto this gold lane, and that's making Eman play a little too conservatively. Not much action in the gold lane here.
Yeah, this game is slow in terms of the action, fast in terms of the rotation, actually. Just a moment ago, we saw a play up top by RSG to try and disrupt Sanford. Then we saw a play down bottom to try and disrupt Eman and Benny Cutie. Here comes the next turtle.
Oh, Black Dragon form spots out Irad. Turtle very low. Carl TZ gets it with a Phantom Execution. And Nats slowly gonna get popped. Vengeance on. Vengeance through. Carl TZ dashes. Nats flickers away. And here comes the sword dealing a lot of damage. Yawi the first to fall. Nats finally goes as well. Sanji running away. Uses the electrifying beat, steals away Irad's ult, and just like that, a 1-for-1, but Echo still gets the turtle.
Smart team fighting there by the members of both teams. Actually, a duel down bottom.
Whoa!
It's not going to reach. He did not have the torn apart memory, did Benny Cutie. Going back to the previous team fight, great timing of the Thorned Rose by Carl TZ to make sure he can avoid control and getting damage so that he could get that turtle. Irad was there for the contest, but Carl TZ right now showing his world-class retribution skills.
From that clash, I say Nats is pulling and dividing Echo's advantage in team fights. Let's see, going back on that moment, he pulled out almost half of Echo, and then the umbrella shows up from the brushes. That's one thing that you need to look out for. There's 2 members who's making the play for RSG, and the items now, we have the Genius 1, and also present for Kagura as the Cock of Destiny. So a little bit of magic defense reduction for Echo, who has not yet they don't have yet the Athena shield.
Yeah, and if you look at the build of Carl TZ, he's going for the traditional tanks a lot. Ghost Molten Essence into Guardian Helmet, and then he's going to be building the Thunder Belt next. So
T-Belt.
Yeah, T-Belt. It's not the early War Axe Lancelot, tank slots that we've been seeing actually from Irad himself. More traditional in approach as Carl TZ.
How crazy is that? In 2023, you're saying it's traditional for Carl TZ to play tanks a lot.
He has a goal. As he started the season, he wants tank damage.
That's right. You follow him on social media, his personal page where he shares his ranked games. Dude, he recently played Jungle Brody.
Yeah, that's his thing. He's just, let's just make everything tank.
The design is very M2.
Yeah, it started with Jungle Link, then it became Jungle Brody, and Tank Brody that isn't even with a Malefic Roar. Pure Tank Brody.
Carl TZ.
Because even back when he did it in M2, at least he went Malefic Roar, defense items, late game all defense. This time it was just all defense.
And that was a different atmosphere to talk about, right? It was a different metagame, different mechanics. That was before they fixed the whole Brody mechanics wherein you can only build one attack damage item, and then everything else can be physical or magic defense. But yeah, no, today Kaltis is still pushing the boundaries.
I love how this player is being confident with experimentation at the same time. But on this field, the level of play up against RSG, they somehow really gone through the homework of not being too old again. Back on their first meeting, they got in the dominant sweep up against the RSG. Now on the last day, they have a chance again to prove themselves worthy for have another match, because again, the third seed for the Raiders is still open to keep it alive.
And it starts here. There's no way they can drop this game.
Yeah.
If they want to keep their hopes up of being a third seed, having that advantage, everything has to go right their way starting now.
Third seed, very important for teams actually, because the third seed also gets the power of choice.
Ooh.
They get to choose between the 5th and 6th seed as to who they'll be facing. First seed gets to choose 3rd and 4th. Third seed gets to choose 5th and 6th in terms of where they're gonna go.
Second seed gets 2 lives.
Two lives, upper bracket. Yep.
Yeah.
So Echo here sitting pretty. Again, they weren't really much a victim of the champion's curse upon returning home, having the burden of carrying the gold. They actually just kept working and proved for at least the first half into the later half that, hey, we're still the M4 World Champions we came home to be. And now in this matchup, they can actually dash RSG's hopes of ever seeing third seed.
Grind never stopped for the World Champs, but how will RSG get through this lead? It's not too far, but in terms of the objective and retribution battles, that's Carl TZ still managing to work his way through that last hit of the retribution. Exort on Nats, on the other hand, it's on the bush.
Oh, Sanford with the Black Dragon form. Carl TZ with a pull, and here comes the Dragon. Carl TZ secures the turtle, shields up for Echo. They're gonna force the advantage. Light goes down, look at the back line. Nats gonna take down Yawi, but can Nats be stopped? Here comes Irad with the backup. Oh, Sanford pushing them away. Here comes Carl TZ and Sanji. Benny was pushing all the way down. No one watching him. And Sanford looks like he's going to get away with it. And Carl TZ dashing on through. Puncture here, puncture there. Phantom execution. Irad looks like he's going to get away with it. No more bodies will fall.
Back away, but the push is on bottom with Benny Cutie's Brody.
Cross-map victories there by Echo. Nats, however, keeping the play alive and actually going to be able to push this tower for RSG. Oh, can Yawi get to him in time? Yawi
And
he interrupts it!
The Ring of Order catches Nats, and just like that, Benny Cutie's gonna finish the job.
Just in time for a switch.
Just in time indeed. Echo getting victories all throughout. This is a very different story to their first meetup. Irad now has a Holy Crystal. Here comes Yawi with the conceal play.
Oh, he still has a DJ. Check yourselves. RSG respecting that fact. They let go.
This time around, Echo seems a little bit more comfortable in their rotation. Having the Yuzhong on the hands of Sanford.
Oh!
Very in the zone right now.
Black Dragon form, the draw line between RSG and their tier 1 turret. All this while, Irad taking care of a big wave down bottom.
You need to take care of the push that Benny Cutie, did. Now on the other hand of the items, who's the one which is on the damage? On the other on this side, Brody is on 6.5k.
Oh, Nats with a vengeance, just playing footsies. Light, did he use conceal? Oh, not gonna be pushing it. Item-wise, you were saying.
Yeah, actually, penetration was what Benny Cutie decided to focus on. Decided to go for Blade of the Heptases and then Malefic Roar. Whereas item priorities, won't be surprised if he's still actually just gonna try and maybe even rush BOD if he can for the third item, just for raw damage alone. But we'll see. There's a Legion Sword on him.
You don't want to let Benny Cutie alone in the kitchen, gathering up those recipes for damage. So if you want to consider for the late game possibility, who's the damage dealer here that we can go? Because Eman and NXPE could be the one to deal damage in team fights.
Yeah, it's Irad as well. He has the Holy Crystal, so the power spike of the Joy has been hit. But right now, Ira has been very conservative with his entries because he is watching out for Yawi's Kaja.
Yeah. Ooh, look at Light. Cancels that through. I'm not sure if they see where Eman is. RSG have to reconfigure
Yawi
their initiation. Look at Yawi. Look at Light as well. Yawi gets the pull on the one. Nat's very low. Caught apart memory. Sanji finishes job. Nats has fallen. Look at Sanford cutting a line straight through RSG's lineup. They're going to punish him. Sanford falls. Now Ira does get the ult off, but he gets punished as well. Sanji goes down. 2 for 1 the trade so far between Echo and RSG. And in the mayhem, Carl Deasy takes down the Lord.
Look at the targeting of Echo. That is a classic vintage Echo play. Yawi and Benny Cutie together coming from the shrub near that bottom lane where Benny Cutie is positioned around right now. They will conceal together into that L shrub, going closer to the jungle of RSG, and from there they were able to get a pick off. The young goat got you. It's Carl TZ stats. Best in the world.
Still climbing up those numbers. Carl TZ on this tank slot build. Also the Warax as well is present.
Yep.
So this is where you build it, usually.
Usually.
After a couple or so defensive items, you build up on your damage, your penetration, your movement speed. You're able to bite down on your targets and then go from there.
And it's interesting because he might not be last building on Immortality. Eventually he's going to sell that Molted Essence. And then it looks like he's going to be going for Bloodlust, not Bloodlust Axe rather, Endless Battle, there we go.
Yep.
As one of his last crucial damage items.
Okay, so Sanji has the ultimate of joy. Well, last time I saw this one with the ultimate being copied here, it's mostly for the escape. So with the identity of Sanji, he might be going aggressive with this one, combining the damage. But how is that? How's the damage if you copy Joy now against RSG?
It's like dash one, Joy, a little bit of damage, not as much as a Joy can do, but it is still something you have to respect. But yeah, you're right, it's mostly just an escape tool.
Ah. So two of them are just chasing up the total damage rank, Sanji and Irad.
Yeah. And it's no surprise it's going to be them. We mentioned it earlier, Sanji. It's going to be his power spike, although it's all very close right now for the other members of Echo. And then it's going to be Irad, really the main focus of damage for RSG and the Jungle Joy.
Now that y'all mentioned it, I'm looking forward to how Sanji is going to use those electrifying beats, because ideally speaking, it might really be used aggressively as a way to cause confusion among the ranks, like break up RSG's lineup. And that's what Sanford is supposed to do. That's what Carl TZ does. And if you do that, Yawi can do better at picking off with the DJ.
Exactly. And in terms of the positioning for this next Lord, Echo have the advantage there. RSG a little bit more conservative right now. They know their orange buff is going to be up, but it is going to be contested by Echo. So they won't even be able to get it for Irad. Irad, by the way, already forced to build the Blood Wings just so that he can get a little bit more sustainability for himself.
Okay. Still have a bit of trying to take back on what they've missed from the mid-game. Now, heading into ultra game, the lead is on to Echo, 7.7k. Sanji with no deaths. Only Sanford has the casualty, and Yawi as well. So we're looking at how Eman could be the activation hero here for damage.
Yeah. By the way, interesting itemization also by Sanji. It's rare that we see this, although it is happening more frequently, where there are Valentinas who prioritize Enchanted Talisman and build Clock of Destiny third for mid to late game power spike out of nowhere.
Oh, now he picked up the DG, man, the Divine Glaive. It's going to hurt.
That really hurts. All burst on that Valentina right
Watch
now.
out. Concealed play by Yawi. Gets a pull on the one. But some Black Dragon form right in your face. While Ira tries to contest, but Khalid's going to get it anyways. Still no bodies dropping. RSG obliges. Going on forward as well. Pushing them in. Benny Cutie with a forward flicker. Here comes Sanford. The job's not done. Light goes down. Sanji gets the kill. 2 for none. Plus a Lord. Echo 10k ahead.
Amazing pull from Sanford, dividing RSG, and a sandwich attack onto the two members of RSG, taking Eman out of the equation to not deal damage in the team fight.
Oh, stickers up outside of the base of RSG on almost 10,000 gold lead for Echo. This is the Echo system. It wasn't the Express, but the system is not failing them this series. And look at that, earlier a BOD was picked up and completely built there by Benny Cutie. All raw damage was the focus for Echo. And also the initiation of that fight by Yawi, it was just I would say, near perfect universal timing that when he flickered was exactly when he was about to get hit by Light's Tyrant's Revenge. That would have stopped the flicker Divine Judgment onto the side of RSG.
Oh, and we're going in for a pause. And looking back on those items, I only see Arlott having the Dominance Ice and Athena Shield in one Immortality. So the defense, maybe Light is going for a chop build, just to supplement everything from the damage coming from Echo.
Yeah, just to, again, make it, just to be the peel that his team needs. And again, I'm not sure what kind of mental state Light is in right now, because the mechanical execution that Yawi has in this game, as Reptar mentioned, the way Yawi flickered in right before the jump happened, a second later, Bouncing Ball could have stopped Yawi from engaging. That could have been the difference between RSG and Echo winning that engagement. Yes, Echo could have gotten the Lord, but RSG might as well have wiped him out. That's the difference that engagement made.
Yeah, they wouldn't have gotten a pick-off, and that was a major one at that. That set the story in the tempo to favor Echo, and for Carl Teasy to duke it out. Can't recall which member of RSG was there, but it was just Retribution versus no Retribution. So Carl Teasy got that without a problem.
I think it was Irad, and then Irad just decided, you know what, not worth it, not worth my time. I'm gonna push bottom. That's what happened.
Thank you.
Talk about cross-map ways of dealing and keeping everybody busy onto the defense on the side of RSG. Even that's one way to put it. Give so much way of weight on how to have these objectives cleared and go for the objective, because at most of the time it's just Carl Teasy winning the Retribution battles. And it's hard for Irad. Maybe I was just thinking that having the ultimate of the joy and being played at the same time, maybe that's one thing of breaking down your own music and focus.
Yep, and right after the break, wow, Echo has made quite the developments on the map. I mean, it's all blue. They're inside RSG's base. Took down mid and top inhibitor, and RSG just has this last bastion, this last hope of inhibitor down bot.
Turnaround right now at this point for RSG will be incredibly difficult. No deaths onto Sanji and Benny QT, the main damage dealers of Echo, as well as their jungler Carl Teasy on fire with securing the objectives. And I stand corrected, it's not a Bloodlust axe, it's actually not an endless battle, it's a Hunter Strike. So he decided to chase a little bit more penetration, a little bit more extra movement speed around the minions, and then the cooldown reduction and physical attack as well.
He is doing his best Martis impression.
Yeah.
Basic attack, basic attack.
Basic attack, and a little bit more of the...
It's scary, dude. Like the Lancelot is already dashing, and even without dashing, he's running.
How about the winged shoes, right? And it just keeps on taking you to different paths right away.
Are you telling the man to build rapid boots?
Well, not really, but imagine...
No, because when you said swing shoes, literally Rapid Boots has like wings on it.
Yeah, because on Carl Teasy wants to have an advantage. He's known for these heroes. Like, I want more dashes in my hero.
Maybe. A sprinting Lancelot all around. Just with the Rapid Boots. I'd pay to see that.
And the only reason why we're able to joke around like this, folks, is because Echo is so ahead.
Yeah.
Echo is just light years away from RSG situation. Yes, RSG has a few kills on some key members. They have pushed a couple of turrets, but the map is blue. The map is all Echo.
Yeah, let's paint the picture right now of what RSG needs to do to make the map look a little bit more red.
Here's the brush.
Is that they just really need to, if it's Kufra, if it's Light, somehow miraculously in one setup, get the Brody, the Valentina, maybe the Lancelot, but the Brody and Valentina is what you're looking at the most. And then with the Joy, Beatrix, Kagura together, burst them down. And then somehow, after all of that, get away safely. Or still continue to fight, and then the members of Echo aren't there to respond. Right?
This was more plausible, realistic in the first 5 minutes. I saw Exhort.
Yeah.
Exhort, and Nat's doing somewhat of a sequence like that.
Yeah.
But now, I don't know if Echo's going to allow that. Or how they can allow that. Because again, even in your own base, this is what's hard, right? Yes, Kufras are responsible for a lot of memorable moments inside their base, but a Kufra is the most dangerous when there are bushes.
Yes.
Like
so
a snake.
Rattlesnake.
And that's one digit to
All Renmar. See, I'm speaking while the sounds are going off.
Yeah, Renmar.mp3.
No, man, you're really good at aren't you a ventriloquist, Leo?
You're stumbling. You were like, what was that word?
Ventriloquist.
The one who makes the sounds, yeah. It's m.mp3.gfx or sfx. So now to go back in that game. So
OGG.
OG.
Oh, you're showing your age there, brother.
Oh, man. So with that being said, check Yowie's bushes. Oh, no, yeah, you have to check Light's bushes.
I think we're past the point of checking Yowie's bush. Like,
yeah, it's not a bush anymore.
the only times, effectively, Season 11, that Yowie bush checking is effective is when you're ahead anyways. That's what Omega did, right? In that game that they won in that series against Echo, that's what Miko did.
Yeah,
Minute 1.
That's what.
Let me get in there, right? Just.
That's what Benedict Things does really well when TNC went up against Echo.
That's
And
right.
They did that in the early game,
That's
and even in the late game when things were close.
So that's just the nature of the beast, I guess, between these two roamers, between Light and Yowie, because again, Light has his own thing.
Yeah.
Everybody has. So maybe in their own way, they could probably have a chance for RSG to bounce back, because for this Light specifically, he can still make it. He just need the angle.
The outcome of this game so far, right? Game 1, it baffles me because of how different the first meeting was. That was a clean sweep by RSG.
Yeah.
How far these two have come.
And again, it's interesting that would the first meetup have been the same if Echo got to go blue side? Because this time around, again, this is the first time in this matchup we got to see Echo go onto the blue side. And with them first picking the Lancelot, which we don't see as often. It has happened before, but when it does happen, it's a big thing because of what that means for the draft.
Now, speaking of draft and going back to the game, it's 16 minutes. Echo Zima 8-4 with a lead of gold lead rather of 10.3.
That's colossal.
Yeah. One turret left for RSG to defend, and now they're doing some cleanup with their waves to have that advantage for this upcoming Lord.
So this is just housekeeping by RSG. They're getting as much EXP and gold as they can as a unit. Because best believe, if any 2 or 3 of them are apart from the others, then Echo are going to find out. They're going to get wind of that. They're going to smell blood in the water.
Already a Hunter Strike built there for Eman. Then as well, the Wind of Nature. No Wind of Nature on the hands of Benny Cutie, though, so that might be something to watch out for here. But he did prioritize the Athena Shield because the Joy and the Kagura have an easier way of easier time of being able to deal damage onto him than Eman does.
And Light catches Sanji. I wonder if that's worth it. Uses the ult. But the firepower from the rest of the Raiders were enough. There's a pull on a Light. Sanford with a Black Dragon form. This might actually just be punitive correction. And now Sanford's gonna get blasted. Hero takes him down. Carteezy goes to the back line, takes down Exhort. And there's a torn apart memory. That's still alive.
Chunky!
Thorned. Rose by Carteezy, not enough damage. Yowie trying to survive. Immortality still intact. And here's Carteezy dealing more damage. That's going on out. And he pops Immortality, still alive. Light misses the jump. Carteezy still here. And Benny with a forward flicker. Torn apart memory. The storm is in the building.
Talking about coverage on the damage of Echo. That final slash totally saved Yowie out of the death. That he might be in the next casualty.
Eman's snipe looks like it was about to land. Okay, RSG might be able to contest this.
Woo! And Eman looking for one. Yowie blocks it. Carteezy secures.
Blocked by Yowie was a snipe of Eman there. RSG got the target they wanted. One of them at least. They got Sanji. But Ben Yuri wasn't in that shrub. And who ended up staying alive long enough to turn that fight around to favor Echo? It was Ben Yuri on that Brody, who now has the Wind of Nature. So 2 of his main defensive items are already in his hands. For Eman, decided to prioritize the Husk Claw, get more lifesteal. Sanji now with an Immortality in his belt as well as a Divine Glade.
Benny Cutie with no deaths, a 302, and talking about how the items are working now on the side of Echo. That turnaround could possibly on the side of RSG, but how the minds of Echo work without not being back down.
Ooh,
they're knocking off the base.
Look at Sanford coming in with a Black Dragon form. Carteezy way in deep. Yowie gonna just keep Nats where he is. Cutie gonna stop him. Sanford's still alive. Exor trying to finish the job. He does. Sanford falls 1 for 1 so far. The exchange. Exor gonna go. Cartesi gets the kill. Echo all very low, but there's only 3 defenders left for RSG. Their base stands. Light stretching out. Gonna cancel it through. Here comes another wave. 4 members of Echo still smelling blood in the water. They want to finish the job. Light stretching out, and we have another push coming in down bottom. This inhibitor.
Casualty of 1 on 2. Irad.
Oh! RSG pushes out the invaders. Raiders still live.
Still a good defense. Also a good wave clear for RSG to still make it on another reset. Waves are pushing in, but there's one they need to be concerned of. The defense now up against the damage of Echo.
RSG, do they have enough? Still lacking immortalities across the board. Exort is still desperately trying to cash up in the items. Full build already for Irad, so that's a joy that really hurts, which Echo is watching out for. But they've been handling Irad very well with their control abilities, the threat of the Divine Judgment of Yaoi. And now we're seeing items getting juggled around, actually. QT built himself up a Demon Hunter sword. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually sold his boots, his tough boots, to make sure he gets that. But maybe later on in the item check, we'll see which item he decided to trade out for the DHS. A little bit more attack speed now onto the hands of that Brody.
Yeah, from damage to gold, 4 members of Echo are on top of the charts. Now Irad is still climbing up the damage. Only 1 member of RSG could deal damage up against Echo. So now probably they're buying time and also getting, again, a clean or a clear of waves to funnel on the damage for the members of RSG, specifically for Eman and Exort.
Yeah, full defense there for Naths. Already full build the Antiquaras should help with the damage reduction towards the physical damage dealers of Echo.
Fellas, is that accurate? I've seen discussions on this online. Kagura, Exort, he built Roam boots.
Yeah.
Favor again. Have we solved that?
Yeah, the thing is that around, I believe it was minute 8, with every assist, then you get a little bit more gold per it.
And then the shielding, right? That's why it's favor?
A little bit.
Oh! Yeah, we start with a pull. Light in trouble. Gets his immortality pop. Look at Irad trying to get in there. Sneak through. A cheeky retry. Not going to happen. Irad gets popped by Cartesi. Look at the back line. Exort seems to regret everything so far. He goes down. Yaoi gets the kill. Now it's snatched between 3 members of Echo. 2 for 1 the current trade. Cutie falls for Echo. And now Nats just vengeancing on through. All 4 members left. He's still alive, but not for long. Woo. He goes down. Immortality Pop Light to the rescue. And they're still here. Eman deals damage, but Caldezi slashing on through. Down goes Light. Down goes Nats. 2K for Sanji. Eman takes down Sanford. And just like that, it's Eman, the only one left
from the region.
He's still getting some lifesteal, but that might not even be worth it anymore. He pops the immortality on Sanji. The base is in jeopardy. The Lord swinging away. Ladies and gentlemen, Echo are going to take game 1.
That is 75% of the revenge complete. The series isn't done just yet, but in one game, Echo have dashed the 3rd seed hopes of RSG Slate Philippines.
And by the minute, Yaoi spotted Light in the bushes. Everything just turned around. But the moments of way of getting RSG into a silver lighting, Nats, he's just saying, are you entertained? Being trapped into 3, and he's pulling into 3. Everybody's on to that tight spot to battle it out on who's going to get to the base of RSG. And even on the other hand, the damage was there. It was present.
I'm not sure if he had the flicker forward to be able to get the Nibiru's passion in, or just tactical repositioning, but either way, that was a gambit. That was an all-in Hail Mary play from RSG and saying, if we get this right, if I blast all of you and put y'all down, this is the comeback we were looking for.
Yeah, and it was almost there. It's just, it got to the point where, again, there were still more items on the side of Echo. The lead was massive. Outgunned. But just by that much, if RSG just had maybe 1 or 2 more items and certain heroes there, it could have been a completely different story. It could have been maybe just 1 member of Echo left alive, while the members of RSG still had room to work with, because then they'd be able to take down the Lord in mid. That was a Very commendable Hail Mary play that RSG did, but Echo handled that well. They needed to pull out some crazy micro decisions individually just to make sure that they would solidify their victory through that play.
Quite the anime moment for Nats as well.
Yeah.
Again, the fact that he was, fending off 3-4 members of Echo alone. And then Light came in, and then Eman came in, but alone. That was Nats, just all Nats.
It was all just buying time, and I appreciate how he wanted to even go deep and even absorb everything. But now, let's break things down how game number 1 went for Echo with Renmar.
One of the biggest questions going into this game number 1 would be which marksman would have the better time, who'd be able to hit their power spike a little bit more comfortably, who could move around in team fights more comfortably. And as we saw, the answer to that question ended up becoming Benny Cutie, because on the side of RSG, they needed to deal with the pick that they priority banned the last time they faced Echo, which was the Yuzhong of Sanford. And Eman's effectiveness in this fight was, in this game, was greatly diminished because there was always a threat of that Yuzhong just flying around to disrupt him. But Sanford's effort to disrupt the members of RSG here were one of the reasons why Echo secured all the major objectives in this game, from the Turtles to the Lords, and why RSG got run over in this game. His positioning as the Yuzhong, his timing of when to enter with the Way of the Dragon, those micro stuns dealt by the knockbacks being dealt out by getting pushed back by the Dragon, disrupted the flow of RSG in objective team fights. And that opened up the field for Carl TZ to, although it wasn't always easy, he got the Turtles. Look at that. An 839 GPM on a tank slot is highly commendable. Very high for a jungler on a tank slot at that. And at the same time, because of Sanford's efforts, and vice versa, it was sort of like a symbiotic relationship. What Sanji and Yawi did together as the Valentina and the Kaja respectively opened things up for Sanford and Carl TZ. Meanwhile, what Sanford did by himself would open things up for Sanji, Yawi, and Carl TZ. So it really revolved around that Yuzhong, and because of that, Benny Cutie in the team fights didn't have to worry much about a lot of things. And the unsung hero and MVP of this game is Sanji's Valentina. Great itemization on this young man. Talisman into the Lightning Truncheon, 3rd item Clock of Destiny, 4th item Divine Glaive. That ensures that Valentina gets a crazy mid to late game power spike, and because they had the lead, that is also one of the reasons why the members of RSG couldn't find a big turnaround, because they'd be met with Terrifies and burst damage coming in from a Valentina. And because he had the cooldown reduction boots, the Enchanted Talisman, and then as well as the Lightning Truncheon, that is roughly around 40 to 45% cooldown reduction that he was getting out of that at that point. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, that was actually 50, but the max is 45, so it is 45 for Sanji. And he maximized his abilities really well, and which ultimates he was getting, which was usually the electrifying beats of Irad, still also able to deal damage, and so from time to time the final slash of Nasus Arlaw to just disrupt the team fighting of Echo. This was Echo playing to their system, and everyone doing their jobs as studied and prepared by Echo. RSG here had no room to breathe. The Turtles, major objectives, all Echo. Even though in some moments it got to the point where it'd be up to Light to get that picture-perfect set, he did get a set. And you see here, what the effect of Yuzhong had in the team fight was that Eman would be sent back greatly because of the presence of that Yuzhong that disrupted how RSG would want it to fight. It wasn't so clear-cut. Meanwhile, Irad and whoever else would dive on the side of RSG would get taken down quicker by the members of Echo because of the lead that they've built up for themselves. It was just a great effort, team effort by Echo. They knew what they needed to do individually. They knew their targets, specifically their targeting in major objective team fights, the plays that they were pushing. Even though there was a Hail Mary here by RSG and it was close, Eman was a monster in this scenario, as well as Nats, because of great targeting, micro decision making to avoid certain abilities and land your very own then Echo were able to secure that victory against RSG. Yeah. Great effort there.
Oh, there we go. We're back. And on to the audio. I was just silenced there by Kaja. Now on to this match.
Recover, Francis.
I'm recovering now. Okay,
There you go.
Echo, game number 1. The macro and micro decision making is just amazing for this matchup. On that moment that they were trying to buy time, it was the problem on how they would answer the push and also the objective that was taken. The Lord as well respawned right away from Echo.
Yeah, and it was put perfectly in a lineup wherein all of y'all were doing your jobs. It was Sanji who made the most of that kit and what he could get via the IMU that made the difference.
Well, speaking of making a difference, now what you can do is smile for the camera. It's now our smart game face of the day. We're about to see on who's our winner for this possibly last series, and we have our winner of the night. So once again, Shooting Gallery be the next game face day winner in the playoffs. Just flash the hashtag power of smart on your devices, on your, again, screen. Everything just flashing through. Oh, yeah, and it's back. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Okay.
She almost got off on a technicality.
Yeah.
She wasn't showing the complete game face.
I didn't know that MPL, all of the regular season will flash before my eyes just by that moment. Hall of Legends nomination will close on April 16th, so make sure to support your favorite MPL Pro players and personalities. Watch the induction ceremony this May 7 at the Season 11 playoffs live on the official channels of MPL Philippines, happening May 4 to 9, right? May 4 to 7?
7.
May 4 to 7.
That's right.
On just the weekend, Thursday to Sunday.
The Hall of Legends are a stacked pool of personalities, athletes, players, coaches from the history of our league, and we're adding a 12th name.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm sure everyone's
Who
looking
would that
forward
be?
to it. The debate, the discussion about who should be the next Hall of Legend inductee online is hot. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, let's look forward now with Mara Aquino together with the crowd. What do you have for us right now?
Napaka-energetic ng RSG fans! Meron tayong dalawang super fan dito. Ay, na-meet na natin sila last season. I don't know if you guys remember, pero pinarampa sila on stage. Nandito si Mini. Hello, Mini! At si Nika. Kamusta kayo? Oy, kwento natin yung journey kasi simula nung nangyari yon, ikaw ay naging
community leader of RSG.
community leader.
Po.
Dati audience ka lang,
Yes
pinarampa. O, kwento paano nangyari yon?
Ano po, since na-start po na nagkaroon ako ng feature sa MPL na pinarampa niyo po ako, then napansin po ng mga community managers din namin na I have the potential. Then they asked me, especially my community manager, MZ, if I can be a community leader po. Then,
Anong ginagawa mo?
I'm assisting the raiders. I'm moderating the group or our community. And ano po, lahat po ng experience namin bilang fan, I mean, fan pa rin naman po kami until now. Pero pinapaintindi lang po namin sa kanila na ano po talaga yung feeling bilang isang raider.
O, di ba ikaw nanalo ka ngayon kaya nandito ka?
Yes po.
Super fan of the day, of the
Yes.
weekend?
Yes.
Okay, and you won a?
Premium pass. So that includes kung backstage pass, and then yung nag-ping check sila kanina, kasama rin ako.
Uy,
and then bonding time with the boys. So, and then I got a special gift from RSG.
Ay, patingin. Ano nakalagay dito?
So this is the New Jersey.
On sale! On sale! Sa labas, outside, sa Team Spotlight.
Yes. It's on sale na po, pero wala siyang IGN. So ito, binigay nila with my own IGN sa ML.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, nakilala natin kayo kasi rumampa kayo. Kailangan kong ulitin. I-remake natin yon. Itaas ang bandera ng RSG. Okay? From the hallway, si Nika. Here we go. Nika. Rampa! Wow! Wow! Oh my God! Okay! Down the stairs yung last time. Ngayon, nakapag-split siya kasi flat yung floor. Ikaw, Mini, kayang mo ba? Kaya mo bang talbogan yun?
Kaya po without the split.
Without a split! Sige, go! Kahit mag-flip ka ng hair, kahit mag-tumbling ka. Mini RSG Super Fan! Here we go! Oh! May swag! May swag! Oh, wala daw split. Ay, alam ko, di ba, pati yung family mo, buong family supports RSG?
Yes po, yung husband ko po, sinusupport niya yung RSG and then kahapon po, wala ko on-site. Yung family time namin is nanonood kami ng MPL Live and my sons are also cheering for RSG State Philippines.
Okay, ngayon, magsisimula na ulit yung laban. Pero bago yon, how about you two are in charge of getting them to cheer para mas tumaas ang energy ng RSG?
Let's go, Raiders! Are you ready?
Let's go!
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, go! R! S! G! Let's go, RSG! R!
Okay, bata na natin sa caster.
Casters, pasok.
The energy is off the roof for the Raiders. I didn't just expect that woman just split onto the catwalk. I thought only Benny Cutie does the split. But the Raiders as well.
RSG with their own split play.
I woke up today and I did not expect to see that on broadcast.
Yeah, that
but
was same here.
All the more,
That was awesome.
this must put the Orcas and Limang Echo fans at the edge of their seats. Like, hey, if the Raiders are up to that, we should step up our game. Orcas, ball is in your court.
Daddy
Come
JP's
on.
right there. Echo Proud's right there. I'm pretty sure there's at least one member of Echo Proud who could do a full-on split like that fine woman did over there. Echo Proud, I'm rooting for you.
The drums
Come
are
on,
currently the
guys.
meta. You have to go beyond said drums.
Okay, I think out of all of them, maybe Curtizi.
Man, we witnessed it back in Jakarta. They had drums and they had dance steps. So let's see how will they go in the first steps in the draft. Now, Echo has the blue side now on.
You have dance steps. Going into the draft.
You have the blue side.
There goes the... Wait, hold up. RSG decides to stay red?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. That means the adjustment they did was, okay, we're taking out the two heroes that mess us up a lot, but this opens up the, well, Fredrin, opens up the glue, opens up the joy for the side of Echo. But they took away the Lancelot and the Yuzhong. But they go ahead and pick the Valentina. They don't want to give that to Exort. Sanji did just get an MVP performance from there. So I wonder what RSG are going to get here. The Kaj is going to be open. Later on, if they want to pick it, Franco open too. Although power pick still up. Arlot, Fredrin, if they want. RSG will think twice about picking up the Akai because this could be jungle for Carl Tizzy.
Can I just say, I am partly relieved that the current metagame has come to the point where Joy isn't an auto ban anymore. We have slowly figured out how to solve her.
Yeah. Like how to deal with her, knowing that if you decide to prioritize her, there still might be picks to mess with her.
Yeah.
Gajas, the Francos, all that.
There are natural foils now within the draft and within play styles.
Ninsitar.
Yeah, also.
Yeah. So Arlot and Kaja are picked up. And yeah, RSG might not pick their jungler until either third or maybe even last pick in this series. Echo, they got a quick scaling mid. They decide to get a great sustain in the glue. I wonder if they're going to pick up a marksman here. Nope, they'll still pick up the Fredrin, so they show their hands. It's a mid-lane Valentina. Carl Tizzy gets a Fredrin.
Okay, so now it opens up one way for their mid lane to show up for Exort. What will it be?
That's right. Exort has free pickings between the Farsa, the Eve. If he wants to go a little off-kilter, maybe the up-and-rising Kagura. He can save it for later. Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
It's either they prio it here or they're just okay with it coming out later because you can pick up the Beatrix now.
Yes.
You can pick up the Brody now if you so desire. Claude, if you wanna.
Claude or carry right now, and then they go for the pick for Exort and Irad in the second phase of the drafting.
That's right.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Shredder right on to the third pick. Carry could also be in the table for RSG.
Yeah, carry or Claude, either or sounds good, but it is the carry.
Okay.
Yeah, and now for the bans, they'll take away Roamer for Yaoi. They might even take away the Atlas and the Franco. Or maybe one marksman and then a pick for Yaoi.
Okay.
Are we beyond just trying to choke out picks? Like, we're at the point wherein they're going to get something good. It's just how good.
Yeah. Like, I'm thinking it's like going to be a choice of are we going to ban the Beatrix or the Claude. Claude, great for fighting, all that wave clear. Beatrix also. Echo will need more wave clear right now with how their lineup looks. Something a little bit safer. So those are the options for RSG. We'll just wait what they decide to go for. They do ban the Franco though.
Yeah, still an imminent threat for Yaoi if he gets his hands on that rather. So, so Farsa, they don't want that on their side as well. So they've taken out a mid lane. So now will they take one hero for Benecutie?
So if it was the Benecutie hero, would it be a Brody? Yeah. Ban out the Brody?
Yeah, something that won't have the control. Because at least the... Oh, but then Beatrix and Claude are still great picks. Right, is that decision of like, it's just a choice. Because all the picks available sound good.
They're all still solid.
They're also very solid. It's just that if it's the Claude that Echo picks, it's going to be RSG scaling up a little bit quicker. Although maybe that's why they pick up the Valentina. Because at least keeping the idea of they have something that can scale relatively quickly if things go well.
Welcome to my castle.
Oh. Also respect on the Grok. You seen Yaoi on the Grok a few days ago. So what one way to break team fights or the structure of RSG by that wall. Okay, with a link ban.
They really thought that it was going to be a link for Irad. So still respecting the assassin junglers. And at this point, nothing warrants a Hayabusa pick. Or they're going to need to show their mid lane pick already, and then Irad's pick will go last.
Yeah, for safety, maybe on how Coach Pando wants his draft to go.
And I think this is fine because there really is. They're not stepping on anyone's picks anymore, right? If you're looking at jungle and mid, Echo already has their jungle and mid.
Yeah.
Among the planes
There's her mid.
the
It's the Eve.
which I
And so they're going to be giving up a real world manipulation to the side of Echo, but we have seen the Eve do really well for them. Beatrix is the pick for Benecutie. It's a roam for Yaoi. It's a Kufra.
Oh, okay. Yaoi's back in the Kufra again. One of his also signature picks as well throughout the seasons. Now Benecutie with a Beatrix. So this reveals out the last and final card for Irad. Will it be an assassin?
Pick.
It's hard. Assassins. A lot of assassins have dashes.
You know what's crazy? The JJ is still open.
Jungle Joy.
So right now we're seeing the JJ becoming a specific tool. It's not just the menace that was once an unstoppable hero. She's now just like everyone else.
Actually,
Did they force
maybe,
them though?
Maybe they'll think about that. Makes sense. At least they have an Eve, Arla, Kaji to help control things. Give a little bit more room for Jungle Joy. Tanky. Oh, they're not going to get a Nakai. Martis. Tough. It is a Joy. Great call there, Leo.
Okay, the way I introduced the concept of Joy, I was just talking about how she's an okay choice. Not the choice, but I guess RSG they really believed in the way that Game 1 could have gone.
Yeah, because, man, when I was thinking of, like, the tanky junglers, it's like, then you're funneling everything and pressuring Eman now to have a good time.
To be the only one.
To be the only one.
Yeah.
They needed another main source of damage. I mean, the Eve is also, what? Scaling mage, let's be honest. 2-3 items even sometimes if the game is way too in favor of your opponents for the Eve. So they needed something with relatively quicker scaling, which is the Joy. Genius one more than enough. Holy Crystal, heck yeah. 2 items on a Joy and you're fine.
Let's see how will Joy work for RSG Slate the Philippines. Will they push a tiebreaker or will this be the game of the world champs this time around? Because if Joy, on how Leia put it, this could mean something. Were they pushed to choose the Joy and they just answered it?
We're about to find out. Quick leash here for Irad. Eman helping out. Carl Tizzy, though, gets the same treatment from Benecutie, but it's a vertical start. They're both going for orange and purple, respectively.
Also, the Valentina onto the boots. Looks like Echo wants to go around quicker rather than the Eve prioritizing the mana and the health regen.
I wonder if they're going to be contesting each other up top even longer, even after the Little Wanderer. What the pathing of the junglers will be. It seems like it's going to be early game chaos here as a possibility. But Echo will get the Little Wanderer first, so it's different now. RSG going down. KarlTzy continuing his pathing up top.
Okay, so it's all in the action in the mid lane.
Oh! Yawi catches one, keeping him in. Exhort still keeping his flicker, understands that there's not enough damage from Echo. Close call.
Yeah, Terrify works well in terms of getting the slows for the early game pokes. As we expect Sanji to move around. Light.
Again.
Light versus Yawi.
They're fine.
Yep. Magic shoes on to Sanji.
No. Retribution to try and pick off Light if he could there.
KarlTzy just means business.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I know my Retribution will be back in time for that turtle. She will be. Irad and Nath, though, applying the pressure onto Sanford, similar to what they did in game number 1.
Sometimes it's that kind of aggression that just throws your opponent off for the better, right? Like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Huh? What? Whoa.
Relax.
Use it now?
Why?
Relax, bro.
Hold up.
Tough boots across the board, by the way. Exhort full building his first main item. KarlTzy might get cut off.
Oh, he gets welcomed right into that bush. Very low. First blood drawn by the Raiders. And it's on Irad as he makes a beeline straight for the turtle, pulling it on through. Look at Sanford and Sanji to the back. Yawi, no one home with the jumping sword, with the RWM, and Light and Irad trying to deal as much damage, making the most of this well-placed ult. And Sanford with
that
the
flicker.
grab, and Exhort goes down. Yawi finishes the job. Sanford flicker on out. Yawi jumps out as well. No free turtle for RSG Slate.
Good continued contest there by Echo to make sure that Irad doesn't get it. That flicker Tyrant's Rage as well coming in from Yawi was what ensured that Echo still has a chance to contest the first turtle of the game against RSG Slate.
Talking about calculation. Oh, Yawi spots one.
Oh, they're not done here. A jump in plus the pull from Light. Sanford suffers the fall. It is KarlTzy who secures it. Shields on Echo, but there's not enough damage. It's 4v3 here. Look at Sanji keeping the angle. Yawi looking for the jump. And KarlTzy keeps that's where he wants him to be. And here comes the rest of RSG once more. KarlTzy goes down, Light gets a kill. Underneath the turret tier 2. Too much damage from the 3 remaining from RSG. They back off.
All right, now Echo, they were able to get the turtle, but the 2 early kills are on to KarlTzy, just sort of evens out the effect there. Benny QT as well seems to be comfortable against Eman in lane, but Eman hasn't let on. They are neck and neck in the level, so now the thing we're going to be looking at is, are the roamers going to stick with their gold laners for the time being? For Yawi, it seems like yes, but right now it's a 4-man rotation down bottom by RSG. Info already gathered by KarlTzy. RSG might pull back a little bit here in the bot lane.
Magic defense reduction present for the Joy. For Irad, almost bring KarlTzy's HP to half.
He's already prickly. You see how KarlTzy couldn't stand being around Irad for longer than 2 seconds? I can't take this.
I need to go. And then he just walks away.
It's too much.
Yeah, man. Sometimes I wonder how they make the Joy look so easy. I try to play Joy and I can't do that. I feel like I'm tossing wet paper at my opponents.
This is somewhat, this is even pleasurable. What's going on?
Yeah. Irad, my goodness. Ever since since he made his debut this week, he's been impressive. Although game number 1 was a loss for RSG. He did what he could there, and then now it seems like Joy is like one of his signature picks.
Yeah, and also being the great key for RSG to fix things up from game number 1. We're up top.
2v1 on Sanford, forcing out the split. Won't be there for when the turtle engage happens, about 5 seconds from now. Sanji spotted out by Light. Yawi here to the rescue.
Dangerous position for KarlTzy.
Again, KarlTzy found himself here earlier this game. He died. He was the first blood victim. And now there's a knock-up. Final slash on the Sanford. Half health. Turtle, about 3/4 of his health. Now at half. Stop it by Yawi! And an ult! RWM by Exhort trying to stop the damage, stop the hurt, but Irad is very low. KarlTzy gets him. He's down. Appraiser's Wrath catches tail end of Light, and now KarlTzy is the one who's gonna get away! He survives! But it's a 3v4. Echo, members very low. There's a dash on through. Vengeance on vengeance. Light gets a kill. Nath gets a kill. And just like that, RSG wins the engagement.
Echo for the misposition, turning into a blessing, and now RSG takes an advantage onto Echo's mistake.
RSG slate. Though they are the ones holding on to that turtle. Nats and this Arlot has been impressing so far this series. Seems like they'll be getting this turtle. Yes, they will. RSG as Carl TZ taken down after that attempt. They'll be getting the buffs there. So even Stevens in terms of who gets the early game objective so far. Still have one more turtle that might be able to come around just in time later on.
Speaking of being in time, the pressure now is on the gold lane. Does Emma know? 2 members here present. Also light as well. So guards on the marksman.
Yep. It's a tag team matchup down bottom. And that's about to change because Sanji's here. Yawi with the concealed play. Hello! Spotted out. Light holding his ground. There's a bouncing ball.
Oh!
And Light flickers out. And now Nat's here. It's a 3v3 affair. Making that a 4v3. About to become a 5v3. Here comes Irad. Light with a pull. Nats finishes the job. Bombs away. RWM keeping them in place. Here comes Carl TZ from the north. And now underneath the turret. Nats may have bitten off too much. More than he could chew. Sanji still alive. And Carl TZ here trying to corral them in. Sanji goes down. 2 men taken out from Echo. Now it's Benny Cutie. Make that 3. Nats still alive. What did this man have for breakfast? I want some of it.
Nats has been a force this series, this game.
Wait, they're not done. Carl DZ finds Eman in that bush, knocking him up. Yawi with a knock-up. Appraiser's Wrath, just enough damage to help Yawi finish the job. Now Sanford gets the grab after the split onto Extort. Not enough damage between the both of them with the pass and the pull. Carl DZ gets a kill. Quite the punish, the clap back from Echo.
Yeah, and meanwhile up top, Irad was cutting lanes to delay something, but doing for a cross-map objective that is just Echo. RSG overstaying their position to be countered back by the Orcas.
You know, Light, might be able to find a wraparound play here. See ya.
Light has a pull, bombs away, they do get it. Oh, that's it. Benny Curie knows he's dead, knows that's all she wrote. There's not much we could have done, he just left them.
How is Light being able to dodge everything, forces out all of the ultimates? Okay, I show up and then I back out.
Oh, yeah, he finds one!
RWM, not gonna be enough. Eman's still taken out. Sanji gets the kill. A split by Sanford. Carl TZ loses the retry battle, and it goes to Irad. That's 2 out of 3 turtles going over to the Raiders.
Action across the map and across the board. The roamers, Yawi and Light finding pickups, finding opportunities. Nas as well. Everyone just fighting all across. There's a fight everywhere. Welcome to Fight Night. It's a brawl.
It's a rumble.
It's a rumble.
Present with Echo and RSG. So those windows of mistakes are just getting on toe-to-toe. And the damage right now, these 2 marksmen, is it present now for all the brawls continuing for the next seconds?
Both marksmen neck and neck in terms of the gold. BOD prioritized by Benny. Corrosion side already there on the hands of Eman.
What are they setting up here?
Carl TZ?
Carl DZ, and there's a jump in by Yawi, and there's a pull, there's a knock up, final slash, trade in 1 for 1, Irad for Sanji, make that 2 for 1, Benny Cutie falls as well, RWM by Exort, Yawi's in trouble, look at Sanford from the back line, Eman throwing out those light wheels, not gonna let his man get away, and the pass, Sanford still falls, 3 for 1, stonks for the Raiders.
Shredded down 3 members from the Orcas, not having a good setup. Nats on that final slash confuses the target system of the Echo on who to take first. Now it's just Eman freely throwing frisbees.
Yeah, man. Eman now has space. The efforts of Light, Nats, and Exort, and Irad to set Eman up for success here. Although it is still very close for Benny Cutie in terms of the gold, but it's much more difficult this time for the Beatrix. Nats is to what RSG now, what Sanford was to Echo in the previous game. Now it feels like...
Mirror.
It's mirror. I feel Nats way more in this game than I do Sanford. It was a different story in game number 1, but this Arlot at the hands of Nats is just a menace. Prolific Roar, by the way, already built there by Benny Cutie, should help with a little bit more damage output from the Beatrix of Echo.
I feel the hunger of this player to just take this game number 2. on how he wanted to bounce back all the challenges against
Oh!
Sanford. Look at that.
They're going to take down Nats here. He's the first to go. Benecutie gets a shutdown. And the Lord still standing. Sanford goes down.
Oh!
Sanji secures it. Sanji secures it. And now it being a 4-on-4 engagement here. Yawi trying to save base. Not going to happen. Eman takes him down. Now Carl Deasy next up on the docket. Benecutie falls. Carl Deasy as well. Now it's just Sanji left. 4 for 1 for the Lord.
Oh!
And now make it a 5 for 1. RSG wipe out Echo for the price of a Lord.
There goes
Oh,
the Orcas. And here come the Raiders. Minions coming in. Sanford, Yawi, Benny will be here in time to defend. Let's see what RSG can get out of this.
Now on point, RSG, the lead is with them. The punish, the setups from Exhort with that real-world manipulation brings Eman a great angle to throw everything out of Echo in full defense. Right now, he's just getting on the charts with the damage. 5, 2, and 3.
Francis, you know what exacerbates the situation all the more? Echo have failed to push a single turret. Not a single one. That's how hard RSG are keeping them down.
And those turrets are just two basic attacks from Benecutie away from falling, but Echo don't have the space to push out and break those down. Even that mid tower's less than 50%, that's around 35.
He ain't got no time for that.
No time right now, no space. RSG, how else are they going to hold on to this lead? Great itemization by Nats, Thunderbelt, Radiant Armor, and of course the Blade Armor. It's helping with dealing with the Benecutie problem on the side of RSG. Right now, Benecutie isn't a problem for RSG. Everything looks easy right now for RSG.
Total damage on the charts. 4 members of RSG present. Sanji's the only one who can still make it through the chase. But in terms of getting those defense down, I say they have good control on the map. Plus, the wave clears were present most of the time. And the gold, Benecutie and Carl Tizia trying to go for a chase with Irad and Eman. Now they're on the advantage in terms of the damage as well.
Yeah, here's what's difficult. Sanji being a main damage dealer for Echo, being that low on the gold scale, is trouble. And now, wait, they're looking for an angle. Yeah, with all due respect, and again, coming from my privileged position right now as a broadcaster, this is not the right place for Echo to look for engagements. They are outgunned right now. They're down 5K.
One of the biggest problems as well for Echo is Exort's timings with the real-world manipulation have been great. Just when Echo would think they'd have the lead in a team fight, mid-team fight, Exort drops the real-world manipulation, and that suddenly changes the favor towards RSG.
Yeah.
I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
Oh, talking about being caged in and just accept your nightmares. That's one thing that's scary for Echo.
That sounded terrifying, dude.
I know, man. That
was dramatic as all
Yeah,
hell.
and that is the problem now of Echo. How do you even manage to solve that? Because the damage right now, Benecutie is on 141 KDA. How will the damage matter now at 13 minutes? And as you say, they need to not contest everything or even go for team fights if they want to have a comeback.
I guess inside their base, they have a pretty good highland defense, and they can still catch people off guard, especially in their own jungle when they use the Magic Sentry. But this being a Luminous Lord, and seeing how their previous highland defenses went, maybe I don't know, man. The fact that it's 5K makes me feel skittish. There's a pull in by Light. No split for Sanford, so that's already a man down.
Nats.
Final slash already spent it by Nats. And there's an ult by Yawi after a flicker through. Popping the immortality. Benecutie shuts down Light, but still it's a 2-for-1 trade. Double kill for Eman. It's a 3v4, but just the same, it's not as free a Lord for RSG as they once thought.
Here comes Divine Judgment. Only 3 left here. It's gonna be a tough contest.
Nope.
Can't get even close. Nats alone, more than enough to hold back Echo. RSG turning things around, turning their fortune around after getting dominated in game number 1. They are taking it and winning against Echo in game number 2. As we look at the items already, the Haskaloss was forced to be prioritized by Benecutie. Just built up there the Hunter Strike, so he needed more sustainability because that Joy has been messing up the team fighting of Echo. Irad's timings have been great as well. Already locked in on Exort. Imagine going up against 2 glowing ones, a lot of constant magic damage coming out. Yeah, it hurts. And this Joy pick coming up big for RSG. They picked it last. and it was the best possible pick, and they are rewarded for it.
How about Eman with the Sea Halberd?
Oh yeah, Eman with the Sea Halberd as well. Gonna be able to reduce the regen that can come out from, well, anyone from Echoes, even Benny Cutie because of the hash claw.
Oh,
Yes.
no. Final slash, taking Echo out of their comfort zone, and that's what the halberd was for. But now Nat's very low. They pop an immortality onto Iran. He goes with the freeze. The truncheon not enough to save them. 2 for 1 so far, the exchange. But check bottom lane. Only Sanji, Benny, and Carl here to defend. Mid lane inhibitor falls as well. Can Echo hold on? It's 4 Raiders versus
too many minions.
3 Orcas. Oh no, look at Eman doing work. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 3.
Truly, the Raiders are not settling down for a sweep. Not going down without a strong fight. That's just how they wanted to iron out the joy with Iran and most of their errors from game number 1.
What a clapback by RSG, and we are ending our regular season with a game 3 between 2 playoffs-bound teams. One already secured in the upper bracket. The other had their hopes dashed after game number 1 from even securing 3rd seed, but they're not giving up without a fight. What a showing by RSG to bounce back.
Are these 2 not world-class championship teams? Are they not?
Defenders.
They are.
Completely showing on world-class, amazing performance. The joy. We questioned it second time around.
Yeah.
Were they pushed to take it? Well, I don't think so.
Yeah, they weren't. It was
they made the call. It was
they made the call. It was the best possible. But it's a good thing they realized that. Like, oh, hang on, we need a little bit more damage here.
The JJ.
All right, what goes well with the Evo? Okay, we'll plop in the Joy, and it was the perfect pick.
And we were talking about how the joy could be countered, but it wasn't present. Even for the Kufra, even for Yao, it was a problem having the first blood of the game, and that turns things around for Cartesi, who struggled also to get his camps even wiped out.
All right, would you agree with me, Francis, if I said that there were moments, we'll see in the highlights maybe later, wherein Echo were a little careless, especially in the early game.
Yeah.
I could have sworn they were like, you should, no. Oh, what? Might have been.
They were trying to check, like, if we do ABC, will it lead us to XYZ? I don't know. But now, Renmar breaking things down. We're going in for game number 3.
It's not as algebraic as you gentlemen put there earlier, but it's a simple. One of the simple things that we can focus on is the difference in XP lane picks this time around, with the glue going into the hands of Sanford and then the Arlod going into the hands of Nats, and Nats being more proactive than Sanford in this game. We felt the Arlot more. Lots of possible candidates for MVP here, but my personal MVP would honestly be Nats. His early game, quicker rotations, the fact that we felt him much quicker compared to the glue. Sanford early on, and eventually as the game went on, just ended up becoming as a sponge. RSG responded to him well, hence why, of course, RSG picked carry 3rd, knowing that they were up against a glue. They need someone who could help shred down that glue if ever things got bad. But with the draft of RSG, their damage output being not in burst but in constants, like constant ticking damage coming out, that's what you want to see up against a glue, and they had all of that. Their main damage dealers, Joy, Eve, and Carry. You don't think of them as burst. You think of them as heroes that can fight for prolonged periods. And once you build that lead up against that glue, then it'll be hard for a team with the glue to fight in prolonged periods. The damage on Echo, again, we go back to one of the principles of drafting this season, multiple sources of magic damage. And there was too much pressure on a Valentina to be the only main source of magic damage on the side of Echo. Usually you counteract that with strong burst, but because of that's why they have the Fredrin with them with the Appraiser's Wrath. But because of the lead that RSG had, we didn't get to feel that once RSG built themselves up the lead. Nas isn't the MVP, but it is going to be Eman on this carry because everything was set up for him to shine. And without him being able to deal the damage and pop off at the right time, even after all the efforts of RSG, nothing would have happened to the efforts of RSG. It would be a close game. Maybe even Echo could have won this. But because Eman showed up just when it mattered, Even though the early game he was getting pressured somewhat, it wasn't the cleanest of games once he had his items. Once RSG were in the zone, he was near untouchable. He died twice early on, but that was it. He ended up the game with an 8-2-4 KDA. Great positioning. We also have to talk about the positioning overall of RSG when it came to the objective team fights. They really put a lot of focus on two things: counter punishing the entry of Yawi and making sure you're targeting either Sanford or Carl Tizzi, because one of those frontliners down applies a lot more pressure to the other, usually Yawi, and it's the Yawi and Sanford dichotomy. With Sanford down, Yawi has to take a lot more damage, which means eventually Carl Tizzi will have to hope he can hold on so he can retribution, and then vice versa all around. And because Arlot cleared, Nas cleared and moved so much faster than Sanford in this game, that Arlot really was felt more compared to the glue of Echo. This was a crazy game though, midpoint, but it was the Lord that ended up becoming the turnaround. That even though Echo, if I'm not mistaken, were the ones to secure the Lord, it was Sanji. RSG decided to commit the play, and look at that, prolonged team fights, extended team fights. Echo deals damage in bursts, except for Benny Cutie's Beatrix. But at that point, Benny Cutie's Beatrix did not have enough room. RSG could just continue to fight, could do this all day, and they did, and they forced game number 3. Great drafting. We didn't get to see the overall picture of it all, but once that Joy pick came out, folks, that was a great one. And that really rounded everything out so well.
Go again. There you go. Thanks, Kaja. Now,
third time's a charm.
Third time's a charm.
Amazing, amazing. Now going back to the analysis of Renmar, Joy, how do you stop it? We'll now be questioning on what side will Echo take. It was on the blue side, and we were surprised that RSG was on the red.
Now it's Echo's choice again.
Yes.
They're home. Not that it means much, but the whole Joy situation, we may have underplayed it, but yeah, this is why she was such a priority leading up to today. Again, even as we speak, before the playoffs, even in the playoffs, I dare predict that Joy will still be a very important hero in the metagame. So with that being said, if I were Echo, and if I was RSG, still a priority. Like, that's why they picked up the Kaja. The Kaja was so good. The Kaja was one of the few heroes I can actually say, yeah, no, Joy, you're not going anywhere. Yeah. That and the Franco, which RSG did well to ban second phase.
Yeah, well, great drafting there, and I wonder who's gonna go where. I have a feeling that if this ends up becoming, again, for the third game in a row, Echo blue side, RSG red side, this might end up becoming an RSG victory, because if I'm RSG, they banned things out incredibly well. 1-1, Yuzhong, Lancelot as their priority bans in that game. Really put them in a much more comfortable place, because immediately they took away two of the biggest heroes that took them out of their comfort and made things difficult for them.
So it matters on which side is going to fall for these two teams, because adjustment, yep, Echo can do that. So in terms of having that, making it work for their game number 2, so from game number 1, they might look upon the page where they had a good way of dealing so much, well, capturing the cams of RSG, and that's one way of Carl is using the Lancelot. I'm thinking that it could be another way of using the Lancelot again for game number 3.
Yeah, could be. Oh, I wonder. So many possibilities right now. Still waiting on which team is going to go to what side. If it's going to be still similar, Echo are going to really need to change up their priorities here, even though they got a great pick in the glue. It was answered. Everything was answered.
One thing I know for sure, Kaja is going to be a priority. More than the Joy, right?
Yeah.
The reason why the Joy came through in Game 2's draft was because it was clear. There's no one who could stop her, just bar none, maybe the Kufra, but that aside, right? So here in Game 3, where the winner is decided, I'd say watch out for the Kaja. If that Kaja ends up with a team that is willing to pick up the Joy, then Bob's your uncle. But that aside, I think it should be a relatively more wide open draft, or we could swerve. We could just go completely off the rails, something else entirely.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
One thing Echo could also do is just change up their priorities in the banning. I mean, they could still... I would still rather they ban out Fanny, but they might even just take out the bans on the Faramis and Kadita, just so that really changes the picture of the draft. And if that's their decision to do that, then they're going to be... At least they're in a position to think, okay, this is where we want to be.
I'd say open up the Faramis.
Yeah, open up
that
the Faramis.
one. The Kadita, not so much. I'm afraid of Exort.
Just
still focusing on...
We've seen Exort on how he performed on the Canada.
Respectable.
So Faramis could be
top global at that.
A sacrifice, yeah. And also respecting the fact that Exort is a monster on that hero. So just to turn the even odds for Echo, that's one way to see it. So let lose one and just continue with your way of doing your comfort. So Kaja will be the one here for either one of these teams, depending on which side will they take.
Yeah, well, I'm also going to be looking at who gets the R-Lot this time around, and if Echo will allow Nats to get an R-Lot, because even though they lost game number 1, that's 2 games in a row where Nats has been popping off. And that game number 2, that was Nats. Popped off completely.
Mad.
He was going Nats.
He was going Nats. Nasty.
You would know, you rapped.
Yeah, I know. It's just hard as he dictates the bars on how he has this game face before he started the draft. He was like on that desk, looking down and just thinking.
Sorry, what did it look like?
He was looking down the desk, like just head on the table, and they're thinking how to bounce back. And the Arlet that you guys talking about, that would be one way of just making through the playstyle of Echo to be disrupted.
I would like to second the motion. That Arlet.
I just feel it,
chef's
man.
kiss.
It was exquisite.
Yeah.
Delectable.
I just felt it, and just one way to on these two teams present on how that they could get their hands on. Arlet could still be also an option. Kaj as well. Let's see how it goes. I mean, the timer is out, so maybe it's time to go to draft, right?
The way that sounds, do we agree Red Side might actually be stonks in Game 3?
Yeah.
Because again, RSG's Game 2 first pick, Arlet Kaja. That's what, a 2-word horror story. Arlet Kaja, right?
Red Side stonks for sure.
Yeah, I just call him red. He's wearing red. He's the analyst, so maybe
you have red.
You could be saying, yeah. So points to the symbol. So we're just waiting on how the draft would end, because as we wait for this amazing chance to fulfill or even to end the regular season, we're not going out without a bang. The tiebreaker game. So this leads to what? So the third seed is not, or is it still present or safe?
It's out of contention.
It's out of contention. We set that up in game number 1. RSG needed 2-0. Right now, it's just a fight for pride.
Okay, stand corrected. No more contention here. All for pride or glory.
No matter what happens, Francis, Blacklist has third seed advantage. That's it.
They've
Okay,
secured
all
that.
done. All done. Okay.
So it's just really a matter of, will Echo end the series, end the season on a win, or will RSG end the season on a win? It's one or the other.
Yeah, because if you said that it's all for the pride, well, this sets up a different way of feeling, because Echo has second seed, right? So will it dictate their momentum heading on for the playoffs?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
That presents a question, right? Who needs the win more?
Yeah, because for me, it's Echo, because you don't want to go into the playoffs. Potentially, you might face RSG in the playoffs if ever they make it.
It's
that
out of their
far.
hands.
Yeah, it's not in their hands.
It's 1 or 3 who's picking, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why. So it's like, do they really want to go into the playoffs with the thought that, man, we couldn't beat RSG in the regular season?
Yeah.
Counterpoint. I think RSG needs to win more. They've been struggling, bro. And they had to call in reinforcements from the MDL.
And Coach Pant admitted that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And then as a Raider, and again, as a MPL fan, right? You see your MSC championship team struggling like this. I also can't believe that despite everything that's happened, right? And the past couple of weeks of tough times that they've had, they're still finishing in top 4. So, yeah, I close my case. Let the draft speak for itself.
Let the story unfold for the tiebreaker game. Will it be
Finish
red
story.
side for Echo? Yep, this is it for Echo. Oh, no. RSG is on the red side. Echo on blue.
So Echo stands their ground. They're just saying, we started in blue. We're going to end on blue.
Yeah, they're going to change up their bands here. They're going to let something through. Okay, it might be the Faramis that they'll change up. Unless, what if they still stick to the regular bands?
They just throw us a curveball. Like, kidding. We'll just take out the same things.
Okay.
Anyways.
Might be a different priority, but like, are you going to prioritize the Valentina again, the Kaja again? First pick Arlott.
First pick Kaja sounds okay.
Yeah, let's go with the Kaja.
Okay.
Kaja,
Yeah,
Arlen,
we get that.
Lancelot still respecting the hell out of
same
Carl
ban.
TZ.
If I'm RSG, still continue to ban out the Yuzhong later on. And they decide to take out the glue. There's the difference in the draft for this game number 3.
Okay, opens up the Yuzong as well.
What if Echo rushed the Yuzhong?
Right away on first pick.
Yeah, they just go, you don't like going up against this, right? Like if it's open, it's like, okay, I'll pick it up.
And then they open up the...
No, they really don't get
They
it.
read
Yeah.
through it.
Yeah, because
Respect.
then the Kaja's gonna get picked up. So
Your team
And it's
is
the first
Or
pick,
at least
Arlott.
they don't get both. They don't get Arlott Kaja. All right.
All right, they're looking at Naths now.
So the Joy threat is still present. Well, RSG taking the first 2 picks.
Maybe they'll go Joy Kaja if they want to.
I'm with that.
Yeah. They're feeling the groove of the Joy. If they really, I mean, last time they held on until the last pick, so they can go.
They can hide it.
Yeah, they can go Kaja Valentina.
Oh, Kaja Val is money.
Yeah, really good money there. Power picks. They can take away the Fredrin if they want to, but it seems like Irad is in the zone right now with a little bit more nimble picks. But no, it is the Fredrin. Which Raffi might go to the hand of Naths.
You had to call it, bro.
We can't count that out, and it's a Valentina, so Kaja's still open. Is it going to be a lock? It's for Yaoi.
Kaja's back.
Kaja's back. And what if Echo take away the carry this time and put it in the hands of Benny Cutie? They can. That is a possibility.
Sounds
I mean,
doable.
Don't forget, Sanji has a wide selection of heroes. There's no counting out. He'll bring back a Gushon in mid. No, it's a Farsa. I was
Gushon
about to
in
say
mid?
Gushon or Julian, but nope, it's a Farsa.
That's crazy, but it's also a possibility.
Hey,
Yeah.
Carl has a jungle Julian.
He has a jungle Julian as well. Okay. So they have the magic damage. Seems like whatever Carl TZ is going to be playing is going to be physical.
They still need to give Benny Cutie something. So
yeah.
they can still give magic to Carl. I don't think it's out of the question.
Yeah, and with the Franco open, 2 suppresses on the side of RSG.
Oh,
They
talking
gave-
about this.
Yeah, they gave the Franco to Light.
So perception.
Yeah. Yeah, tanky front line relatively right now, although Franco does fall off a little bit in terms of tankiness. Carry, that's why I was thinking like they would have prioritized the carry and the Kaja instead. And then at least you're going to have that secured, but Sanji has had MVP performances as this Farsa. And then a Farsa and a Kaja together is a classic combo. Good amount of burst and poke. So RC decided to take away the Melissa. Echo, I wonder if they'll take out the Joy. If I'm Echo, I would consider taking out the Joy. They have a Farsa with them. Although not impossible, incredibly difficult to play a Farsa against a Joy.
Yeah, how nimble and quick a Joy could be in the hands of Irad, completely shutting down the Feather Airstrike for your team. Yeah, it could mean destruction for how they wanted to play. So Beatrix ban onto RSG. So if they are still considering the JJ or the Joy, RSG would want to ban it out.
Still there. Still possible. But I'm smelling a magic gold laner from Benny.
Oh,
it's very possible.
Okay.
Kaharith, maybe?
Harith or Lunox?
Lunox.
Malachi enters the
I'm with you on the Lunox.
Yeah, good throwing it right into the Fred.
Oh, he still has Nathan available for
That too.
him.
That too.
Yeah.
Nathan might be the pick here.
Good point. Good 2 points.
is my tempo.
But
So
Brody.
It's a Brody for X.
Or
Yeah, I'd want to see magic for Benny would be good.
instead of damage, right? Fair enough. A Harith, either a Lunox.
Instead of
or-
physical.
Instead of physical,
yeah.
yeah.
So if it's not a Nathan, could be. Oh, it's a Martis. I feel like it's a Nathan,
Right?
because they already have the finisher there. Nope, it's a Harith
It's
instead.
a Harith.
What I say?
Idea of Leo, Dan himself, and the link shows up for RSG.
In true Irad fashion. Echo saw it coming. They banned it out a game earlier, and now it comes through. Wow.
The field has opened up for RSG and their possibilities. This is why, Leo, you mentioned earlier, It's the same matchup that we've seen, but it feels like a completely different game with the Irad factor.
Know thine opponent.
Different picks. Sanford missing the high five from his coach.
Oh no.
He was able to get it.
All right. Good.
Okay.
He got it.
Okay, we have a tiebreaker, the last tiebreaker of the regular season. RSG Slate Philippines versus Echo, 2 defending champs.
I'm getting emotional. It's the last game.
Oh.
It's the last game.
And we will see after a month.
Just 2 weeks, man.
2 weeks. Okay, I was thinking
Come on,
about a month.
Francis.
Bro,
Okay, 2 weeks.
You and your multiverses, your understanding of time is,
Are you sure you're
is out
okay?
there.
Yeah, it's too far. Make it 2 weeks. I can be more happier now. Okay, let's go. Tiebreaker. And we have the early poke from Yawi against onto Link. Look at that.
Look at Yawi coming in. Light forced to respond. Here comes Eman, gonna welcome him. And just like that, Yawi gets away with impunity, like nothing.
Yeah, knowing he needed to sidestep that hook. If he got hooked there by Light, that moment of control and the damage he would have gotten would have forced him to use that flicker. Yawi and Light just staring into each other's souls right now. Irad prioritizing orange onto purple. First exit should be in the XP lane, but I wouldn't count him out with going back and 2 up top. Yes, he does. He's going to go Golem into Kramer to show up into the gold lane for the first rotation exit.
This is a great start for Echo. I gotta say, they've gotten all of the camps that they wanted, all the major objectives, even the Little Wanderer. So this is what you want against a Ling lineup. You just want to make that gold gap bigger. You want to stop the Ling from snowballing.
It's all about the delay against Irad right now. So
snowballing.
Snowball, yeah, right. Okay, so 4 or 5.
Thanks.
Yeah, snowballing with a Ling on now, and on Renmar's path, he might go for the EXP visit. But onto the hook. Ooh. Okay, Light. Faltizi on the other hand, trying to take another crab here.
Ooh,
Irad
takes it. Right in the face of Carl Tizzy.
Use it. Oh no, he didn't use it.
And all this while, Sanford is down EXP. Like, what? Call it a minion, but a minion is a minion. When the team fight comes, you're going to want that. And now Sanford does get it. Turtle has been started. There's also a scuffle in mid. Sanji needs the EXP, does not have a feathered airstrike just yet. Extort hasn't taken anything. He can do it. Steals the final slash. In they go. It's Extort who gets the turtle. And just like that, Sanford falls. Tempest Blades. Nats barely gets away. Now Carltese gets pinned down. Bloody Hunt. And it's Nats who finishes the job.
On the hook.
Echo losing this fight. Yawi flickers on out, still alive. And just like that, 2 bodies have been lost as well as a turtle. The Raiders get on top.
Great team fight for RSG. Light hitting level 4 at just the right moment to make sure that he gets that bloody hunt to solidify their victory even more. Great catch onto there. Great team fighting. First turtle RSG, and now Nas versus Sanford.
Oh,
1v1.
Just one more. Oh! All right, that's a dual one. So a little bit of a morale boost for Echo.
Yeah. Sanford don't crush. Well, Nats don't crush me at the beginning of the backstage pass. Now throwing away some exchanges on the recalls as possible. Look, hook,
There's a
pull.
pull and a Z-Force put in. Eman gets the flicker out. He's still alive.
What a sidestep by Eman. Great decision making and movements from the gold laner for RSG to sidestep what could have been deadly damage from the Harith of Benny Cutie.
Could have sworn he was dancing. You see how graceful he was? How he got away with that.
Yeah, he was dancing with the waves and moving with the sea.
Uh-oh. Exhort gets DJ'd himself after the IMU. Plus a hook. Oh, no. Everything but the kitchen sink. He even got bloody hunted.
That's everything. No. That's what you get. Valentina, 2 of the only suppress abilities we have in the game. Onto the hands of RSG, looking the item still close in the gold. No considerable lead or item pickup just yet. All the corrosion scythe, actually, they're on the hands of Irad. It's the pickup. No full build yet for any mage, although it is a considerable lead for Exort. 500 for the Valentina over Sanji's Farsa.
That's an advantage for damage, especially on early game. Now the second turtle is up. Now for the positioning, Irad and Nats are here, as well as the members of Echo on 3. Onto the turtle.
Look at how Irad is just perched here. He's going to wait. This is a 5v5. It's much easier for RSG to just throw bodies at the situation. Now look at Irad, the patience.
He's just waiting.
Carl Teasy slashing away. Slight advantage. And there's a knockup. Plus the turtle secure and the bite down. Down goes Blind. Carl Teasy gets the kill. That's 2K for Big K. Exort falls as well. Carl Teasy gonna try to attempt to steal this purple. It's GTP and he does not get it. Irad keeps his own buff. But still, Echo back on the board.
Echo with a turnaround. Here comes Irad, though.
Oh!
Punished.
He thought he could get away with it.
He could not. Echo, considerable victories all around. They clap back towards RSG. Nats will push down bottom, but that was started by a flicker final slash by Sanford. Right on the money. 2 on it. 3 for the show. Feathered airstrike. And of course, Carl Teasy chaining together the ultimates of the Martis.
Element of surprise for Sanford, break things down for RSG. That's one thing that you can utilize or capitalize against a Link who's overstaying at one point where you have the objective. So that's one way to contest or bait in Irad in most of the camps of RSG has.
That was 2 fumbles back-to-back for Irad. The other one was a decision-making problem. Like, he should have gotten away. He should have just backed off. That engagement wasn't going to save the turret, or unless it did. Yeah, surprisingly enough, the turret's still standing.
Yeah, it did, but then at the same time, it's
like,
whoa, no!
There's a pull-in onto Yowie. They answer back. Z-Force as well as a feathered airstrike. Now it's a 3v2 man advantage. Goes over to RSG. Yet here comes Carl from the side. Slashes on through. Exort still alive. He does have a DJ. Oh, close call. What if Carl Teasy got pulled in?
Oh, man, really close one of that. But what a hook by Light. Light and this Franco has dished out unforgettable moments since he started playing it more. Well, since he entered RSG in MPL Philippines Season 9 in
Man
the MSC.
won a championship in Season 9 off of that.
Yeah, championship in Season 9, the MSC title as well. Light showing why this is a comfort pick for him. Let's see if he can get another big-time play hook coming in.
Yeah, need to be careful though.
Look at his angle, and again, Irad perched up. There's a bite down. Nats flickers on through. Sanford not gonna let his prey go. There's the bloody hunt, the Z-Force by Betty Cutie. And third apart memory, not enough stacks quite yet. Light falls. Look at Irad. Sanchez a beat on him. In comes Carl Teasy. Ashmore strike. Plus a decimate. Make that 2. Triple K for PK. And down goes Exort. It's a wipeout. The age of the Orcas is now.
What the heck was that in just a blink of an eye? Echo looked like, turned around what looked like a respectable contest by RSG into a nightmare. Sanford going in, this Arlot pick, making all the difference in the world. Great entry and by the rest of Echo, just chasing them down, chaining together, decimate. Look at that. Triple kill.
See, I told you it was Renmore.
Man, Leo, great sound effects.
Swear to G, it's
I was
Renmore.
delivering analysis and recaps while you committed those sound effects.
That was prime Echo Express.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to explain what Echo Express looks like,
that's it.
Look at that engagement.
That's how Renmore expresses incomplete sound effects inaudible.
Told you.
It's a GIF in the dictionary.
Yeah, it's one thing that you guys can look forward to in off-season. How do Renmar make sounds? But those mistakes came from RSG missing that hook.
Oh,
look at that.
And they're going to go
Exort.
in. Exort gets a pull. DJ right now on that Valentina. And they're going to deny the purple from Irad. The young John Tuazon couldn't catch a break.
Up top, though, to recoup their losses, Irad is just split pushing the top lane. Oh, too cautious. He doesn't commit.
He could have gotten away with
break
it.
Of the turret. Can the minions take it down, though? It looks like it will.
It will.
The minions.
Calculated.
For
Okay.
RSG. Great calculation there by Irad.
That's wisdom.
Yeah, wisdom. Experience. And coming from a young man. And that's MDL experience showing up big time for you.
Yeah. Trying to make it a dent on the last day. Carl Teasy and also Betty Cutie are now in the highest goal. Look,
oh,
pull.
There's a pull in. And there's no way Sanford's going to survive. No, sir. But then again, they did throw quite a bit of resources at the young XP laner. Carl Teasy going to be up next on the docket.
Oh.
There's a DJ, the pull, and the shutdown. Irad gets his revenge. And Yowie might fall. Betty Cutie with a Z-Force. looking for targets. No one home. Double kill for Irad.
RSG.
Yowie falls. Benny Cutie's turn.
He's
and
dancing.
Irad looking for one more. How is Benny
is
still
this?
alive?
Oh!
Eman finally ends him. 4 for none. Another stumble, a fumble. RSG back in the driver's seat.
Carl Teasy was the first casualty, and Yowie just went through, and with all the might of Echo, was that worth it? They were 4-man down.
It wasn't. It looked like the moment Sanford was caught out there looked to be a moment of hesitation by Echo. Do we try to fight this? Yowie and Benny are on the bottom lane. Oh, Sanji isn't that too close by. What do we do? What do we do? And RSG punished Echo. That great call. These are the light angles we were talking about here. Sanford walked into a massive RSG play and a massive RSG win. Echo can't contest this lore though, but by how much?
Oh,
Carl!
Another pull, plus a bloody hand. The answer back, feathered airstrike. Tempest of Blades by Irad, but there's way too many members of Echo in the back line. Now it's Sanford dashing on through Vengeance, plus a flicker. Irad pushes down bottom. Another Z-Force. Eman falls. Light slowed down. Taken out by Carl Teasy. And that's 2 for none so far. Echo back in the driver's seat. Nats with an Appraiser's Wrath. Oh, I wonder what Nats is thinking here. Nats with Irad as well. Exhort looking for an old steal. He has no IMU. Nats still barely alive. And Exhort popped almost point blank by Sanji. And another one falls. Exhort as well. Z-Force once more by Benny Cutie. This Lord going over to Echo.
And the last we saw of Irad, he was in the shrub looking for a steal. We didn't get to completely see what happened, but it looks like Carl Teasy decided to let go of the Lord, check the shrub, found Irad, they dueled, it became a stalemate, but because the rest of RSG fell, Echo got that Lord.
The turnaround of events right now for RSG. Need to tell me I need to take a breather on how the action is going for Echo.
You okay, Francis?
Yeah, I'm okay, but right now, being on the edge of how Echo is dealing with things. Look at that.
Oh!
Final slash.
Forcing out an early Tempest of Blades. Look at Yowie, he's in trouble. There's a DJ on the Kaja. And he's still alive, Immortality popped. Eman used a torn apart memory already. Sanji catches out Irad. 1v1 kill. Sanji!
And Irad was just up top of the wall, and that's one way to catch one.
Sanji, rad plays by the mid laner of Echo.
No. What?
Farsa went hunting for Ling and found it. Oh, final slash!
And it continues. The feathered airstrike keeping them where they need to be. Down goes Light. Sanford jumps on him. Oh, torn apart memory. Not enough stacks. Eman backs off. This inhibitor will fall.
Damage and stacks is not enough for the defense of Echo right now, no matter how they're in onto the front lines. How is RSG going to pierce through with this? They're dependent on Light's Iron Hook. And what's the possible fail-safe button here if all else fails?
Exhort's Divine Judgment as well. They have those two. Don't count RSG out just yet. They have the tools to turn it around. And with how the team fights are going, one of their biggest problems is with Sanford, Yowie, and Carl Teasy doing so much in the front line, there's a lot of space for Sanji and Benny Cutie to shine.
But just the same, right? How RSG still have answers. Echo have stepped on the clutch. They switched it up. From Echo Express, they are now on full-on Echo system. They are now just systematically choosing which angles to take, where Light might be, and what's worth fighting for. I think they learned from that fumble mid-game. They're like, oh, yo, we should never let that happen ever again.
Yeah, not hesitate in some points of the steps, like you can make it through. But at some point in the items here, how is this showing now for Echo?
Oh, look at the goal difference between Carl Teasy and Irad. Quite close, but it's already close to full build. Let's see what he'll make out of that. Montaneses, if he's going to full build out of the Cursed Helmet. Benny Cutie has had the time of his life for the gold, and you see it. Once those Synchro Fusions land, they hurt like crazy.
Did I see that right? How is Irad keeping up this much farm despite being this down on stats? Again, 4-3-2 against a 7-2-3 Martis, and there's a very small goal difference.
Yeah, it's all the split pushing that he does. The fact that it's his job to clear the minion waves and open up the map for RSG. That's where he's getting his farm from. And it's not always that Echo get to disrupt his jungle. And I think Echo might actually be going for a potential split push and or sandwich play. Oh, did they get seen by the conceal?
Conceal rotation, look alight, and he's
It's a
spotted,
sandwich.
and they come in with a DJ. Dylan forced to use the flicker, and look at Benny Cutie, drops the Z-Force, Extort very low, taken out by Benny, and now Eman in the middle of all of them, forcing out a flicker, and he's gonna go down, not even get to use his ult, and that's 2 men down. Irad way too deep into the map. And just like that, Echo get another Lord. And as well, deny Irad his purple buff.
A concealed sandwich play. Non-stop indeed, OSX.
Non-stop action for Echo. Every
They don't Lord, they don't Lord. They want to end it.
Echo system decides we're not going for Lord anymore.
No more.
There's another pull. The DJ plus the Feathered Airstrike. Down goes Light. Nats and Irad, the only ones left. Tempest of Blades up. The answer, Z-Force. Irad still alive. Nats is down. Exhort gets hit by the Ashura. And now, it's just the 3 of them. And they're all spawning from different spots. Irad is still somewhere in their jungle. Echo, they're going in.
Base,
And
base.
the base, watch it. No, that's all men down. Irad can't even come in.
No minions.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wait,
Echo
not yet. Wait.
can't finish it quite yet. What's going on?
Not yet. Irad is the only one, and Light as well left.
Look, a Light conceal coming in. Oh, breathe. There's a pull in. Yawi gets bit down. Bloody Hunt. But the turret was looking elsewhere. Look at Irad. They have 1 minion.
Base.
Yawi goes down. Look at the base.
Base.
Ladies and gentlemen, Benny is wailing away. And it will lead to Echo taking the series, ending the season with a victory.
Back in the half of the regular season, they have been 2-0'd by the Kings of Sea. From percentage up and down. Oh, look at that helmet. Onto our screens.
Right along the Echo Express, which I thought this whole time was a train, but apparently it's a long motorcycle.
That can fit 5.
It can fit 5.
7 sometimes.
It is a train pulled by motorcycles, and Echo gets a victory. As we look again today, where we got to introduce the defending MPL Philippines champions, where we got to witness the defending MSC champions, the next one to Yawi, and see the reigning world champions in action. All 3 of them competed in one day. This is MPL Philippines. These are the defending reigning MSC champions. They still have a chance to defend that. They fall today, but they are still in the playoffs. A valiant effort as they fall to the reigning world champions.
Whew. Man, this is one tiebreaker match to end things. Echo, talking about not stopping on each station. That is just Echo Express, winning through the challenge of game number 1 and 2. And I was stunned for a bit that it was a motorcycle rather than a train.
Me neither. We need to clear that with them. We need to ask. But just the same, my mind is racing, gentlemen. I'm excited to see. I mean, I'm happy for Echo. And of course, GG well played. Great, valiant effort by RSG Slate. But I'm wondering what the playoffs brackets might look like now that we're done and dusted for the regular season and we know where all the teams are falling into place and the decision that 1st and 3rd seed have to make.
Yeah, first seed will decide between 3 and 4 who they'd rather go up against potentially, while 3rd seed determines where 5th and 6th will be going up against. So a 3rd seed can decide who they will be going up against in the play-ins. If I'm not mistaken, right? They just have to choose there.
And here we thought we were going to go on a break after the regular season, right? Best believe I'm going to lose sleep on this fact.
Yeah, and replay things all over and how this match went through from a 2-0 now as they meet up to 2-1. Changes things. And also Irad, as well as a great debut performance. And RSG still making it work. On to Echo. Revenge served hot today by the Orcas.
Yeah, the Irad hero pool is something that teams going up against RSG Slate Philippines in the playoffs will have to consider. How H2's hero pool was very familiar, everyone was familiar with, but then now there's a question. Who's going to be playing at which game or which series? Is it H2? Is it Irad? Which heroes do we have to watch out for? Those are the variables you have to watch out for when you're up against RSG Slate.
That's a good question, or even a good point, rather, to ponder upon, because in some points, this is the first time we're seeing that RSG, onto the last week, made some changes with their jungler, And could this also be a variation or could be a way of deciding on whose match they're going to go up against? Will be your era. So this is one way of seeing, oh, RSG is evolving from this season.
Francis, dare I say, a bold decision. Again, the fact that you decided towards the end of the season that you're letting Irad play instead of H2O rather. And again, the fact that Demon Cat is watching and he's seeing, yo, this is what RSG's late is becoming now.
My brothers.
Right? There has to be... I can only imagine what it's like to be a fly in that room when that decision was made. And also, further, luckily, we will be there once the matches are called, how it'll all come through. Because again, I am not erasing the fact that maybe H2 will still be able to play. And that they'll be juggling between these two lineups.
Yeah, and that is a threat that their opponents will have to consider. And the beauty of playoffs, we're almost there.
I'm seeing it.
What are you seeing?
Imagining it right now.
Oh, you're imagining. Okay, I thought you just started seeing things.
Yeah, because as
get that check, bro.
You gotta get that check along with
as the way you put it, it makes me feel like, oh,
yeah,
with this.
Your cage analogy earlier also. You're all right?
I'm okay. I'm all right. Right and okay. So now let's throw it over to Mara Aquino together with the world champs for their winning interview.
They ended the regular season with a win. Echo loud! Loud and proud. Congratulations, guys. Now you ended the regular season number 2 top seed. You guys have done amazing for season 11. Now, let's assume na you guys will make it to the grand finals, okay? Who would you say would be the team, the toughest team na makakalaban nyo?
Siguro po, Brand Esports po kasi sila po yung top 1. Tsaka kung may gusto man kami talunan yung top 1 yun.
So, gusto nyo makasama ang makalaban ng top 1 and Bren. Okay, now, I know there are lots of teams also that want to bring you down to prove a point kasi world champ and number 2 kayo. So, who are you looking forward na possibly ma-meet sa playoffs patungo ng grand finals?
Yung Omega po kasi andun po yung gold standard eh.
Omega! Kasi andun yung gold standard. What is it about the gold standard?
Ano daw, pipilitin niya daw kami maabutan para malaglag niya daw ulit kami. Sabi
And
niya.
how do you feel about that?
Ano po, masarap po sa feeling. Parehas po kami may motivation. Yun po.
So may gigil ka ngayon sa playoffs, may extra.
Opo, kung makakatapat po namin sila. Yun.
At meron ka bang final message na dito mo sasabihin, not sa social media?
Pag nagkatapat tayo, tapos nanalo kami, pumunta ka sa Yawis Food Hub, ah.
Oh! There it is! Maraming pupunta sa Yawis Food Hub. For sure. Now, maybe this one for Coach. Coach, kahit pagkatapos ng World Championship, talaga nasa taas na kayo, pero hindi na lower yung standard ng Echo. Everybody was stepping up. Everybody showed motivation. You guys were dominating. Pero if you can pick one player that you would say na, wow, talagang mas dumoble pa yung effort and most improved out of all, para isa lang. Who would you say that is and why?
Tingin ko si Carl.
Si Carl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Si Carl.
Na-surprise siya. Bakit, Coach?
Kasi simula nung nag-M4 champ kami, parang mas naging gigil siya. Then, open na siya sa mga changes, sa mga meta, ganun. So, kung ano yung paggamit sa kanya, gagamitin talaga niya para manalo.
At lahat din sila proud kay Carl. Now, we're gonna have 2 weeks off before the break. What's the plan?
Siguro, EK muna kami, then balik-balik sa mga kanyang family, then back to grind ulit.
And may nagsumigaw dito, bibisita sa Yawis Food Hub. Ayan. Once again, congratulations, Echo! You may now take your walk of victory. Mukhang magiging mainit ang road natin sa playoffs. May bagong motivation si Yawi. And we're gonna see how that turns out. But first, hihimayin natin ang laban at pupunta na tayo sa ating casters. Pasok.
With that interview, it looks like Echo and all the teams in the playoffs are heated up as they go through the matches or in the bracket, because Yawi and also Sanford and all the teams or all the members of Echo were really motivated, and all of their opponents heading for the playoffs.
And with that, again, in-game and out of game, we should watch out. And I really think there's more Yawi wants to say. I really believe,
feel it.
besides the 3 games that he's played here today, there's something else bubbling deep within.
I'm excited.
Man, that Echo Omega, who would have thought? The Food Hub rivalry.
On who's going to go.
Who would have thought?
On who's going to visit. Is that going to be an esports player thing? Let's find out.
I would.
It's Echo. Redmar breaking things down a bit on game number 3.
So in this series, we got to see the importance of, well, a lot of things, but I want to focus on 2 heroes here, the Arlot and the Kaja. Echo got both of that in the 3rd game. Hell, we threw the idea before the draft showed up that what if Echo prioritized the Arlot as their first pick, just so if ever they ended up in the blue side, just because they don't want to give it to Naths, and that's exactly what they did. And of course, if you're Echo, you go ahead and pick up the Arlot. RSG, they answered with power picks. They get the Valentina, potential flex Fredrin, either as the jungle or as the XP laner to go up against that Arlot. The Arlot-Fredrin matchup in the XP lane is 50-50, all boils down to the execution, but at the same time, who can rotate faster? Hence why Naths actually rocked the Concussive Blast to help him clear minion waves faster so that he can stay up to speed with the rotation here of Sanford. Now, after that, Echo responded with picking up the Kaja and the Farsa. They wanted to get those long mid-range pokes. They were watching out for the marksman picks for RSG, knowing that in the second phase, they can just start banning out marksmen to potentially get a marksman that would struggle up against the Farsa. And of course, RSG ended up picking up the Brody. And then Echo went Martis and Harith. Martis would deliver the killing blows, while the rest of Echo would be the ones to just whittle it down. They needed that executioner type of hero, the finisher of the lives here. And they got that in the Martis, and they got good magic damage. Benny Cutie, 2 sources of magic damage versus just 1. Again, pressure on the Valentina. The trend that we see this season, wherein if it's a lineup with a Valentina, and Valentina is the only source of magic damage, mainly going up against a lineup that has a relatively quick scaling sources of magic damage, the Valentina will lose. And then because of the play here of Sanji on the Farsa, the duels that he was able to get to find Irad all alone as a Farsa up against a Link, tremendous. But of course, his timing as well to maximize the Divine Judgment pulls that Yawi had. Every time Yawi would find someone, every time Sanford and Carl Teasy would get to control someone, Sanji would bring down the Feathered Airstrike and control the heck of the team fight and burst down the members of RSG. Now, so far we've been Echo focused. Let's look at the side of RSG though. They had a respectable draft as well. Eventually it would be difficult, and which we did see happen, but they were fighting it out with Echo. In some moments, it looked like they were about to build themselves a big lead. The damage of the Valentina is still no joke. Even though it's up against 2 big sources of magic damage, it's still respectable enough that the physical damage dealers on the side of RSG could be the ones to turn it around and finally end things. They also have the Franco that Light was playing very well with his hooks and his Bloody Hunt catches. RSG did what they could with the lineup they had, and in some moments rather, they shined. But Echo just shined brighter in the crucial moments of this game. Especially Sanford up against Naths. They traded this one. In the first game, it was a good performance there. It was Sanford who won over Naths. Game number 2, Naths over Sanford. Game number 3, this time around, without the Arlot in his hands and the Arlot in the hands of Sanford instead. He's the one who got to shine. And we talked about how the XP laners here as a crucial factor or key to victory for both teams. Let them shine. This one though, because of how the draft went, because of the difference in picks, the Arlot versus the Fredrin idea, the heroes picked around those two heroes, the Arlot got to shine more in this game number 3. Sanford got to shine more. This was a great ending to what is slowly building up to be a technical and drafting rivalry that a lot of us should look forward to. This time around, Echo were able to get their revenge, but RSG didn't get swept. They fought hard. We talked about what else they can bring to the table for the playoffs. It's all still there. But let's not downplay the fact that the world champions ended the regular season with a victory over the MSC champs.
Now in hindsight, after seeing the highlights, there were some glimpses of the El Clasico RSG Death Ball.
All right.
They did some of that in response to the Echo Express and Echo system.
Right on point, because this rivalry in the story continues as we go to the playoffs, and I'm just happy on even the last day of MPL Season 11, everything is just on par, on toe-to-toe with everything that I get to experience firsthand. I never had a chance to even witness this, and everybody just like ahead and toe-to-toe with everything. Crazy.
Up until the last moment, the very last best of 3, things mattered.
Yeah. We could have ended the day with tiebreakers. Well, we didn't, but we were still treated to a great 3-game series. This has been an amazing season with surprising results. A great one. And it's not done yet. It's only the regular season. We still got playoffs coming up.
Again, in 2 weeks, we will meet at SMX Philippines, Manila, which we will witness live. The playoffs, starting from the play-ins. It has been a pleasure serving you all for 8 weeks. I'm OSX, this is Leo, and this is Renmar, and this has been the English Desk. We will see you again in action in SMX on May 4th.
My goodness, the final day of the regular season was nothing short of amazing. Nexplay EVOS made sure to make their last match of the season count with Boyet and Domination taking turns and stepping up to reverse sweep the code breakers. And finally, Echo survived such a tenacious RSG Slate Philippines in that 3-game series and made sure to end their season and punctuate that loud and proud. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we witnessed 56 intense matches from the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the entire world. Paano pa nga ba magbabago ang Philippine meta? Paano pa matataas ang bandera ng ating mga unsung heroes? And how will they prove na kaya pa nilang itaas ang lakas? Yan ang sasagutin ng 6 remaining teams sa paparating na MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs. So see you all at SMX Convention Center from May 4th to 7th. Huwag kayong mawawala. And one last time for the regular season, pinapaalala ko sa inyo na kahit saan sa pagsubok o tagumpay, huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody! And thanks to Jan Joseph Lida for this beautiful outfit. Huwag kayong mawawala sa playoffs, alright? Bye, everyone!
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.